Hi everyone, we hope you're doing well. We're hanging in there though honestly, we haven't been getting much sleep lately. Today, we want to answer a question we get a lot: how do we publish our audiobooks? First, we post most audiobooks on Patreon as paid content. They stay paid for a few months. After that, they become free to listen to on Patreon forever. A few weeks later, we post them on other places like YouTube, Facebook, and Twitter, X. Lately, things have been a bit slow in terms of new members. So we'd love your help. Please share our site with your friends or in places like Facebook groups, Twitter, X, Discord, Reddit, or novel forums. Even one share can really help us grow. Thanks so much for your support. Will you do this again in the future? Tadakuni asked. No, never again. Tanaka shamefully confessed. You guys are my best friends, and when I did something like this again, I'm not human. Well, it's not that serious. Tabata said nonchalantly. Forget that. Let's go somewhere and read it together? Tadakuni suggested. Yeah. Tanaka nodded eagerly. Before long, the three of them found themselves sitting at a family restaurant, eagerly flipping through the pages of the magazine. They quickly reached the section for Anohana. Because of Madoka Magica, the three of them were now die-hard fans of the Warriors of Love and Hope. Even when rumors about the series had been circulating online recently, they remained unwavering in their support. And now, their faith had been vindicated. As they looked at the full-color illustration on the cover, their faces lit up in awe. No matter how many times I see it, Sensei's stunning style always amazes me. Especially in this color illustration, it's just perfect. If only Madoka Magica could have a full-color collector's edition. Tanaka sighed wistfully. After marveling at the artwork, the trio's attention shifted back to the story itself. So, is this the main girl? Kawaii. Tanaka said, eyes wide. She's totally my type. Tadakuni added. I hereby declare this is my new wife. Tabata announced confidently. You already have too many wife. Tanaka said. My wife's skin is so smooth. Tadakuni chimed in. They all went back to reading the manga, thoroughly immersed in the story. With only 20 pages of content in the first chapter, it didn't take long before they finished. But something feels a little off. Tanaka said, frowning. Yeah, it feels a bit too slow. Tadakuni replied, puzzled. It's the first chapter, so it's probably just introducing the main characters. Tabata reasoned. That's true, but it still feels kind of empty. Tanaka said. The main character just seems aimless. Nothing's really been explained yet. You're right. With Sensei's level of skill, this can't be it. Maybe we missed something? How about we check the comments online? The three of them agreed, and soon their phones were out, searching for posts about Anohana. Since Weekly Shonen Jump had been released that morning, many people had already seen the content. It didn't take long for them to find posts discussing the new series. But as they scrolled through the comments, they realized something surprising. Wait, these reactions are exactly like ours. Tabata asked, bewildered. Could it be that this series isn't as great as we thought? Tanaka wondered aloud. Just as that thought crossed their minds, they stumbled upon a post that caught their attention. The post read, did anyone really think that Sensei's Anohana isn't up to par? Let's take a look at some of the hidden foreshadowing that you might have missed. The three of them's eyes lit up at the same time. Without hesitation, they clicked on the post. Chapter 61, I'm sure many of you who clicked on this thread have read Well or Magi Madoka Magica. I still remember when the announcement for Madoka Magica was first made by Warrior of Love and Hope Sensei. Everyone was confused and skeptical, and there were countless heated discussions online. And there is no need for me to elaborate on that. But in the end, the author gave us a strong slap in the face, making us realize how different his magical girls were from the typical ones. When Mommy-san's head was chopped off, I think everyone felt bewildered, shocked, and confused. How could this happen? But the truth was, it could happen. Think about it, fighting evil entities with endless magical powers. Does that sound like an easy job? Of course not. If it were us, mere mortals, we'd never stand a chance. They could easily play with us. Being a magical girl was never a carefree job. It's just that this genre was originally aimed at children, so while we may have recognized that magical girl battles were tough, no one ever really peeled away the thin veil that we all subconsciously ignored. But Warrior of Love and Hope Sensei didn't hesitate to peel away the glossy exterior of magical girls. Perhaps because young people are full of creativity and aren't afraid of things like this, he stripped away that shiny surface and showed us the true reality: the magical girls who gain power through hope still die in battle. Or maybe this is the fate of magical girls who crave hope? I'm not sure, but it's certainly a thought-provoking direction. Anyway, let's get back to today's main topic: the author's new work Anohime Hana no Nami wo Bakataki wa Mata Shiranai. As soon as I saw the colored cover for the first issue, I knew that even if the author hadn't explained everything in detail last Friday, the rumors that circulated earlier had already been disproven. From this image, it's easy to see the sincerity and skill the teacher has put into this work. Just like Madoka Magica was a story with a large ensemble cast. For a more detailed explanation on ensemble works, the novel goes into more detail, so I won't embarrass myself by explaining here. But just to give a simple summary, it's not about focusing on just one character. Every character has their own story behind them, making them feel like real people with depth. Of course, the most important thing is to make you accept these characters. If you don't buy into them, no matter how much effort goes into describing them, it's a failure. But the author clearly succeeded. Just look at how many people were heartbroken and sad when Mommy-san's head fell off, right? Clearly, this work continues the same style as the previous one, with an ensemble cast. When I saw the 6 characters on the cover, I had this idea. After finishing the first chapter, I was even more convinced. Still, in this picture, the author didn't focus on the background but instead used a relatively blurred form to present it, leaving a lot of space for interpretation. Why is leaving space a good thing? Because it allows the author to add more content. In the original blank space, there's now a group of children gathered in a circle, seemingly discussing something. This was the most surprising and heartwarming detail in the whole picture. It's a clear sign of the author's sincerity. From their hair colors, it's obvious they correspond to the characters in the picture, standing in different positions. Can't you tell who's who? And since they aren't standing together as they did before, can we guess that, for some reason, their relationship has changed? It's no longer as friendly as it used to be? This is confirmed in the content of the next chapter. Just from the first picture, we can infer so much. So naturally, my curiosity about the work itself deepened. However, after reading the first chapter, I found myself puzzled. Aside from the introduction, it didn't seem like much had happened. Some fans might say, it's just one chapter, why the rush? Shouldn't the characters be introduced first? Yes, you're right. But the truth is, a top-tier artist like the author can't make such mistakes. Forgive me for putting the sensei in the top-tier category directly, but in my opinion, any artist capable of creating a masterpiece like Madoka Magica has skills that rival any top-tier artist. The only reason they aren't considered top-tier is that they haven't released enough works yet. Back to the point, if you look at other top-tier manga artists, none of them would waste an entire chapter on filler content. So where's the problem? With this question in mind, I reread the chapter, again and again, and slowly realized there were several things I hadn't considered before. Why is the male lead so cold towards the female lead? Why do other characters ignore her? Why? Luckily, these questions can be answered in the work itself. The female lead isn't actually a human. Besides the main character, no one else can see her. Flip to the 4th page of the manga, and in one panel, the male lead is grabbing some dishes from a cabinet. In the glass of the cabinet, we can see his reflection, but not the female lead, who's standing behind him, hugging him. When I discovered this truth, I realized it wasn't that the mangaka's skills had declined, but rather, we hadn't paid close enough attention. It's surprising how many details are right in front of us, but we still fail to notice them. It's probably because modern manga usually lays everything out plainly, making it easy to understand, but this has robbed us of the habit of thinking deeply. After realizing this, when I went back to reread the first chapter of Anohana, I found so many interesting details that made me look forward to the next chapters. However, I won't go into specifics here about what I found interesting or what I'm looking forward to. After all, every reader has their own perspective. Shakespeare once wrote that there are 1,000 Hamlets in 1,000 people's eyes. The joy of manga comes from what it offers to each individual. If I just lay out all the answers for you, it wouldn't be as fun to figure out yourself, right? Anyway, thank you all for patiently reading my ramblings. After reading this post, Tanaka, Tadakuni, and Tabata exchanged looks. Tanaka scratched his head, saying, I feel like I'm reading a completely different manga than everyone else. Obviously. The fact that we understand it this well means we're the ones who posted this. Tadakuni responded. What are you doing, Tadakuni? Tadakuni, who had been fiddling with his phone, finally looked up. I'm calling the expert. He said. Look at this level, this person's a pro. Really impressive. Tabata said. Tanaka rolled his eyes. Come on, hurry, flip to the 4th page of Anohana and see if what they said is true. Tanaka immediately followed the order. The three of them stared, wide-eyed. Wow, it's true. This isn't your typical manga. Why is there a ghost in it? Wait, I don't think the mangaka ever said anything about this. The mangaka's words were about summer and growing up and friendships. So this isn't a daily life story, what is it? Damn, I just can't figure it out. Doesn't matter, the setting's still pretty awesome. Come on, let's go read it again. In this reading session, the three of them unsurprisingly found themselves immersed in even more enjoyment. Darn it. Why does it have to end here? The summer monsters are seriously fierce. Can't wait to see the protagonist's face when they realize it's all real, not just a hallucination. I wonder what happened between these characters to bring them to this point. The conversation paused as the three exchanged looks, their faces twisted in frustration, and they groaned in unison. Darn it. This series doesn't even have a collected volume. We'll have to wait for the weekly chapters. Our wallets are never going to survive this. X3 Chapter 62. Elsewhere, Okifumi, seated on the subway, casually scrolled through his phone, reading the flood of comments. Give the author a big shout out. Unbelievable. These details, I totally missed it. Read the post, then reread the manga. Suddenly, the fun level skyrocketed. Thanks, overpowered. I thought the author's work had gone downhill, but turns out, I just didn't get it. Darn it, another new series to follow. I guess I have to buy Weekly Shonen Jump now. With so many amazing series in there, it's a solid investment. I'm a girl, so those intense Weekly Shonen Jump stories don't really grab me. Same here. The title of the post Okifumi was reading stood out clearly. Does anyone really think the author's Anohimita Hana no Nami wo Bakataki wa Mata Shiranai has gone downhill? Here are some clues you missed. Speaking of which, it doesn't feel too good for the author to get directly involved, huh? If it was discovered, it would surely be another addition to his list of embarrassing moments, right? Yep. That long comment was written by him. Just like the previous post, where he mentioned that this work meant even more to him than Madoka Magica. That wasn't just empty talk, it was the truth. As for why, Madoka Magica was loosely based on a manga he'd read before, with just a few tweaks. On the other hand, Anohimita Hana no Nami wo Bakataki wa Mata Shiranai was based on an anime he remembered, and adapted it according to his own ideas. To describe the difference between the two works, the former is like a daughter brought into a second marriage, already grown and independent, no need for much care, just a little attention, and in return, they'll help in old age. The latter, though, is like a child he raised with painstaking effort from the very beginning. No blood relation, but their father-daughter bond is undeniable. So, on the day of the new issue's release, Okifumi was keeping a close eye on it. When he noticed some skewed opinions online, he took a moment during class to write that detailed review. As everyone saw, the mood soon shifted in a positive direction. Hey, what's Okifumi-kun looking at? A graceful, melodic voice interrupted his thoughts. Okifumi looked up to see Shina Miharu standing beside him. A review of a newly released manga. By the way, Shina-san, do you read manga? Not really. Figures. Someone like her definitely wouldn't have much in the way of hobbies outside of school. Shina Miharu thought for a moment before speaking again, but I often hear the boys in class talking about it. Is manga it really that fun? Some people think it's fun, others find it boring. Okifumi casually replied. Shina Miharu nodded thoughtfully before breaking into a smile, but Okifumi-kun seems to think it's fun, right? Of course. Even though he's now the creator, that fact doesn't change. If anything, being the creator only strengthens his belief in it. Listening to you talk about manga, I'm kind of interested in it now. Want to give it a try? Eh? Shina Miharu blinked in surprise before quickly waving her hands, her face flushing. No, I can't afford it. I have a ton of light novels and manga at home, and besides, you won't be. He paused, and Okifumi added, just making sure, but you're not planning any trips during the break, are you? Trips? Her eyes briefly sparkled with longing, but then that glimmer was extinguished by a sense of loss. She shook her head, voice tinged with disappointment. No, I'll be alone. Even during the break, nothing will change. Probably. Her eyes clouded with a faint sadness, a wordless confusion about the future. Ouch. Shina Miharu lightly rubbed the back of her head, looking at Okifumi with a puzzled expression. Why did you hit me? Just saw a idiot zoning out on the train, couldn't resist reminding her to snap back to reality. Shina Miharu tilted her head. Are you calling me an idiot? Who else could I be talking about? I'm not an idiot. She scrunched her nose and pouted slightly, clearly annoyed. Okifumi didn't pay much attention to her irritation. Well, during the break, you'll still be cooking for me, right? So how could you be alone? You forgot that, and yet you're saying you're not an idiot? Shina Miharu froze, and then her previously perfect features brightened into a dazzling smile. Okifumi-kun, you really are too much. It's already vacation, and yet you're still making me cook? Okifumi shrugged. Not my fault. You insisted on cooking for me, and now you're stuck with me as your bossy overlord. You're calling yourself an overlord? Okifumi-kun, you're such a character. She giggled. He ignored her teasing and returned to the previous topic. Since you're not doing anything special for the break, Why don't you come over and read manga when you're bored? I've got plenty here. The girl's face lit up with clear interest. Really? Why not? I've already read them, so if you can enjoy them, you're just helping them get more use. Shina Miharu hesitated for a moment but then tried to refuse. Wouldn't it be a bother to you, Akifumi-kun? In response, Akifumi reached out and ruffled her delicate, shimmering golden hair with his large hand. If you're worried about that, then you shouldn't have agreed to help me cook my food in the first place. Ugh. She let out a little groan, but her tone remained gentle. Akifumi-kun, you really are cruel. You messed up my hair. Well, you were practically asking for it with that come bother me look on your face. I was not. By the way, do we have any ingredients at home? What an awkward change of topic. But is this what it feels like to trust a friend? It's nice. Sheena smiled tenderly. We still have some. I don't need to go shopping today. Got it? Then let's head home. Let's go home, Uck. This weather's getting hotter. It's already July, after all. When they enter his apartment, Sheena smiled softly. Akifumi-kun, you should rest now. I'll go cook. You really don't have to rush to cook as soon as we get home. Akifumi shook his head helplessly, knowing full well she wouldn't listen, so he let her go. At the same time, a certain blonde girl with twin tails, holding a stack of original manuscript pages, arrived at Akifumi's door. Chapter 63, After days of hard work, Ariri finally beamed with satisfaction. Finally, I'm done. That went smoother than I expected, she declared cheerfully. Her hand had moved as if guided by divine intervention. Even without fully forming the ideas in her mind, her body instinctively drew ahead of her thoughts. The result? Beyond satisfying. This is the fastest I've ever completed a project, she admitted with a mix of pride and disbelief. Since debuting under the name Kashiwagi Iri, the deadlines had always loomed like grim reapers. But this time, finishing 20 pages a whole month early is unprecedented. However, I got so absorbed in drawing that I forgot about his birthday. Ariri's smile faltered. Her hand, poised to knock on the door, froze. He's probably still mad, right? She sighed, switching perspectives. If he forgot my birthday? Absolutely unforgivable. Ariri thought grimly. At least 3 days of the silent treatment. No. A week. Actually, no 3 days. That's fair. But guilt gnawed at her. Would her limited edition Kakrit figurine be enough as a peace offering? He liked it last year, but that was last year. She muttered nervously. Pushing aside her doubts, she squared her shoulders. Whatever. Worst case, I'll cooperate with him a bit if he acts clingy. A vivid blush crept across her cheeks as she recalled that incident in his room, how unexpectedly bold he had been. The memory was so intoxicating that it often became her guilty bedtime indulgence. No. Stop. She shook her head fiercely. It's broad daylight, Ariri. Focus. Steeling herself, she reached for the door. Before she could not click. The door opened from the inside. Ariri blinked, momentarily stunned. The person standing there made her pause. She wasn't used to being impressed by other girls' looks after all, she was a certified beauty. But this girl? She was on Ariri's level. Long, silky flaxen blonde hair cascaded down her back, and her fair, flawless skin gleamed under the light. Her delicate features were framed by long lashes, and her full, glossy lips hinted at a sweetness Ariri couldn't ignore. Her presence radiated a calming elegance, reminiscent of a traditional Yamato Neijiko. But what was she doing here? Ariri's gaze darted to the nameplate on the door. Nope, she hadn't gotten the wrong place. What's going on? Ariri's brain short-circuited. The girl holding a garbage bag blinked in surprise too, but quickly composed herself. Hello, are you here to see Akifumi-kun? She asked politely, setting the trash bag aside. Ariri's scattered thoughts reassembled. And you are? I'm Shina Miharu, Akifumi-kun's neighbor. She introduced herself with a polite smile. Shina Miharu. That name rang a bell, but Ariri couldn't quite place it. Wait, even if you're his neighbor, why were you inside his house? A wave of irritation surged through Ariri. Miharu seemed to sense her confusion. Why don't you come inside first? It's hot out here. Inside, Akifumi sat casually on the couch, flipping through channels on the TV. Ariri, seated nearby, was too agitated to relax. Meanwhile, Miharu returned to the kitchen. So, care to explain what's going on? Ariri demanded, unable to suppress her rising frustration. Akifumi, clearly expecting this confrontation, smiled wearily. I knew this was coming. He opened the fridge and handed her a cold soda. Want one? It's hot outside. Ariri accepted but didn't drink it, her glare never wavering. Akifumi sighed. Long story. Then make it short. She huffed. Sheena lives downstairs. She noticed I was living off takeout and offered to handle my meals. Airi blinked. That's it? That's it. He confirmed, shrugging. You told me to keep it short, right? Not that short. She fumed. Do you think I'm an idiot? What kind of classmate does that? Okifumi shrugged innocently. Maybe Sheena has ulterior motives cause I'm too handsome. A soft voice chimed in behind him. Okifumi-kun, spreading baseless rumors is rude. Okifumi nearly jumped. What? When did you get behind me? Miharu smiled serenely. I just have good timing. Turning to Airi, Miharu's expression softened. Please don't misunderstand. I moved here recently, and Okifumi-kun helped me when I got caught in the rain. I just wanted to repay his kindness by cooking for him. That's all. Airi's suspicion didn't completely fade. But Miharu added with a knowing smile, and no, nothing inappropriate has ever happened between us. Wait, what situation are you imagining? Airi's face turned slightly red. Not that I've been thinking about that sort of thing anyway. Though maybe just a little. But seriously, when a juicy opportunity lands right in front of a big bad wolf like him, and he doesn't take it? That's so not like him. Feeling Airi's incredulous gaze, Okifumi Mugio scoffed. Do you think Sheena is like you? Wait, hold up. What does that even mean? What does me thinking Sheena's like me even imply? It's not like we have some super special relationship or anything. We're just regular childhood friends, okay? Though Airi kept telling herself that, her body betrayed her. Her flushed cheeks clearly spoke of something entirely different. Chapter 64. Meanwhile, Sheena Miharu paid no attention to their banter. Her calm voice carried a hint of sadness she couldn't hide. To be honest, I didn't realize Okifumi-kun and Sawamura-san were that close. Thinking back, maybe I was too impulsive. I should really apologize for causing trouble for both of you. Sheena took a deep breath. Starting from today wait. Airi cut her off, flustered. What do you mean by that kind of relationship? Sheena blinked, confused. Aren't you two dating? DD dating? Boom. Heat surged across Airi's face, practically steaming from her head. She wobbled like a crab fresh out of a pot, barely able to keep her balance. PFFT-ha-ha-ha. Okifumi couldn't hold back his laughter. And nope, we're not. We're just childhood friends. Not like what Sheena-san imagining. Sheena's eyes widened. So, they're not a couple? What kind of nonsense did I just blurt out? Recalling her words, Sheena's embarrassment hit her like a tidal wave. Her toes curled awkwardly in her slippers as she stammered, I'm really sorry, Sawamura-san. I jumped to conclusions. Despite the apology, a flicker of relief bloomed in her chest. So, that means I can still stay close to Okifumi-kun, right? Immediately, guilt crept in. Ugh, what a horrible person I am. Airi, now thoroughly overheated, remained frozen in place, her brain clearly fried. Okifumi sniffed the air and frowned. Hey, Sheena, do you smell something burning? Huh? Sheena froze. Her face turned pale. Without her usual grace, she bolted toward the kitchen. Flipping the hamburger patty in the pan, her worst fears were confirmed. It was completely burned. Ugh. She whimpered, devastated. At the dining table, Sheena sat slumped, disheartened. Airi, still red-faced, seemed lost in thought. Okifumi sat between them, amused by their expressions. A few minutes passed before Sheena broke the silence. I'm really sorry. I was planning to serve hamburg steak, but I messed it up and had to throw together some leftovers from the fridge. Airi glanced at the table in front of them, fried meatballs, cola chicken wings, mapo tofu, stir-fried vegetables, and a seaweed egg soup. Wait. 5 dishes for 3 people? And if not for the burger mishap, there would have been 6? That's leftovers. Where did this out-of-touch noble lady come from? Even I, the daughter of a diplomat, think this is extravagant. I think it's amazing. Airi admitted. Yeah. Okifumi agreed. Besides, if we're being honest, part of this is on us, right, Airi? Humphrey. She pouted but nodded reluctantly. Alright, dig in. The food's getting cold. Okifumi urged, picking up his chopsticks. Thank you for the meal. The 3 of them said. Airi followed, grabbing a meatball. Wait. What was I even worried about just now? Sheena may be pretty, but I'm no pushover. Her gaze drifted downward to Sheena's. Ahem. Seriously? How is she so well developed for her age? Biting down on her chopsticks, Airi refused to give in. No worries. Mugio and I are childhood friends. Childhood friends are unbeatable. There's no way some newcomer can just wait. Newcomer? A metaphorical lightning bolt struck Airi. Her face turned completely ashen. And no big deal. Just because she's new doesn't mean she wins. Eri, fear nothing. Besides, we have common interests. Just being good at cooking doesn't mean her thoughts were cut off as she took a bite of the meatball. Her eyes lost all focus. So good. How can something made from such simple ingredients taste this incredible? I lost. I completely lost. This is unfair. She whimpered through tears. Sheena blinked in shock. Sawamura-san? Is something wrong? Akifumi chuckled. She's just moved to tears by your amazing cooking. My cooking is that good? Sheena mumbled to herself. Be confident. And drop the question mark. Akifumi grinned. After dinner, Eri collapsed on the sofa, patting her now rounded belly with a satisfied sigh. Am I in heaven? That was amazing. Akifumi flopped down beside her with a grumble. How did you manage to eat so much? I barely got enough. Ignoring him, Eri pouted. Such a shame about the burgers. Those were supposed to be the star, and they went out in such a tragic way. Akifumi nodded solemnly. For once, their opinions aligned perfectly. Sheena, clearing the table, chuckled. You two are too dramatic. Still, seeing them enjoy her cooking filled her with joy. If you really want, I can make Hamburg steak tomorrow night. Eri's eyes lit up. Please let me come over for dinner again. Akifumi shot her a look but said nothing. It wasn't like she'd listen if he said no. Once they had recovered from their food comas, Akifumi asked, by the way, it's been a while. What brings you here today? Hey, guess what? Finished your manuscript? TCH. So predictable, no satisfaction at all. But Eri nodded proudly. That's right, all done. Not bad. Let me see it. Chapter 65. Akifumi accepted the manuscript from Eri and skimmed through it, his expression quickly turning serious and evaluative. A few minutes later, as he lay sprawled on the couch, Akifumi noticed his little brother acting unusually tense. He immediately adjusted his posture, subtly turning his back to Eri. What are you doing? Eri asked, puzzled. Too full. Can't sit like that, or I'll gain weight. And you think that position will stop it? Absolutely. Akifumi declared with a straight face, spouting nonsense. Eri hesitated but ended up mimicking his position. Akifumi quietly breathed a sigh of relief. Whispering under his breath, he muttered to himself, you just can't make things easy for me, can you? Always thinking about dirty thoughts just by reading manga. Sure, her art style's sexy, and the plot's solid this time, but this is definitely the wrong moment. Of course, there was no response. A few more minutes passed. Akifumi finally finished reading the entire manga and set it down. Instead of speaking immediately, he waited until his thoughts settled. Only then did he turn back around. Hearing the shift in movement, Eri nervously asked, so? How was it? It's really good. After a brief pause, he added, honestly, it surpasses all your previous works. If it weren't for the fact that your art style stayed the same, people might question whether it was even done by Kashiwagi Iri or not. Eri's smug expression froze instantly at those last 4 words. Idiot. Sheena-san is here. Don't go shouting that name out loud. She snapped, panicking. Had she gotten so used to Sheena being around that she'd completely forgotten to be careful? Sorry. Akifumi apologized earnestly. But she's in the kitchen, she probably didn't hear that, right? He then whispered, by the way, with Sheena-san here, I can't help much, can I? I didn't know she'd be here either. Eri sighed. So, what now? Sigh. Whatever. There's still plenty of time. After finals, I'll just finish it up on my own. Yes. No more extra work. Akifumi tried his best not to grin. By the way, Eri suddenly said, now that I'm done, isn't it time for you to fulfill your promise? Wait, his promise? Akifumi's stomach churned. Was this day already here? He felt an ominous pain in his gut. What wrong? Eri declared boldly. It's not like I'm doing anything scandalous. Even if my identity gets revealed, there's nothing to be embarrassed about. Somewhere, someone who did draw scandalous stuff suddenly felt attacked. Why do I get the feeling someone's bad-mouthing me? Eri shot Akifumi a suspicious glare. You're not thinking bad things about me, are you? Akifumi blinked innocently. What bad things? Eri scrutinized him for a moment before sighing and dropping the issue. Never mind. Just fulfill your promise. Introduce me to the warrior of love and hope, sensei. Facing her excited, expectant gaze, Akifumi hesitated. He sighed deeply. Just don't be disappointed, okay? Eri was baffled. Huh? Why would I be disappointed? Meeting my idol would be the best thing ever. Without explaining further, Akifumi gestured. Follow me. Eri obediently trailed after him. Just as they were leaving, Sheena Miharu emerged from the kitchen, Curiosity gleaming in her eyes, Okifumi paused and considered for a moment. Want to come too, Shina-san? Come too? Where are we going? She asked cheerfully. Ariri perked up. Are you a fan of the Warrior of Love and Hope sensei too? The joy of discovering a fellow fan lit up her face. Given her masked persona at school, Ariri rarely found anyone with similar interests. But with Okifumi's home being outside school grounds, she'd stopped hiding her geeky passions. Naturally, discovering a potential fellow fan made her excited. Unfortunately, Ariri had jumped to conclusions a little too quickly. Warrior of Love and Hope. Shina blinked, puzzled. Is that some kind of code name? It sounds odd. Okifumi's lips twitched. Yeah, I know the name was a bit strange, thanks for pointing that out. No, it's not like that. Ariri explained. They're a rookie manga artist I really admire. Oh. Shina nodded blankly, still not quite understanding. Ariri pouted, dissatisfied with Shina's tepid reaction. Before she could gush about the artist's greatness, Okifumi led them into his room. Wait here for a second, he said. Chapter 66, Ariri refrained from continuing the conversation and plopped onto the bed. Childhood friends, huh? Shina observed with a hint of envy. It wasn't that she envied Ariri's carefree attitude about entering a guy's room, rather, it was the effortless and unguarded relationship they shared. Ariri misunderstood Shina's expression and assumed she was shy. Why are you staring at me? Come sit too, she said warmly. Thanks. Shina smiled politely and sat beside her. Her eyes wandered around the room, taking in the layout. It had three main areas: the bed they were sitting on, a desk near the window, and the bookshelf where Okifumi stood. The shelf was split into two sections, one filled with light novels and manga, and the other displaying various figurines. Although the display was mostly full, it was still far from reaching the value of a one-wall, one-apartment kind of collection. But Shina wasn't paying attention to those details. Okifumi-kun room is surprisingly clean and tidy. The girl's natural desire to care for others kicked in. Before Shina could dwell on it, Okifumi returned with over 10 sheets of manuscript paper in hand and sat down. What's this? Ariri took the stack, her eyes curious. As she scanned the pages, her expression lit up. You've started drawing manga? Shina peeked at a few pages, intrigued. So this is manga? Using illustrations and dialogue to tell a story? This is your work, Okifumi-kun? It's amazing. Though impressed, Shina, being a manga outsider, chose to remain silent and simply listen. Ariri's reaction, however, confused Okifumi. The manuscript was for the third chapter of Anohana, a story any fan would recognize. Wait, did this mean you've never read it? He asked, bewildered. Read what? This? Ariri rolled her eyes. You just showed it to me today. Of course, I haven't read it yet. You've really been dedicating yourself to drawing lately, huh? Had she been so focused on creating that she'd missed all the latest news online? Knowing Ariri's personality, there was no way she would overlook her idol's latest work unless she'd been completely absorbed in her own project. Wait, what? Not only is Okifumi drawing manga, but Ariri is too? Shina's eyes widened in disbelief, her gaze darting between the two. Ariri tossed her hair proudly. Of course. Not that anyone was praising you, dummy. Okifumi sighed, got up, and pulled a fresh issue of Weekly Shonen Jump from the bookshelf, handing it over. You actually got the latest issue? Ariri's eyes sparkled with surprise. I went all over town after school and couldn't find it anywhere. Everyone kept saying it was sold out. She grumbled. It's not even a new volume, why is it selling out so fast? Here. Okifumi said casually. Ariri snatched the magazine eagerly but froze midway. Wait a second, weren't you going to introduce me to that author? Why are we reading manga now? At least she remembered her original goal. Okifumi gave her a deadpan look. You're the only one who forgot. Flip to page 158. Huh? How's that gonna introduce me to an editor? She muttered but obediently turned to the page. What she saw made her jaw drop. Mahiru blinked in confusion. Hey! Aren't these characters just like the ones from the sketches Okifumi showed us earlier? Ariri snapped out of her daze, her gaze fixating on the author's name printed beneath the title. The Warrior of Love and Hope. It's not just similar. She muttered. It's identical. Mahiru gasped. So Okifumi's work is being serialized in Weekly Shonen Jump? That's amazing. For most people, having their work serialized in a major publication was a monumental achievement. But Ariri's voice was unexpectedly calm. Mahiru, this isn't just amazing. Eh? Then what is it? Weekly Shonen Jump is the crown jewel of manga magazines under Shueisha. Ariri's eyes gleamed with a passionate light. Over a decade ago, it set a record with more than 6.5 million copies sold. For aspiring manga artists, getting serialized there is nothing short of a lifelong dream. Her fervor was contagious, and Maharu exclaimed in awe, "That's incredible." Exactly. Just calling it amazing doesn't cut it, it's super incredible. Akifumi couldn't help but quip, adding more super won't make it sound any cooler. PFFT. Maharu stifled a laugh. Akifumi-kun, you should be more considerate of girls' feelings in moments like this. Why didn't you tell me? Ariri suddenly exploded, throwing down the magazine and grabbing Akifumi by the collar. Her voice boomed, "Since when did you become this amazing? 2 simultaneous serializations in Weekly Shonen Jump. That's unheard of. I can't believe it, my idol, the warrior of love and hope, is actually my childhood friend? Even a light novel wouldn't dare write something this absurd. Have you been secretly laughing at me all this time?" She mimicked a mock villainous laugh. "Kuakaku. Foolish Ariri. Little did you know your idol was right by your side. Did it feel good basking in my admiration, huh? Admit it." Akifumi cleared his throat. "I mean, being admired does feel kind of nice." Maharu's lips twitched at his honesty. "Akifumi, maybe don't provoke her right now." Ariri, panting heavily, finally let go of his shirt and plopped back onto the bed. "You're not going to punch me?" Akifumi raised an eyebrow. "Why would I?" Ariri rolled her eyes. "For keeping it a secret?" She waved dismissively. "I was mad at first, sure. But thinking about it. When Madoka Magica entered the Tezuka Awards, editors probably contacted you right after the results, right? You probably had to sign a confidentiality agreement. Wow, you really know your stuff." Ariri huffed. "You think I've been entering the Tezuka Awards for nothing? But you could have told me the day the results were announced." Akifumi shrugged. "You had such a huge bias against magical girls back then. Wouldn't that have been like slapping you in the face?" Recalling her past statements, Ariri's face turned crimson. "Well, how was I supposed to know you were that talented?" My reaction was totally normal. Which is why I didn't say anything. A brief silence fell before they both burst into laughter. Akifumi grinned mischievously. "So, Ariri, how does it feel to find out your idol was right by your side all along?" "Don't ask me such a complicated question." Ariri shot back. "It's impossible to describe exactly how I felt: happy, excited, angry, frustrated. Basically a mix of everything. Bittersweet? Yeah, that's it. And now? Happy and excited," Ariri declared confidently. "With someone like you by my side, and my art skills will definitely get me serialized in Weekly Shonen Jump too." She flashed her trademark grin, showing off her little fang. "You better not say no after causing me this much emotional trauma." Akifumi chuckled. "Don't worry, I've already got it all planned out for you." Ariri's eyes sparkled. "Really? But after finals. Finish your current work and get through exams first." Deflated, Ariri waved her hand. Fine. I'll do it." Then she perked up again. "But hey, imagine how jealous people would be if they found out the warrior of love and hope was once my assistant." Akifumi rolled his eyes. "What are even saying?" Maharu watched the scene with envy in her eyes. Childhood friends are so wonderful. If only I had someone like Akifumi. Her cheeks tinged with a soft blush. Chapter 67, Time flew by, and soon it was Wednesday. As usual, Akifumi, Mujio and Shina Maharu walked to school together. By now, this sight was no longer surprising for the students at Toyogsaki High. Their classmates had long gotten used to it, and even students from other classes no longer batted an eye. Occasionally, they still caught a few envious glances, but that was about it. Although Maharu had explained things to her friends after rumors started swirling, it seemed her words didn't quite do the trick. At first, she felt a bit guilty, but before she knew it, she had somehow grown accustomed to the situation herself. "It's amazing what you can get used to, huh? Good morning, Kato." Akifumi greeted as he sat down at his desk, sounding as carefree as ever. Kato, however, was anything but relaxed. Her usually composed face looked visibly tense. After a couple seconds, she nodded and sighed. "Akifumi, I really envy you." "Huh? What's that supposed to mean?" Akifumi tilted his head. "You don't have to stress about exams. Your grades are perfect. Meanwhile, the rest of us are freaking out over failing." "Exams?" Akifumi blinked. "Wait, is today the start of finals?" Kato's expression hardened. "You seriously forgot? Is this what academic genius looks like?" Akifumi waved dismissively. "Kato, complimenting me won't improve your grades, you know. Also, just because I get good grades doesn't mean I have no worries." Yeah. Kato raised an eyebrow skeptically. "I'm serious. You don't understand the pain of always being ranked number one." "Then what is it, the so-called pain?" Even Kato, with her usual poker face, looked visibly stunned by this statement. When you're not at the top, there are always people ahead to chase. You've got endless potential and opportunities to improve. Akifumi declared dramatically. But as someone who's already at the top? What am I supposed to do? There's no one to catch up to, no room left to improve. Doesn't that sound utterly depressing? Kato fell silent, clearly at a loss for words. Behind them, Miharu couldn't hold back her laughter anymore and let out a soft giggle. Feeling their eyes on her, she quickly covered her mouth, blushing. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to eavesdrop. Akifumi grinned. It's fine. You're cute, so I forgive you. See cute? Miharu's face turned a deep shade of red. Flustered, she avoided his gaze like a startled deer. Kato gave Akifumi a deadpan look. Akifumi, you're getting way too good at charming girls. Akifumi's grin only widened. Oh? So are you saying Shina-san isn't cute? Kato paused, then shook his head. No, she's very cute. See? Then I was being genuine, not a sweet talker. Deciding not to engage further in Akifumi's antics, Kato brought the conversation back to the exams. Akifumi, as your friend, I have some advice. Don't repeat that nonsense about having no room to improve. People might actually beat you up. Akifumi laughed. Got it, thanks for the heads up. Anyway, let's hang in there for these exams. Summer break is just around the corner. Beaches, waves. Beautiful girls. Hold on. Kato said suspiciously. One of those words didn't belong in that list. Akifumi feigned innocence. You must be imagining things. At Shueisha Publishing, Mihari, the chief editor wants to see you. A colleague called out. Atosuna Mihari, who had been diligently working on a manuscript, looked up in surprise. Thanks. Any idea what it's about? The colleague shrugged. How would I know what the chief editor's thinking? After saving her work, Mihari grabbed her notebook and headed toward the office. She knocked politely. Excuse me, sorry to disturb you. Come in. The voice belonged to Chief Editor Minano Madam. She was seated at her desk, typing furiously without even looking up. Take a seat on the sofa. Help yourself to a drink. Used to her boss's busy nature, Mihari poured herself a glass of water and sat down, feeling a bit restless. What could this meeting be about? Had she made a mistake on a recent project? Was there a problem with a manuscript? Her calm demeanor began to waver. After a few minutes, Minano finally stood up, carrying a file. She sat across from Mihari and smiled. Sorry to keep you waiting. And not at all. Mihari stammered. Honestly, getting a chance to slack off guilt-free? Who'd complain about that? Though it would have been nice to know the reason for being called in right away. Minano cut to the chase. It's about Akifumi-sensei. Oh, Akifumi? Phew, that's a relief. Wait, there hadn't been any recent developments, right? Madoka Magica's second volume release hadn't even been finalized yet, and Anohana was still doing well. Could it be? A sudden memory of her last conversation with Akifumi surfaced in Mihari's mind. No way. Her face paled at the thought. Oblivious to Mihari's internal panic, Minano continued, thanks to the efforts of the chief editor, Akifumi-sensei's Madoka Magica has officially been greenlit for an anime adaptation. Oh. That's it? Phew. She had been overthinking things. Wait, anime? Mihari shot up from the sofa. What? It's getting an anime? Minano chuckled. Remember to manage your emotions, Mihari. It's important. I'm sorry. Mihari blushed furiously and bowed her head in embarrassment. Chapter 68, Minano Madam shook her head with a slight smile and placed a document on the table. This is the project proposal for Madoka Magica's animation. Please take some time to review it later. Of course. Mihari nodded eagerly, but her curiosity got the better of her. Wait. Isn't Volume 2 of Madoka Magica not even out yet? How did the decision for an anime adaptation happen so fast? In Japan, not every series gets a chance at an anime adaptation. While animations are mainly for promoting the original work rather than generating direct profits, production companies are still reluctant to invest in something that seems destined to flop. Sure, there have been rare cases where wealthy fans personally financed animations, but that's about as likely as winning the lottery. Given Madoka Magica's popularity, Mihari wasn't shocked by the adaptation decision. What stunned her was how quickly it came. After all, the first volume had just been released last month, and the serialization was only a few chapters in. It was like skipping appetizers and being served dessert before the main course had even arrived. Anyone would be bewildered. Minano, noticing her surprise, offered an explanation with a smile. Actually, this isn't that fast. Good works have more privileges. Even if a story isn't fully published, it's common to start simultaneous serialization and anime production if the content is promising enough. Besides, Okifumi-sensei has already submitted all the story materials to us. Mihari nodded thoughtfully. Right now, Madoka Magica is at peak popularity. Minano continued. Since Okifumi-sensei has already brought out a new project, we must seize the momentum. She laid out the schedule confidently. Volume 2 will drop at the end of August, and we're aiming to launch the anime in October. That will undoubtedly fire up fans' enthusiasm and increase sales. And that's not all, we're planning to discuss merchandise collaborations with Okifumi-sensei too. Merchandise? Mihari's eyes widened in shock. Her head spun from the overwhelming information. It wasn't her fault that she was acting like this, these were massive developments. Even senior editors at major publishing houses rarely handled anime adaptations, let alone a rookie like her. And now she was not only involved in an adaptation but also tasked with merchandise discussions? It was surreal. Don't worry, Mihari. Minano reassured her with amusement. Your primary task is to coordinate and liaise between the teams. Animation and merchandise production have dedicated departments. No problem. She thought confidently. Coordination? Easy peasy. Got it. Mihari declared enthusiastically, patting her chest with determination. But Minano looked at her with some doubt. By the way, didn't you say Okifumi-sensei once invited us to dinner, but we missed it due to overtime? Yes, that's right. Well, please contact Okifumi-sensei and set up a meeting again. We need to discuss these matters face to face, and we'll even treat him to dinner this time. Got it. Leaving Minano's office, Mihari couldn't hide her grin. Anime. Merchandise. Hee. By 12:20 p.m., she couldn't hold back anymore and called Okifumi-sensei. Before she could speak, a grumpy voice came through the line. Do you know how short high school students' lunch breaks are in Japan? Okifumi-sensei growled. You better have a very good reason for calling, or you'll face the consequences. Mihari shuddered instinctively, recalling the sheer terror of Okifumi-sensei's past reprimands. But she wouldn't let that intimidate her. Please calm down, Okifumi-sensei. I totally understand how precious lunchtime is. I went through that too, remember? I wouldn't disturb you unless it was super important. Curse my pride as an editor. But it's fine. One day, when I become chief editor, I'll reclaim everything I've lost. Fine. What's the news? Okifumi's voice softened slightly. Madoka Magica is getting an anime adaptation. Plus, some merchandise will be produced. Okifumi paused. Tell me everything. Mihari quickly relayed the morning's developments. I see. Okifumi said thoughtfully. I'll let it go this time because of the news. But if you dare disturb my lunch again, you know the consequences. Consequences? What consequences? Even if I were nailed inside a coffin, I would still use my decaying voice to defy you. Understood, Okifumi-sensei. I promise not to disturb you during lunch ever again. As a maturing adult, it's best to keep complaints to oneself. When would you be available for a meeting? She asked. I have exams for the next few days. How about Thursday evening? The sooner the better, she thought. That works. I'll send you the dinner details in advance. Now she understand. He probably did poorly on a morning test, which is why he was so grumpy. Classic student behavior. Unlike me, a former school genius. Maybe I should flaunt my academic success and tease him a bit. Mihari's imagination ran wild as she pictured Okifumi prostrating himself, begging her for study tips. She chuckled mischievously. Okifumi, sensing her growing madness, hung up with a furrowed brow. What's going on with her? He wondered. Maybe the job's stress is messing with her hormones. Perhaps. I should be nicer next time. Editors do have a tough job. Late nights, constant deadlines, no weekends. Poor corporate slave. Okifumi sighed, shaking his head before curling back up at his desk. He blamed the exam for making him sleep too much in the morning, and now the post-lunch drowsiness hit him like a truck. Chapter 69, Thursday afternoon. The final exam had just ended, signaling that summer vacation was just around the corner. Even though the exams were over, no one left the classroom immediately. Hiratsuka-sensei was scheduled to give some announcements, and anyone who dared sneak out early might face her infamous iron fist of love. That would likely come with the added bonus of a special summer assignment. Kato, how was the exam? Kato responded calmly, I probably won't get grades as high as you, but I think I passed. That's good. At least you won't need remedial lessons during the break, said Okifumi, grinning as he waved dismissively. But hey, no need to praise me for my brilliance. Kato gave him a blank stare. Your shamelessness is really getting out of hand. She muttered. Shameless? Me? No way. Okifumi laughed before turning to Shina Miharu. How about you? How did you do? Shina smiled gently. I think I should be in the top 10. Wow, There are some pretty strong students at this school. Akifumi remarked. Do you think you'll get first place this time? Kato asked. Akifumi blinked playfully. You want the truth or a lie? Lie first. I don't think I did well, but I tried my best, so it's up to luck now. Kato frowned. Wait, that's supposed to be the lie? What's the truth, then? Even if I intentionally made 2 mistakes, first place is still locked in. Kato was speechless. Why was she even talking about grades with 2 overachievers? Oh right, Akifumi started it. Never mind then. Sheena looked curious. Wait, why would you intentionally make mistakes? Kato answered before Akifumi could. To make sure he doesn't get a perfect score. Sheena tilted her head, confused. What's the point of doing that? Kato sighed. Sheena-san, remember this guy's twisted logic? If the gap between first and second place is too wide, it makes people give up. But if it's only a few points, it motivates them to try harder next time. He is basically doing it to give the second place student hope. Sheena looked shocked. What? There are people who think like that? Of course. Kato muttered. Akifumi's just that type of person. Akifumi smirked. Hey, Kato-san, are you secretly in love with me? How else would you know me so well? Sheena blinked in disbelief. Was this actually true? Kato remained expressionless. No thanks. I don't want to be accused of being a third party in someone else's love life. She glanced at Sheena and continued coolly, it's just that Akifumi's weird behavior is really easy to predict. Oi? What's that supposed to mean? Kato shrugged. Every exam in this semester, the gap between you and Yuki Noshita was really narrow. Oh? Akifumi raised an eyebrow. In our first year, you two had a 10 to 20 point gap. But now it's always within a few points. You're clearly controlling your scores. Akifumi rubbed his neck awkwardly. He hadn't realized it was that obvious. Would Yuki Noshita notice? If she did, she'd probably feel insulted and furious. But then again, if she gets mad, that might actually be kind of funny. Akifumi chuckled. Sheena couldn't hold back her curiosity any longer. But how do you predict other people's scores so accurately? It's not really predicting. Akifumi explained. I've just observed Yuki Noshita long enough to know where she's likely to make mistakes. Combine that with the exam format, and it's easy to guess. Sheena's eyes widened. That sounds terrifying. If Yuki Noshita ever hears this, and she punches you, I'll say you totally deserved it. Kato deadpanned. Akifumi shrugged. She's just too predictable, you know. Even when she gives it her all, she never gives up. That stubbornness is admirable in a way. Sheena pondered this. So Yuki Noshita has been second place since our first year? Yup. Kato confirmed. Honestly, I didn't expect Akifumi and Yuki Noshita to have any connection. We don't. Akifumi clarified. We've never spoken a word to each other. Then how do you know her so well? Sheena asked, puzzled. It's like that saying, your enemies understand you best. Just looking at her test mistakes tells me a lot about her personality. Is that even a thing? Kato waved dismissively. Sheena-san, wake up. Only someone as weird as Akifumi could pull that off. True enough. Sheena agreed. Hey. Calling me a weirdo is harsh. I was complimenting you. Oh, in that case, I'll graciously accept it. Akifumi grinned. At that moment, Hiratsuka-sensei stepped up to the front of the class, her usual stern expression softening into a rare smile. Alright, listen up. I know this is repetitive, but it's important, so I'll say it one more time, be mindful and stay safe during the break. And don't forget to show up this Saturday morning. With that, she paused dramatically. Now then. Go ahead and celebrate. Enjoy your well-earned summer vacation. Cheers erupted through the classroom. Woo! Sun, beach, beautiful girls, here I come. Summer dates and unforgettable festival memories, yes. Binge-watching shows and eating ice cream. Sleeping in and gaming all night long. Yay! The thunderous excitement practically shook the roof. Hiratsuka-sensei watched with a relaxed smile. Akifumi covered his ears, grimacing. Idiots. He muttered. Sure, the beach had plenty of beautiful girls, but did that have anything to do with them? Summer romances? More like heat stroke under the blazing sun. Gaming all night? Let's be real, their parents would probably confiscate their consoles by day 2. Still so naive, even after all these vacations. He sighed. As the noise settled, Akifumi turned to Kato. So Kato, any plans for the break? Probably a family trip first. Kato said thoughtfully. After that, I'm free. What about you? Staying home, of course. A summer without staying indoors has no soul. Kato shook her head in resignation. You really never change. Turning to Sheena, she asked, what about you, Sheena-san. Any plans for the break? Chapter 70. Huh, me? Sheena Miharu snapped out of her thoughts and, after receiving a confirming glance from Kato, she spoke up, well, I'll probably just stay at home, I guess. As she said this, she subtly glanced at Akifumi, who was busy looking at something on his phone. Kato noticed this little exchange, of course. At the school gate, alright, see you on Saturday then. Bye, Kato. Akifumi Mujio and Sheena Miharu waved goodbye to Kato. See you Saturday. Kato nodded at them before disappearing into the crowd. Sheena-san, you're not going to the karaoke with them. Unlike Akifumi and Kato, who were practically loners, Sheena Miharu was still pretty popular in class even with the rumors about her and Akifumi dating. Just moments ago, after their teacher announced the end of class, several girls had invited her to hang out. But Sheena had politely declined, and those girls had even shot Akifumi a knowing smile. It didn't take a genius to figure out they thought Sheena's refusal was because of her boyfriend. I'm really sorry, Akifumi-kun. Sheena suddenly said. Akifumi looked at her, puzzled. Why are you apologizing? It's because of me that everyone's misunderstanding you, and it's also my fault for insisting on making meals for you. So what? Akifumi reached out and ruffled her silky hair, messing it up without a care. Stop overthinking things, alright? Sure, you were the one who pushed for it, but if I really didn't want to, I wouldn't have agreed to it. Besides, looking back, I'm really glad you were so persistent back then. Thanks to you, I'm practically turning into a lazy bum. And your cooking? If I had to go without it now, I'll starve to death. Sheena's eyes shimmered with emotion, but she couldn't help laughing. Starving to death? That's such an exaggeration. Akifumi looked at her seriously. I'm being completely honest. If anything, you're the one underestimating how amazing your cooking is. And as for those rumors, anyone who believes baseless gossip like that isn't someone I'd care about anyway. So just relax, okay? He gave her head a gentle pat, as if testing the quality of a melon. Actually, I should be thanking you, Sheena-san. Thanking me? Sheena blinked in confusion, too distracted to even react to the head pat. Think about it. With you as my shield, most girls wouldn't dare confess to me. And only someone as brave and beautiful as you would even try. You're doing me a huge favor. Akifumi-kun, you're so sneaky. Sheena pouted, giving him a playful glare. You always know just what to say. Huh? Wasn't I just stating the facts? Akifumi feigned innocence. You were not. You're being sneaky, sneaky, sneaky. Now you're just being unreasonable. Akifumi sighed, shaking his head. As they chatted and laughed, they eventually reached the subway station. Well, I'll leave this to you, Sheena-san. Akifumi said, handing her his backpack. Sheena waved it off. It's just a backpack. I'm not the delicate, you know. Since he had plans to meet up with his editor for dinner in Chiyoda later that evening, he decided not to go home first. After saying goodbye to Sheena, Akifumi boarded the subway. Even though both his school and the restaurant were in Chiyoda, that didn't mean they were close by. Later that evening, at 6:30 p.m., the three of them were seated at their reserved table, led by a waiter. It's not some fancy restaurant, are you disappointed, Akifumi-sensei? Teased Mihari. Akifumi chuckled. What even counts as fancy? Those overpriced restaurants that scream luxury? If that's the case, couldn't I just throw money at them? Do I look like I'm short on cash? It's these small, unassuming places that often hold the real treasures. That's what I call a true feast. With his 8-figure bank account, even in yen, indulging in good food was no big deal. But Mihari, who had brought it up, suddenly felt a pang of regret. Ugh, you rich people are the worst. I should have picked a fancier place. This was on the company's money, after all. She could have gone all out. But no, she'd gone with this cozy little sukiyaki place. Sure, it was delicious, but she could only afford to come here every week on her own salary. Next time, I'm not making this mistake again. Watching their banter, Manano Madam couldn't help but smile. I've heard so much about Akifumi-sensei. I expected someone more absorbed in their creative world. I didn't think you'd be this witty. Akifumi grinned. Just be honest, editor-in-chief, and say that I'm an otaku. I don't mind. Manano laughed. In that case, don't call me editor-in-chief. Just call me Manano. Then why are you still calling me sensei? The two of them shared a laugh. Alright then, I'll call you Akifumi-kun. Mihari blinked, feeling a bit left out. Wait, how did they get so familiar so quickly? Am I the third wheel here? To hide her awkwardness, she took a sip of water. Manano-san, thank you so much for your support. I should have been the one treating you tonight, but instead, you're the one paying. Manano shook her head. If we don't take care of our talented authors, how can we expect to keep them? It's a mutual benefit, Akifumi-kun. No need to be so formal. While that was true, not everyone acted on it. Company policies were one thing, but a good leader made all the difference. Akifumi decided to let it go, silently vowing to remember her kindness. Alright, I won't stand on ceremony anymore. Let's get to the main topic of the day, shall we? The discussion turned to the anime adaptation of Madoka Magica and its merchandise plans. Chapter 71. After leaving the restaurant, Akifumi Mugio watched the two friends hop into a taxi and drive away, before turning his attention away. As the summer breeze blew, the coolness he'd felt coming out of the air-conditioned room was quickly replaced by the hot, sticky air of the season. Spotting an empty taxi, Akifumi quickly raised his hand to call it. He told the driver his destination and leaned back, closing his eyes, pretending to take a nap. Taxis in Tokyo are expensive. For a regular family, even taking one once a month feels like a financial hit. But for Akifumi, with his savings, it was nothing to worry about. Plus, the taxi fare was reimbursed by Shueisha. The dinner was nothing special. It was mainly to strengthen relationships. Along the way, they'd casually discussed animation and merchandise. The main topic about the meeting was to get Akifumi's opinion about getting the anime adaptation. As the creator of Madoka Magica, even though the contract clearly laid out the details, they still prioritized his thoughts. Of course, most creators would generally be open to animation. After all, it's great publicity, especially for those who only watch anime and don't read manga or light novels. Not to mention, animation brings in additional income. The income from drawing manga, especially from magazine serialization, is just a small fraction. Most of that income goes towards paying assistants, buying materials, renting space, and covering various other expenses. Real money comes from sales of the manga, animation royalties, and merchandise. When an anime is made, the revenue is split into two categories: first use fees and second use fees. First use fees are the money earned when the anime is first broadcast on TV. Depending on the show, it can range from tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands of yen per episode. If it's on NHK, it can be even higher. Since the publisher holds joint copyright, they take a cut of the fee, but it's much smaller compared to what they earn from selling the physical manga, only about 20% to 40%. Second use fees are paid when the work is used again after the initial broadcast, like when other TV stations air reruns, or when they sell DVDs or licenses to overseas companies. The most common second use scenario is the release of Blu-rays DVDs. For these, creators typically receive a 10% fee. However, the amount Akifumi actually gets is much smaller, around 2% to 3%. It doesn't sound like much, but when you do the math, it adds up. For example, if Madoka Magica gets an anime adaptation and a Blu-rays DVDs is released, here's what happens. Each BD set costs 7,000 yen, with 6 volumes. If each volume sells 4,000 copies, that's 24,000 copies total, generating 168 million yen in sales. With a 3% royalty rate, Akifumi earns 5.04 million yen. This is equivalent to printing an extra 56,700 copies of his manga. On top of that, the DVD sales further increase his earnings, equivalent to printing more than 100,000 copies of his book. Given such a lucrative opportunity, there's really no reason to turn it down. Still, some creators do choose to reject animation deals, but that's not Akifumi's concern. He's got no reason to refuse, especially when he heard the person handling the project was Shinbo. 1 word, solid. 2 words, easy win. He couldn't see any way this would fail. As for merchandise, the discussion was simple. Aside from the character figurines, was there anything else Akifumi wanted to design? To his surprise, he actually had an idea. He wanted to make Jinchai for one of his character, Mami-senpai. When he suggested it, both Minano and Mihari looked at him like he was crazy. They almost didn't want to respond, but after a few moments, they decided not to criticize him. Minano agreed to pass the idea along. Merchandise usually gives creators 1% to 7% of the retail price. As for directly buying out Madoka Magica, that's a no-go. Given the series' success, Akifumi quickly secured the highest 7% royalty. For the Blu-rays DVDs, Shueisha even gave him a surprise 6%. That was a pleasant shock. It must be because they were handling production themselves and didn't mind sharing a bit more. Akifumi was more than happy with the deal. Even if it was only 3%, he wouldn't have turned it down, so 6% was fantastic. As for doing things independently, Akifumi only briefly considered it before dismissing the idea. Sure, he'd make more money doing it alone, but how much would he have to invest? Starting an animation studio, building connections, it'd take so much time and energy. Not an option. Most importantly, Akifumi wasn't interested in any of that. Why work hard when you can just lie back and let the money roll in? Even if it's a little less, everything will be handled by other people. And he didn't need to worry about a thing. How awesome is that? He just lies down and collects the rewards. With those thoughts in mind, the taxi arrived at his destination. He took the receipt, had to keep that for the expense report, then got out and headed home. He turned on the air conditioning and fired up his PSP. First day of vacation, and there's still work to do? Who's got that kind of self-punishing personality? Living alone? It means time to play until you can't anymore. Suddenly, he heard a familiar voice with a tone of mild exasperation. Okifumi-kun, even though it's vacation, you should at least get out of bed by now. Then another voice joined in, more playful. I told you, there's no way you're waking him up like this. Well then, what do we do? Don't worry, I bought a can of herring today. Let's open it and put it in his room, then lock the door. There's no way he won't get up after that. Huh? Did she had some kind of grudge with him? He just wanted to sleep in, and now they're bringing out biochemical weapons? And locking the door too? Are they really trying to make sure I can't escape? Even though he was still tired, Okifumi couldn't keep his eyes shut anymore. They snapped open in an instant. And of course, he was greeted by the familiar faces of his two friends. I knew it was you, Ariri. You're trying to ruin my sleep. He was still groggy, hungry, and annoyed, but he didn't have the energy to yell. He muttered instead, it's the first day of vacation, you know. Why can't you just let me sleep in at home for once? Why torture me? When Ariri heard that, she just crossed her arms, snorting dismissively. As a manga creator with 2 series running in Weekly Shonen Jump, being lazy is just unacceptable. I can't turn a blind eye to that, whether as a fan or a fellow creator. Okifumi shot her a sarcastic look. Don't pretend to act like saint, you just want me to hurry up and teach you how to draw manga. Don't try to make it sound all noble. His words hit home so hard, he felt like he could hear her internal thoughts from across the universe. Ariri groaned in defeat. Okifumi-kun, whatever her reasons, it's time to get up, said Sheena, her voice suddenly taking on a menacing tone. She was smiling, but the deadly aura radiating from her made Okifumi think twice. Okay, I'm up. Okifumi chuckled nervously. I guess I can't stay in bed forever, can I? Trying to change the subject, he asked, so, what's for breakfast? Miso soup, rice, and grilled fish, replied Miharu. Ugh. Classic. Even though he'd been living here for years, he still couldn't quite get used to this traditional breakfast. Next time, can we have soy milk, fried dough sticks, or buns with porridge instead? Okifumi asked. Ariri grumbled, you should be thankful anyone's cooking for you. Stop being so picky. By the way, Sheena-san. This girl here isn't my problem. Okifumi pointed at Ariri. Don't prepare anything for her next time. Ariri immediately clasped her hands together, bowing her head with an exaggerated apology. I'm sorry. Miharu couldn't help but laugh. The breakfast ended, and as Ariri rubbed her stomach, she said, Miharu's cooking is so amazing, but when I go back to eat mom's food again, it feels like I want to her with you. You just exaggerating it too much, Miharu chuckled. Okifumi shook his phone. I have recorded it. I'll play it for Ansei Yuri next time I visit. What? When did you even do that? Right before you said that line, you bastard. Well, wasn't it Ariri being too much? Ansei Yuri works hard every day making you food, and you still complain about it? Ariri groaned in defeat. Chapter 72, Ariri lowered her head. I'm sorry. Please forgive me, Okifumi-sama. Well, that depends on how I'm feeling. Okifumi Mujio smiled as he put his phone back into his bag. This is what you get for trying to scare me with a can of herring in the morning. It's payback time now. After a short break, the 3 of them entered Okifumi's room once Sheena had finished cleaning up. While his room wasn't exactly small, having 3 people in it made it feel a little cramped. But there wasn't much that could be done. With his 8-digit savings, he still couldn't afford a bigger house in the ultra-expensive Central District. By the way, Ariri, aren't you interested? Ariri blinked. Interested in what? The upcoming plotlines for Madoka Magica and Anohai no Nami Hana wo Bakataki wa Madashire and I have all the drafts right here. Okifumi Mujio's words were like the devil's whisper, tempting people to make mistakes. Ariri hesitated, her curiosity piqued, but she forced herself to resist. No. I couldn't possibly be interested. But as a fan, I can't give spoiler to myself on things like this. I can't betray my own conviction. It was almost like she was trying to reassure herself, repeating her words with determination. Seeing that, Okifumi stopped teasing her, and then he flicked her forehead with his finger. Ow! What was that for? Ariri glared at him. I just wanted to wake you up. Even if you wanted to read it, I wouldn't even show you. Not even if we're childhood friends. Even without anyone monitoring, the spirit of the contract must still be upheld. Airi pouted and mumbled under her breath, Humphrey, fine, I won't read it. It's not like I was planning to read it right now anyway. Pretending she didn't hear him, Okifumi Mujio turned to Shina Miharu, who had been quietly listening. Shina-san, is there any manga you'd like to read? Shina Miharu smiled shyly. I've never really read manga, so I'm not sure what to pick. The only thing I know is the you make. Okifumi-kun, so can you recommend me something? Okay, no problem. Okifumi Mujio agreed without hesitation. After all, the things he drew were meant to be shared with others. He wasn't ashamed to have his friends see them. He grabbed Madoka Magica off the shelf and handed it to Shina Miharu. Shina blinked when she saw the title, then couldn't help but laugh. I didn't expect you, Okifumi, to have such a girly side. Though she hadn't read the manga, she had seen the TV show as a child. She knew all about magical girls. Girly side? Airi rolled her eyes at the comment, silently lamenting for Shina. I hope Shina doesn't end up crying over Madoka's fate. For someone with strong empathy, just watching Sayaka's downfall was enough to be heartbreaking. Okifumi chuckled but didn't offer further explanation. There's nothing like hitting someone with a surprise in the most unexpected way. How fun. His gaze shifted and landed directly on Airi, whose eyes were wide, eagerly waiting for a treat, like a puppy waiting for food. I get it. Come on, follow me. Okifumi Mujio shook his head helplessly, beckoning Airi over to the desk. Hey. Airi gave an innocent giggle and sat down in the chair. After finishing Madoka Magica, Okifumi remembered two more projects he had in mind. One was the ongoing Anohana, and the other. Well, it was just too perfect for Airi, so he had decided to bring it to her. He pulled out a prepared proposal from a drawer and placed it in front of Airi. Just take a look first. Airi obediently picked up the proposal, but her eyes widened with confusion when she saw the title. Shokuchiki no Soma. Shoku. Must refer to food, right? Was it something like Cooking Master Boy? But what about the rest of the title? What did it mean? Curious, Airi flipped open the first page. She quickly got lost in the story that unfolded. The basic setting was about a world centered around cooking, where the protagonist, Soma Yukihira, grew up working in his family's restaurant and always aimed to surpass his father. However, one day his father sent him to a prestigious culinary school in Tokyo, Toyoko Academy, to study further. The story was definitely engaging, but this is such a complete story, with character explanations and all these important details. Isn't his basically a fully fleshed out manga already? Airi voiced her confusion. In other words, why was he giving her this story to work on? You're right. Okifumi Mujio nodded, then added, I've got a clear idea in my head already, and I could start drawing it myself. But can you do it though? Not just drawing it, but you've got to meet with my standards. Airi blinked, her expression thoughtful. So, you want me to draw this? Well, it seems like you're not completely hopeless after all. Okifumi Mujio said, smiling. I don't know how to delegate drawing tasks, so I came up with the simplest idea: give you the content and let you fill in the details and imagination. Once you can meet my standards, you can officially made it. Airi smiled. That sounds too easy, though. Okifumi Mujio grinned back, you can always try. By the way, if you pass my review, this work will definitely be serialized in Weekly Shonen Jump. Do you get what I'm saying? It's a collaborative manga, and you'll get some of credit. Airi answered with so much energy. Okifumi Mujio rolled his eyes. Credit? My name won't be on it. But 80% of the royalties, volumes, animation rights, and merchandising are mine. Can you accept those terms? Okifumi Mujio asked seriously. As the daughter of a diplomat, Airi didn't lack money, but some things needed to be clarified from the start. Even if they were childhood friends, there was no way he would be generous enough to give her a free pass, unless they were married. Chapter 73, 80%. Airi pursed her lips and nonchalantly responded, just be bolder. And go for 100%. I don't need the extra money. As long as I can get my cereal in Weekly Shonen Jump, that's all that matters. Is this what they call the confidence of a rich kid? A little money doesn't even faze her? Well, considering her mansion is probably worth billions of yen, who can blame her? But did she even know how much could she make from a serial manga? Okifumi Mujio shook his head, sighing. I know you're a rich girl, Airi, and money doesn't mean much to you, but do you have any idea what kind of project this is? Project? Airi shot him a confused look. Rather than explaining right away, Okifumi switched topics. Do you know how many chapters Madoka Magica has? How would I know? Airi rolled her eyes. While I can't show you the later chapters, I can share this little bit info with you. The second volume coming out in August? And that will be the final one? Yuri froze for a second before exclaiming in disbelief, only 2 volumes? What are you, crazy? Even if don't chase money, with the current popularity of Madoka Magica, there's no reason to end it so soon. But, honestly, Okifumi thought to himself, I can't keep going without fresh ideas. There's no new spin-offs or anything to create, rather than forcing it, why not end it at the peak of its popularity? A series that redefined magical girls, wrapping it up prematurely. As a fan of this genre, I wouldn't be able to forgive myself for letting it fizzle out. But on the outside, Okifumi showed no concern. You said it yourself, I don't need the money. The story's about to reach its end, so why drag it out? Beautiful things always leave a little room for imagination. Yuri sighed. Fine. The publishers have probably already discussed this enough. They're fine with you doing whatever you want. What can I, an outsider, even say? Hopefully, the ending doesn't disappoint the fans. Okifumi nodded indifferently. He wasn't sure if fans would be disappointed, but he knew for sure there would be some tears. Anyway, about my new project Anohana, how many chapters do you think I'll draw? That familiar phrase. Yuri smirked. Let me guess. Is it going to be like Madoka Magica? Okifumi grinned and shook his head. Nope. I knew it, there's no way you just draw something short when you finally get a precious serial opportunity. But then, he added. Actually, it might be even shorter than Madoka Magica. Yuri blinked. Okifumi, you're just teasing me now, aren't you? She shot him an exasperated glare, then let out a tired sigh. If the industry finds out you're playing them around like this, you'll probably end up with a red face and get a good beating. To not be envied is to be mediocre. Okifumi didn't care about what others thought. After hearing his words, Yuri began to understand where he was coming from. So, you're saying I'll draw Shokyuji no Soma for a long time? Exactly. Okifumi gave her an approving look. In my plan, Shokyuji no Soma will go on for at least 200 chapters. Actually, the full story, without any side stories, would probably end up being 318 chapters. But, since he hadn't even drawn the first chapter yet, he couldn't just throw out an exact number. A vague estimate was the usual move, slowly increasing the number over time. 200 chapters? Yuri was taken aback. If he planned to release a chapter every week, that would take over 1,400 days for it to finish. Of course, there might be breaks or special plans that would make it take even longer. And even if it was just 1,400 days, that's nearly 4 years. At first, she might not have cared about the money. But after a few years of drawing, learning all the tricks, and getting no positive feedback and reward, burnout was inevitable. It wasn't about the money anymore. It was about getting positive feedback and some reward. Seeing that Yuri was deep in thought, Okifumi continued. Right now, it hasn't even started yet. 200 chapters is just a rough estimate. Who knows, it might even take longer than that. Spending 4 precious years on this. And not earning a penny. Can you still keep chasing that dream of being published in Weekly Shonen Jump? Of course. Okifumi cut her off before she could finish. Don't answer me now, just think about it yourself. Yuri fell silent. Could she keep going? She wasn't sure. Even though she initially wanted to argue, deep down, she knew that kind of answer would just be a half-truth. Her stubborn nature always got in the way. Ugh, fine, I admit it. She sighed and helplessly added, you didn't have to say all this. Okifumi shrugged. What can I say? We've got a special relationship. If it were anyone else, he wouldn't care at all about giving them a hard time. But with Yuri, someone he's known since childhood, he couldn't do that. I just hope you don't think the 80% is too much. Yuri scoffed, glancing at Shina Miharu, who was quietly reading on the bed, and muttered, if this really gets to 200 chapters like you say. Forget 80%, even 90%. All those dreamers mangaka who are still drying out their salted fish will be begging you to let them in on the story. And why? Because of the solo credit. If it were a CO-authored project, no one would bother with this small cut. But for solo credit, that's a different story. All the fans and fame would be hers. Not to mention, it's a series that could run for 200 chapters in Weekly Shonen Jump. The fan base built over that time would ensure they'd never have to worry about making a living. As for whether it'll really make it to 200 chapters, Yuri had full confidence in Okifumi. Anyone who could create a masterpiece like Madoka Magica was a master at storytelling. And not to mention, Okifumi's mind was sharper than anyone's. From childhood to now, he's been the top of his class. He was practically cheating. Maybe normal exams don't prove much, but maintaining the top spot in class all these years? No one who isn't exceptionally smart could pull that off. After hearing her words, Akifumi scratched his chin thoughtfully. Wait, 80% is still too low? Maybe I should raise it more? Ayuri's eyes widened, and she glared at him. You. Chapter 74, 80% means 80%, not a single bit less. I'm someone with a reputation in the inner industry world, you know. Working for you just to make a little money, do you think that's easy for me? TSK. Akifumi clicked his tongue in mild annoyance. Fine, whatever. Ayuri crossed her arms, about to nod in satisfaction, but then she froze. Wait a minute. Why am I so happy about only getting 20%? Akifumi, however, was in a surprisingly good mood. Now that he had a worker, this was a chance to sit back and rake in the money, plus, he was teaching Ayuri how to draw manga, which meant she will owe him more favor. Honestly, he couldn't even keep track of how many wins he'd racked up. He was practically on a roll. Let's start by designing the main character sketches first. Once they're done, show me. The main character is a redhead, with spiky hair like a hedgehog. At first glance, he seems a bit goofy, but when cooking, he's really focused and serious. I've listed all the details in the project plan. Next, for the female characters, make sure to stick to the project's guidelines, but try to make them a bit more sexy. Eh? Don't aim me, isn't his your specialty? Akifumi shot her a sharp look. Do you think I'm joking when I say this project is made just for you? Well, you don't need to emphasize this part. Ayuri muttered, clearly uncomfortable. No, really. It's your strength, so why not use it? Are you going to hide it and try drawing some completely different style instead? Seeing Ayuri lost in thought, Akifumi stopped talking and gave her space to think. Start drawing and think it through as you go. Once you have a draft, show it to me so I can guide you in the right direction and help with revisions. Once you've nailed the designs for the main characters, we can officially begin. For this summer, aim to finish the first chapter. Finish the first chapter in 2 months? Who does he think I am? Ayuri glared at Akifumi, clearly unimpressed. But she didn't say anything after all. She had chosen him as her teacher, and if she felt he was wrong, she would have to prove it with her own ability, not words. Good luck, Ayuri. Akifumi nodded as she sat down at the desk. Then, grabbing his comic tools, he headed outside. The room was small, and since a guest was visiting, he couldn't just kick the others out. So, the work area would have to be in the living room. The day passed quickly. To his surprise, after reading Magica Madoka, Shina Miharu didn't burst into tears. Instead, she smiled happily and said the story was fantastic and that she couldn't wait for the next volume. She also checked out the first chapter of Anohai Mita Hana no Nami wo Bakataki wa Mata Shiranai, Anohana, but since it was so short, she didn't have much to comment on. Still, she said she'll continue following it. After that, based on these 2 comics, Akifumi picked out an already completed series for Shina. Meanwhile, Ayuri was completely absorbed in her drawing. Thus, the first day of vacation passed quietly. The next day, Saturday, was the day grades were announced. For most, it meant that after today, their real vacation would finally start. Those who failed would be called back to school for makeup classes. For these unfortunate souls, their vacation wouldn't truly begin until after their retakes. But for Akifumi's group, none of this mattered. Kato's grades weren't exceptional, but she was only a bit weak in science, and even then, it was easy for her to pass. The one at risk was Ayuri. She barely passed several subjects. Although she sweat a little in panic, she still stubbornly declared, failing? No problem, I've got this. I guess the next time we'll meet is when school starts? Akifumi mumbled, watching Kato leave. Shina Miharu, puzzled, asked, don't you want to invite Kato out during vacation? Why would I? Aren't you too close? Akifumi didn't deny their good relationship. But it's so hot outside, and just thinking about going outside gives me a headache. Why would I want to torture us both by going somewhere for fun? Shina stifled a laugh. Even so, there are times when you have to go out. Hearing this, Akifumi slouched and sighed deeply. Even though he could easily have groceries delivered from Amazon, the trash wouldn't disappear by itself. And there was certainly work that would require him to step out during the break. If only everything could be solved without ever leaving the house. Akifumi sighed from the bottom of his heart. Right now, it was just him and Shina Miharu. Ayuri had said she wouldn't come to draw today because she was going out with her friends. Oh yeah, before we head back, come with me to the bookstore. Did something new catch your eye? After spending time together yesterday, Shina had learned a few new phrases. Not really, just some books in a different area. Shina nodded and didn't ask more questions. Before long, they arrived at the bookstore near the school. Akifumi was quick and efficient, finding what he was looking for in a matter of minutes. Shina glanced over at the books in his hands and quietly asked, are you into music, Akifumi-san? Akifumi was holding a few books about sheet music, piano, and composition. I used to study it a bit, but lately I've developed some interest in it again. Akifumi said that, but inside, he was feeling a bit resigned. It was still the same. If he could slack off, he would. But sadly, he hadn't found that one song he was looking for. The ending theme of Anohana, Secret Base Kimi ga Kuratamano, was too iconic to forget. The song brought an emotional punch to the anime that left viewers teary-eyed in its final moments. For anyone who have seen the anime, it's hard to imagine the show without that song. This summer, he had plenty of time, so he might as well try learning how to compose and remake the song himself. Would it be too much? Then again, he had studied music as a child, so it couldn't hurt to try, right? He'd let his genius shine and no one would question it. At the counter, after paying, Shina Miharu asked, "Next stop, the supermarket?" Yep. With Ariri now living here, their fridge, which could have lasted another day, was now completely empty. "Tomorrow, I'll make her pay for groceries. She's a girl, but she eats as much as I do." "Seriously, where does all the food go?" Sheena smiled and nodded. "Let's buy extra this time. Let's fill up our cart." "Do we really need that much?" "Well, you said you don't want to go outside much this summer. If we buy in bulk, we can go out less, right? It's just upstairs and downstairs. And it's not that hard to carry." Akifumi blinked. "Is she really an angel? Well, buying so much won't spoil, right?" "Not at all. It's no big deal." Chapter 75, by mid-July. Yug. Ariri let out a groan as she slumped over her desk. Damn it. The sudden outburst startled Sheena, who had been quietly reading. She looked up and smiled faintly at the sight of Ariri's defeated posture. "Did Akifumi reject your work again?" Ariri, looking as deflated as a wilted flower, sighed heavily. "Yeah. I was so satisfied with my work this time, but he still rejected it." Recalling the events of the past week, Ariri couldn't help but grumble. Every day was the same routine: wake up, go to the studio, then come back home to draw and revise. The cycle was relentless: drafts, revisions, and meals. There was nothing else in between, and the requirements were insanely demanding. Take this latest task, for example, drawing the character Megumi Todokuro. At first, Akifumi insisted that female characters should have a certain spicy appeal. Now he's saying it's too explicit, and the spiciness should be subtle and reserved, only revealed unintentionally. He's practically a demon. Sheena chuckled, but aiming for perfection helps you improve, right? I guess you're right. But it was just so exhausting. Revising drafts over and over was mentally draining. Even when she had a clear direction, figuring out how to improve the artwork was still tough. Still, Ariri had made good progress this week. Most of the main characters for the early chapters were nearly complete. And yet he says I need to finish one chapter this summer. How ridiculous is that? At this pace, Ariri couldn't imagine how she'd only produce one chapter. I'm going to make sure he regrets this. She clapped her hands on her cheeks, psyching herself up. Alright, back to work. Sheena watched her with a warm gaze, pleased to see Ariri back on track. Turning her attention back to her manga, she thought, what a peaceful day. Outside, Akifumi Mujio pondered over Ariri's recent sketch of Megumi Todokuro. Now that I think about it, that slightly provocative vibe is actually pretty nice. Megumi's simple attire subtly accentuated her curves, giving off an alluring charm. Her innocent expression, thanks to Ariri's expert touch, lost some of its naivete and gained a hint of mischief. But this portrayal clashed with Megumi's original character as a pure, country girl. Though in reaction after eating a dish sequences, it's absolutely perfect. After all, one of the highlights of Food Wars was the imaginative scenes after tasting dishes. That's when characters should look as spicy as possible. Frankly, having a Genshai master like Ariri on this project was a perfect fit. Her female character designs were far more captivating than the original. Even though Akifumi kept the designs close to the source material, her touch made them instantly more appealing. That was the difference between a pro and an amateur. Ariri probably didn't even realize it herself, but she had already mastered the art of understanding male preferences. She could effortlessly convey appeal through subtle details. From what Akifumi saw, Ariri was on the right track. The biggest challenge now was getting to the main illustrations. Back to Akifumi Mujio. Akifumi shifted his focus to his own project, Anohana. He had just finished the 4th chapter, and the 2nd chapter had received rave reviews in the magazine last week. Fans were deeply moved by the tension and drama he had carefully crafted. Comments flooded SNS. It feels like the characters are coming to life, like I can see Jinta running desperately toward that frozen place in time. The dialogue is gut-wrenching. How did the mangaka even draw this? Crying my eyes out. Damn it, why are there knives even here? Does the mangaka even have a heart? Kifumi couldn't help but smile at the feedback. It was clear that Nohana's second chapter was a resounding success, making all his hard work worthwhile. Unlike anime, manga couldn't rely on voice acting or background music to evoke emotions. Achieving the same impact required meticulous planning and creativity. But that made the sense of accomplishment all the more fulfilling. Music composition. Having read through several books on composition, Kifumi decided it was time to start working on the music. Though he could have skipped the books, they helped him grasp music theory faster. Using Cubase software, he pieced together a track based on his memories. 2 days later, he successfully completed the composition for Secret Base Kimi ga Kurutamano. The next challenge was finding a vocalist. Kifumi sighed. His own voice was decent, but his singing could give people headaches, not ideal for this song. Now where can I find a good singer? Despite posting recruitment notices online, only a handful of samples came in, none of which met his expectations. Well, as long as the song is ready by the final episode, it'll be fine, he muttered. Suddenly, his simple phone rang. It was already 10:43 p.m., and both Ariri and Sheena had gone home, leaving him alone. I wonder who's calling so late? Chapter 76, Spam Call? As this thought crossed his mind, Kifumi Mugio picked up his phone. Seeing the name on the screen, he couldn't help but look surprised. Why's this woman calling for at this hour? Though puzzled, he decisively answered the call. Hey kid, how's your summer vacation going? A hearty laugh came from the other end of the line. Kifumi sighed. Hiratsuka-sensei, even though it's summer vacation, please remember you're still a teacher. That rough tone of yours makes you sound like some street thug. Cough cough. Hiratsuka-sensei's face turned slightly red, and she spoke awkwardly. Yeah, I've been a bit too wild lately, sorry about that. But I bet you've stayed up all night playing games since you live alone. Actually, no. Though he did live alone, there were 2 key reasons he couldn't afford to be lazy: an angel named Sheena who showed up every morning to wake him up on time. Ariri, who threatened to toss smelly herring cans into his room if he dared oversleep. Oversleep? They'd show him the meaning of brutal punishment. Confidently, Kifumi Mugio declared, nope. I've been going to bed early and waking up on time every single day. My schedule is more regular than when school is in session. Seriously? Hiratsuka-sensei sounded skeptical. Are you really that disciplined? Absolutely. No, he wasn't, but even if forced, he had been remarkably disciplined this summer. Without dwelling further, Kifumi asked, so why are you calling so late? Don't tell me you're just checking in on my summer life. I won't believe it. Ugh. Even though it was faint, her tongue clicking sound came through the receiver. I need a favor, she said without any reservation. No way. Kifumi immediately responded. It was probably troublesome thing, better to enjoy his summer without getting involved. There are some reward. She tempted. Still no. It's super simple. If it's simple, do it yourself. Hiratsuka-sensei bit her lip and admitted with frustration, if I weren't abroad, I would task you. Abroad? TSK. Of course, what a wealthy lady. Jetting off the nation for summer vacation like that. Maybe I should take a trip there next time too. That sounds tempting. Fine. Kifumi Mugio relented. What's the deal? A friend of mine runs a live house and asked me to check out some issues. Wait. Live house? That's a venue for live concerts, right? Perfect for enjoying performances up close. They sell drinks too, right? Kifumi Mugio mused. So what's the problem with it? It's not exactly a problem. It's probably related to my college past. Hiratsuka-sensei's tone grew nostalgic. People who run live houses must love music. So, it had something to do with when she was in college, huh? Wait, were you into music during college? Kifumi Mugio asked, curious. Oh. Aren't you sharp? She confirmed. Yeah, I was in a band with that friend. TCH, that makes it even less appropriate for me to go. Relax. You don't have to do anything, just show up and listen to a few songs. If you don't like it, you can leave anytime. Her voice was like the devil's whisper, luring him step by step. Come on, don't you want to check out a live house? It's super fun. Kifumi was intrigued not because it sounded fun, but because live houses had connections with many bands. He'd been struggling to find a vocalist for Secret Base Kimi ga Kurutamano. Getting acquainted with the owner might make it much easier to find the right singer. Seeing his hesitation, Hiratsuka-sensei upped the ante. Help me this time, and I'll owe you a favor. A favor from the wealthy Hiratsuka-sensei and an introduction to a live house owner? What a deal. Hiratsuka-sensei, you're like a lifesaver. Kifumi praised her enthusiastically. Deal. Got him, Hiratsuka-sensei thought, breathing a sigh of relief as both of them smiled triumphantly. So what's the name and address of the place? It's called Starry, located in Setagaya. I'll send you the exact details online. Setagaya. That's about 10 kilometers away, kind of far. Should I call when I arrive? Don't worry. I'll send message that you will come. After hanging up, Okifumi Mugio received a line message within a minute. Address, Setagaya XXXX contact person, Ecchi phone, XXXX67 Ecchi. Why does that name sound oddly familiar? But someone from the same club as Hiratsuka-sensei would be pushing 30, right? No way he'd know anyone that age, must be a coincidence. Then another line message popped up, by the way, show up by 5 p.m. tomorrow. Don't be late. 5 p.m.? That's when the temperature rise to its peak. This feels like a scam. Still, there was no backing out now. Should I just leave earlier before the sun gets too hot? His thoughts swirled, but in the end, Okifumi decided to head out early. Glancing at the time, almost 11 p.m., it was time to wash up and sleep. Following his disciplined routine, he stood up from his chair. Okifumi paused and let out a bitter smile. When was the last time I had such a healthy schedule? Probably in elementary school. Chapter 77. The next morning came bright and early. Okifumi didn't bother calling Shina to help with breakfast. He rummaged through the fridge, whipped up something simple, and ate quickly. Before the temperature outside rise too high, he was already out the door. As for Iriri, he had called her the night before to give her a little break. Come to think of it, I'm not some evil capitalist. Why did I even say giving her a break like that? She was the one constantly pushing herself to draw, totally unrelated to me. Whatever, forget it. Hopefully, today would be productive. 11 a.m. Okifumi arrived at his destination, only to find it predictably closed at this hour. Guess I'll hang around somewhere nearby. He found a cozy family restaurant, air-conditioned and not too crowded. After ordering a meal, he noticed the free soda policy. No wonder high school students love these places. For students without deep pockets, a spot where you can chill, drink endlessly, and never get kicked out is basically unbeatable. With a satisfied sigh, Okifumi pulled out his Switch from his backpack and dove into gaming. At some point, it happened. Even for introverts, there's a place to shine on stage. Ah, that's right. She remembered watching an interview on TV. Inspired by the idea, she decided to join a band. That was the beginning of her journey with a guitar. Maybe someone like me can shine too? She approached her dad hesitantly. Dad, can I borrow your guitar? Oh. My daughter's finally interested in guitar. She was just a first-year middle schooler back then. Clueless about chords and utterly baffled by sheet music, her initial attempts produced bizarre noises that still made her want to hide under the covers when she thought back on them. But she stuck with it. For 2 years, she practiced for 6 hours daily. The videos she uploaded to video sharing sites gained tons of views and praise. Being admired at the school festival for her performance was exhilarating. But just as she was soaking in the glory, bam! Graduation. I swore I'd join a band in high school. But a month into high school, no friends, no band. Yep, I'm hopeless. Not only was she a klutz and a sports idiot, but she couldn't even look people in the eye when talking. Her conversations always started with an awkward She was one step away from becoming a total recluse. The guitar, which was supposed to help me make friends and shine, ended up becoming my emotional crutch instead. But she didn't mind anymore. She genuinely loved the guitar now. Yet deep down, someone like me will never have friends, right? Just as she was about to give up entirely, the TV blared again. Coming up next, a feature on the #1 club among high schoolers, the Light Music Club. Wow, I'm so jealous of people who get to be in that club. Some even have fan clubs for their band members. Encouraged by this, she decided to give it one last shot. She decked herself out with rock band patches all over her guitar case, wore a Bulldrocker tee under a pink jacket, and read a rock magazine at her desk, hoping someone would notice. But why didn't anyone come up to me? It was so obvious. Frustrated, she nearly smashed something. Were they ignoring me on purpose? No, that'd be soul-crushing. Desperate and lonely, she sat by herself at a park. Staring at her phone, she saw that her online fan count had surpassed 30,000. It felt like the internet was her only safe place. She was about to skip school entirely when someone suddenly spoke to her. That person invited her to join a band and even took her to perform at a live house. Although she hid in a box during the performance, I'm so glad I decided to pick up the guitar. Bachi-chan, also known as Hitori Goto, believed this wholeheartedly to this very day. Even though she still felt awkward and downcast around her friends, she had come a long way from middle school. And today was special because her friends were coming over. Is this outfit too weird? She fretted. Home attire included a pink pajama set, glowing star-shaped glasses, a tiny red top hat, a comedy mustache, and a welcome banner reading "One Day Patrol Chief." Oh no, they're here. The doorbell rang, and cheerful voices called out, "We're here, Bocchi-chan." Bocchi had no time to rethink her choices. As the door opened, the lively chatter of two girls fell into awkward silence. Pop. Confetti burst into the air. Still, silence lingered. "Bocchi-chan, you seem happy," the blonde girl remarked flatly. "Why yeah." Bocchi stammered, her face obscured by all the accessories. Oh no. Did I ruin the vibe? She was visibly deflated now. The red-haired girl tried to maintain a smile to keep her friend from feeling bad. "You must have been really excited for today, huh?" "Yeah." The blonde girl chimed in, forcing a grin. "Ah, Kita-chan's kindness is melting my heart." Bocchi felt giddy from the support. "Come in, please." "Thanks. Sorry for the trouble." Today was about designing t-shirts for their upcoming performance. Bocchi, who had decorated her room like a karaoke booth, felt mortified. But this was a rare and precious gathering of friends. Meanwhile, at 3 p.m. Akifumi finally set down his Switch and finished his drink. Wait, it's already this late? Time had flown by unnoticed. Games are seriously a time sink. He scolded himself. Next time, I'll be more mindful. He grabbed his stuff and left the restaurant. As soon as he stepped outside, the blazing summer heat hit him like a beast. Whoa, it's so hot. It was a whole different world compared to the cool indoors. But humans, being resilient creatures, always find a way to survive harsh environments. Wait. It's not like I'm enduring some apocalyptic challenge just walking in the heat. Even so, this temperature is unbearable. Chapter 79, Air Conditioning. What a brilliant invention. Truly a beacon of humanity. Even though it was just a few hundred meters away, by the time Akifumi arrived, he was already drenched in sweat. The only good news? The once tightly locked gate was now open, with the iron lock nowhere in sight. Thank goodness it's unlocked. No way did he want to go home and walk in this heat again. Descending the stairs into the basement, the dim lighting cast cool shadows across Akifumi, offering a welcome reprieve from the sweltering heat. As he approached the closed door and reached out to push it, a mature voice called out behind him. "Tickets only go on sale after 5, you know." He turned around to see a woman with striking golden hair and sharp features standing behind him. She wore a sleek black long-sleeved top, black and white pants, and a black satin ribbon around her neck, giving off a confident, no-nonsense vibe. For some reason, she looked oddly familiar to Akifumi, sparking confusion in his mind. Before he could speak, the woman mistook his silence for hesitation and introduced herself. "I'm the owner of this place." "The owner? Could she be Eiichi Sieka? Wait. Isn't she from Bocchi the Rock?" Akifumi finally pieced it together. She was Eiichi Nijika's sister, Nijika being the leader of the now disbanded band that had helped Bocchi during a crucial moment. This world is seriously small, he thought, shaking his head in disbelief. Returning to the present, Akifumi smiled politely. "Hello, Eiichi-san. I'm here on a request from Hiratsuka-sensei, who contacted me yesterday. I'm not here to buy tickets." "You're that guy Shizuka mentioned?" Eiichi Sieka gave him a surprised once-over. She nodded and gestured toward the entrance. "Well, come in first." Akifumi followed her inside. The layout of the hall radiated a clear rock and roll vibe at first glance. Sieka led him to the bar. "Have a seat." The two sat across from each other. So, Akifumi thought to himself, what exactly did Hiratsuka-sensei want me to do here? Before he could ask, Sieka ran a hand through her glossy blonde hair. "By the way, Shizuka never told me your name. How should I address you?" "I'm Akifumi Mugio, just call me Akifumi." Sieka nodded thoughtfully. "Alright, Akifumi, do you have an artist name? Have you released any music?" Akifumi froze. An artist name? Released music? Given that this was a live house, she was obviously asking about music, right? It couldn't possibly be about manga. Wait. Was Hiratsuka-sensei is messing with him? Of course, earning a favor from her wouldn't come that easily. With a sigh, Akifumi asked, "Eiichi-san, could you clarify what exactly you mean?" "Obviously, I mean composing music." Sieka blinked in surprise. Then realization dawned on her face. "Wait, did Shizuka not explain this to you? Do you think I'd be this clueless if she had?" Akifumi shrugged. Sieka let out a hopeless sigh. "That woman set me up again, huh?" She didn't seem particularly angry, though. "Honestly, I'm not sure what arrangements you made with her, but she just told me to come here, sit back, and watch the show." "Wait, Hiratsuka-sensei? She is your teacher?" Sieka's eyes widened. "Yeah." Curious, Akifumi asked, "Could you fill me in on the details?" I'm completely in the dark right now. Sayaka hesitated, then relented with a wry smile. Well, it's not exactly a secret. Back in college, Shizuka and I were in a band together. Wait, what? Not just a school club, but an actual band? Shizuka-sensei was into rock? Though it was unexpected, Akifumi found this intriguing. Because of the band, I often neglected my mother and Nijuka. Sayaka continued after a pause. Nijuka is my younger sister. Later, my mother was diagnosed with a serious illness and passed away shortly afterward. A nostalgic look flickered across her face. After that, Nijuka stopped wanting to go to school. One day, I styled her hair in place of our mother and took her to one of my performances. That experience sparked her admiration for bands and inspired her to learn the drums. As her sister, I had to support her dreams, right? Akifumi nodded thoughtfully. So you left the band? Yes. Sayaka smiled bitterly. Shizuka played guitar and handled compositions for the band. So Shizuka-sensei was asked to help with composing music and then sent him over instead? Which meant, looks like Shizuka still hasn't forgiven me. Sayaka murmured wistfully. Otherwise, she wouldn't have sent a random student in her place. Ijetchi-san, what happened to the band after you left? It disbanded. Sayaka said with a hint of melancholy. It was a band Shizuka and I built together. Without either of us, it couldn't be complete. Disbanding was inevitable. Akifumi nodded. I see. You see? Hiratsuka-sensei actually forgave you long ago. Huh? If there's a family crisis and a younger sibling who needs care, even if you wanted to keep playing rock, Hiratsuka-sensei would have found a way to end the band herself. Wait, what? Sayaka was stunned by the possibility she had never considered. Akifumi smiled. At least, that's how the Hiratsuka-sensei I know would handle it. Then why? Why didn't she help with the composition and instead sent me? Because she trusts that I'd understand her intentions. Even if it means owing a favor, I was the only choice to handle this. It's been years since the band disbanded, right? Having focused solely on being a teacher, do you think Hiratsuka-sensei can still compose music? Sayaka froze. Even as someone who now managed a live house and interacted with countless professionals, she knew that returning to rock wouldn't be easy. Realizing this, Sayaka smiled bitterly. So that's it. I misunderstood Shizuka all along. Her gaze softened as she looked at Akifumi. It seems she's done an excellent job as a teacher. Akifumi smiled. Actually, I can help with the composition if that's what you need. Chapter 80, can you help? Sayaka froze for a moment, then couldn't hold back a chuckle. Is what I said really that funny? Akifumi sighed, feeling a bit like he was being underestimated. Sorry. Sayaka covered her stomach, waving her hand. It's not that I'm laughing at you. It's just, you might not fully understand how good that person is. Oh? Does this mean Hiratsuka-sensei's arrangements are really that impressive? Akifumi's mind wandered back to the day school started, the image of Hiratsuka-sensei in the corner of the schoolyard. Her beautiful figure leaned against the wall, smoking, the nicotine filling her emptiness, but it couldn't cure her inner void. In frustration, she punched a defenseless tree, trying to distract herself from her pain. The victim, the tree, bent with the force of her blow, and for a moment, a faint sigh, a soft cry, and pure frustration filled the air. It probably died. Then his mind shifted to a much younger, livelier version of Hiratsuka-sensei, sitting quietly on a bench under falling cherry blossoms. Her black hair gently brushed her ear, exposing a beautiful profile as she gazed focusedly at a piece of white paper. The autumn breeze, soft and yellow, made notes dance across the paper, melodies as beautiful as the falling leaves. Hard to believe they're the same person. Maybe it's been too long since she was single, so she didn't notice how much she's changed. Akifumi sighed, muttering, seems like it's been a while since you last saw Hiratsuka-sensei, huh? Otherwise, there's no way you'd say something like that. I even wonder if my memories of her have been a bit off. Sayaka paused, then nodded. Well, we haven't seen each other since the band disbanded. We only talk through line now. It's not how I imagined it at all. She hasn't even explained things to me over all these years. Was she trying to be considerate? Am I that stupid? I'll have to make time to meet with her soon. Feeling a little melancholic, Sayaka continued from the previous topic. Back then, Shizuka's arrangements were still quite rough, but if she'd kept at it, I bet she'd be on par with some of those second-tier arrangers by now. Second tier? So she really had some talent. No wonder she'd want to ask Hiratsuka-sensei for help. But considering Hiratsuka-sensei's background, she probably isn't concerned about it. Clearly, it's not the arrangements, but the teaching job that Hiratsuka-sensei prefers. Shaking his head, Akifumi responded, well, I'm just offering you a backup plan. If you've got other ideas, I won't insist. Sorry, Ijichi Sika apologized somewhat sheepishly. Akifumi didn't mind. After all, collaboration is all about mutual willingness. At his young age, it's completely normal for her to think he can't come up with good arrangements. And even if she knew he had connections, she probably wouldn't trust them either. Besides, his suggestion was made with the thought of helping out someone close to Hiratsuka-sensei. If Sika wasn't interested, that's perfectly fine. Now that the matter with Hiratsuka-sensei seemed to settled, it was time for Akifumi to focus on his own business. Ijichi-san, actually, aside from helping Hiratsuka-sensei, there's something I need your help with. Sika raised an eyebrow, surprised, but still smiled and nodded. Go ahead. You've probably worked with a lot of bands, right? Sika chuckled. Well, this is a live house, after all. It's all part of the job. I was hoping you could help me find a band to record a song. Sika raised an eyebrow. Oh? Is it the one you mentioned earlier? She wasn't new to this business and had dealt with these kinds of requests before. If it was something simple, a band could make some extra cash, so she didn't mind doing a favor. Well. Akifumi shrugged, although I think it sounds good, I'd like to have professionals give it a try and see how it turns out. Do you have a demo I can listen to? Akifumi scratched his nose. I've got the melody and lyrics. Is that okay? Since he'd already registered the copyright, he wasn't concerned about others seeing it. Sika was surprised, but nodded. No demo? That's fine. Akifumi handed over a USB. The lyrics and arrangement are on here. Sika nodded, plugging the USB into her laptop. There were 2 files, one with lyrics and one with the music. She opened the lyrics and started playing the track. A gentle melody filled the air, evoking a summer-like atmosphere while a subtle sadness lingered in the background. Meeting you at the end of summer, dreaming of the future with grand hopes, don't forget. In August, 10 years later, I believe we will meet again, creating the most beautiful memories. Even without a singer, Akifumi could almost hear a soft, feminine voice in his mind. Her gentle tone unfolded a beautiful summer scene before his eyes. Sika, who had been relaxed, now looked more serious as she listened carefully. She continued, our first meeting was so casual. At the intersection on my way home I heard your voice. Let's go home together. Ah, fireworks shining bright in the night sky, a little bittersweet. Ah, the wind and time float by together, fading. Despite the simplicity of the tune and lyrics, the music touched something deep inside. It painted a picture of a bittersweet summer, 2 children, forced to part ways, but promising to meet again in 10 years. Thank you, I know you always said it. It's so hard, holding back tears as we say goodbye, that most beautiful memory. Sika couldn't help but rub her eyes, feeling a sudden rush of emotion. She hadn't expected the song to affect her so much. Tears she hadn't expected to fall started to well up. After a few minutes, as the song finished, the room fell into silence. Akifumi waited quietly, letting the moment pass. After a brief pause, Sika took a deep breath, trying to calm her emotions. Despite almost forgetting what she was like as a child, why could she still vividly remember those childhood friends? She gave a soft, almost rueful smile. I'm sorry. Huh? Why are you apologizing? Akifumi asked, puzzled. Because I was being dumb. Sika sighed. Because of your age, I underestimated you, thinking it was just some playful, casual thing. But this song. It really good. Chapter 81, Akifumi was speechless for a moment before shaking his head. Ijichi-san, you're exaggerating. Writing lyrics and composing music is never a simple task. Given my age, it's understandable not to be trusted. This song, I only got by because of some talent, but if I had to produce another one, I'd just be left staring in silence. Ijichi Sika couldn't help but chuckle. If you really had another song at the same level, I'd probably want to check out your brain in a research lab. Please spare me. Akifumi smiled bitterly, raising his hands in surrender. With the joke over, Ijichi Sika spoke seriously. I'll help you find a suitable band for the song. You can negotiate the price yourselves. Her response took Akifumi by surprise. I thought Ijichi-san would buy the rights to the song. Looks like you've completely underestimated me, Akifumi. She sighed, not really angry, though there was a hint of resignation. For a song like this, I don't think you'd want to sell the rights. Ah, am I that obvious? It's not about how you acted. A piece of work this good would only be handed over under very strict conditions. Anyone would be hesitant to part with it. It was easier to talk with someone smart. Akifumi nodded, smiling. Well, I'll leave this matter to you, Ijichi-san. Don't worry about it. After a brief farewell, Akifumi left. He was curious about the band Little Bocce's band. But it was only around 4 p.m. According to Ijichi Sika, the ticket sales wouldn't start until 5 p.m., and the performance wouldn't begin for a while after that. Plus, there might not even be a show today. Rather than sitting around, he figured he'd head home to play some games. As he stepped out of the starry shop and looked up at the glaring sun, Akifumi furrowed his brows. Uh-oh. He had been so focused on getting home early that he forgot that it was still hot outside. What should I do? Should I go back inside and wait for the sun to cool down? But what excuse would he have for doing that? Afraid of the heat? That would definitely get laughed at. Caught between his pride and the scorching sun, he hesitated for a moment. In the end, he chose his pride. I wish we had a driver app like Didi here in Japan. He sighed, realizing how much he missed the convenience of such apps from his past life. Time flew by quickly. A week had passed before he realized it. Ugh. It feels like I haven't done anything, and yet July is almost over. Akifumi complained. Ijechi Siyaka pointed out, Akifumi, before you say that, maybe you should think about how the rest of us feel. We're all adults here, with no holidays to look forward to. Akifumi awkwardly smiled at the group and said, thanks, everyone, for your hard work. I really appreciate it. It's just business for us. We're the ones who should thank you for letting us perform such a wonderful song. Next time, be sure to think of us for any great songs. The girls in rock attire laughed as they bid him farewell. With professional singers, the song can really make people heart-moving. Ijechi Siyaka remarked. When can we hear it online? Well, it's not the right time yet. We'll have to wait a little longer. While the song was moving in the anime, it's not the same as when you're dealing with an actual song. Anime and manga are completely different mediums. To achieve the intended effect, this song can only be used once in the entire series release. Whether it's the 8th episode with the diary or the 10th episode with the fireworks, none of those scenes can do the song justice. So, in the final scene, Akifumi smiled to himself as the image of that moment appeared in his mind. That scene would really bring tears to everyone's eyes. He thought, grinning. I see. Ijechi Siyaka said, looking a little down but trying to hide it. Well, when the song is released, you'd better let me know. Don't worry, Ijechi-san, I won't forget. But don't make me wait too long. I'll do my best. Akifumi nodded awkwardly. Shouldn't be too long, right? The final episode, episode 22, will probably be out by the end of November. Only about 4 months away. Shouldn't be too bad. He muttered. Anyway, thank you again today, and I'm glad I didn't take up too much of your time. It's no problem. I got a lot in return myself. Ijechi Siyaka waved him off. If it weren't for taking on this commission, I wouldn't have had the chance to hear such beautiful music. So don't worry about it. After a few more casual exchanges, they parted ways. Akifumi took a taxi and left the area. Glancing at his watch, it was 4:53 p.m. It was a busy day. I have to say, professionals really know how to get things done. Akifumi mused. Just 3 days after his request, he received a reply, and after some discussion, they set the recording time for today. Recording isn't easy work, he thought, having been busy all day. Though the band wasn't very famous, Akifumi was very satisfied with their performance. The lead singer's voice was perfect for what he remembered, and though there was only one lead singer, the other members were also talented. Initially, he planned for a solo version but changed it to a group performance after realizing everyone could sing well. This last-minute change caused the song to take longer than expected. Ah, I still have the remaining payment to pay. He remembered, pulling out his phone to take care of it. Now that the music's ready, I can focus on the artwork. That night, editor Tosuna, is there something you need? They had kept in touch, so answering the phone was casual. Mihari's voice came through the phone, slightly frustrated. Akifumi-sensei, the anime adaptation is almost ready. The director wants to meet with you soon to discuss more details about Madoka Magica. Another meeting? I understand. I'll make some time to meet her. Anything else? Also, the feedback from fans on the 3rd chapter of Anohana has been really positive. They hope you can keep it up. Mihari quickly continued, and finally. Her voice suddenly became excited. Thanks to the efforts of editor Minano, the 2nd volume of Madoka Magica is confirmed. It will be released on August 1st. Big news. Chapter 82, really? Did the 2nd volume of Madoka Magica finally get a release date? Akifumi's eyes lit up. And it's set for August 1st, such a perfect day. Given that Madoka Magica was a latecomer to the scene, Akifumi had expected to wait a little longer. But he never expected that editor-in-chief Minano would be so supportive. Even though Akifumi didn't experience the intense battles of July and August firsthand, the discussions among the authors were enough to show just how fierce the competition was. During these months, releasing a new volume wasn't just about the author, it was also about the editor's bonus. Everyone comes from similar backgrounds, So of course, no one is willing to back down. Typically, works released during these 2 months would need to be booked 2 months in advance, and even then, only those with the best results would make the cut. But Madoka Magica had a strong enough fan base and quality that it was able to jump ahead form the pack. Without that kind of influence, there's no way this could have happened. The timing of the release really matters for author. If a work drops at the beginning of the month, it's often more successful than a mid-month release. Not to mention the summer CM is a major event for otaku happening in August. Plus, with everyone spending money and hanging out with friends during the summer, by the middle of the month, their wallets will be empty, and sales tend to dip. For regular fans who don't have side jobs, this month is a bittersweet experience. The excitement comes from knowing a ton of sequels will drop, and there's the summer CM event to look forward to. The downside: even if they scrape together every last bit of cash they have, they might still not be able to buy all the things they want. I got it. Akifumi replied. Be sure to thank Editor-in-Chief Minano for me. Don't worry, just focus on creating a great work. I'll handle the behind-the-scenes stuff for you. That really makes me feel at ease. Akifumi said with a smile. Well, of course. Editor Mihari chuckled. I've learned a lot during this time, too. At that moment, Akifumi casually added, of course, it's also thanks to Minano-san being behind you, right? What do you mean by that? Are you saying I wouldn't be reliable without Minano-san behind me? Akifumi laughed awkwardly. I mean, it's just Minano-san's support is essential, right? Mihari sighed. Anyway, without Minano-san, Madoka Magica wouldn't even be able to release in August? And I wasn't joking about that. I didn't think you were. Akifumi replied, amused. I'll definitely remember your help, Atosuna-san. Next time, I'll treat you to a big meal. Now that's more like it. Mihari nodded in satisfaction. By the way, make sure to announce this news on SNS and to your fans. We'll be doing a simultaneous promotional push on our end. Got it. By the way, Akifumi-sensei, any interest in holding a book signing event? A book signing event in this heat? Even in a mall with air conditioning, it's going to be unbearably hot, right? He didn't really mind, but if too many fans showed up and the line stretched outside the mall, he'd feel guilty if anyone fainted from the heat. And besides, this is the final volume of Madoka Magica. The first volume barely got by with a single character death. Fans were already sending death threats. Who knows what might happen with this second volume? Well, Akifumi hesitated. Isn't it a bit soon for a book signing right after the second volume's release? Mihari didn't catch the hint. Nah, not at all. Actually, we could have held a signing for the first volume, but considering you had school, we didn't push it. Akifumi sighed. Let me think about it. Sure thing. Book signings didn't require as much preparation as a book release, so they could pull it off within a few days' notice. They chatted a bit more before Akifumi ended the call. Time really flies. It feels like summer just started, but now it's already halfway through. He opened his phone and checked SNS, where he saw fans eagerly commenting. Where has Sensei been lately? So quiet. I miss last month when there was a new post every day. I'm dying without Madoka Magica from Sensei. I can't survive without Anohai Mita Hana no Nami wo Bakataki wa Mata Shiranai from Sensei. Didn't Sensei say that Madoka Magica Volume 2 would be out in August? July is almost over, and we haven't heard anything. Looks like Madoka Magica Volume 2 is getting delayed. That's a lie, it's all a scam. Akifumi couldn't help but roll his eyes. These fans, talking nonsense as usual. Then, he smiled brightly. So you want news about Madoka Magica Volume 2, huh? Don't worry, I'll give it to you right now. His hands moved quickly, and soon a long post appeared. After a quick check, he hit send. Hello, everyone. How's your summer going? Did you go out with anyone special? In this scorching heat, did you go to the beach or pool with friends? Or maybe you went on a summer vacation with family? Just thinking about it sounds amazing. Too bad for me while everyone else is out enjoying their vacation, I'm stuck at home drawing. Otherwise, my editor would come at me with a knife. Shudders. I work hard during the school year, and now I can't even relax during summer break. But I chose this path, so I guess I'll just have to endure it. Anyway, enough with the whining. Here's the big news you've all been waiting for. That's right. Drumroll, please. Madoka Magica Volume 2 is officially will be coming out. What? Didn't we already say that? Hold on, don't worry, let me reveal the exact date. It's coming on the 1st of next month. Isn't that a surprise? Honestly, when I first heard the news, I couldn't believe it either, but it's true. I made my editor confirm it 3 times. Once might have been a mistake, but surely the editor wouldn't get it wrong 3 times, right? Before I go, I want to give a huge thanks to the 2 editors who've supported me since the start. And lastly, I'm probably a bit full of myself here, but I'm confident that Madoka Magica Volume 2's story will not disappoint. Who is Kibi really? What's their true purpose? What's the fate of Sayaka and Kyoko? What's the real plan of Hamura Aikmi? And what wish will Madoka make for herself? Oops, I think I might have spoiled too much. But hey, if it gets you excited, then it's all good. That's all for now. Hope you're as excited as I am. And of course, thanks again for your continued support of my work, including Madoka Magica and Anohimita Hana no Nami wo Bakataki wa Mata Shiranai. Thank you so much. After hitting send, Akifumi refreshed his page and smiled, seeing the flood of responses from his fans. Chapter 83, Last night I sleep really well. Tanaka woke up groggy, a satisfied smile lingering on his face. An entire summer vacation. It was the first time he had such a perfect chance to relax. With both parents out of the house, it meant one thing, freedom. A private home, just for him. Is too bad. Even though he was young, he hadn't managed to stay up all night. What time did he crash? 4 a.m. maybe 5? He couldn't remember. Grabbing his phone, he checked the time 12:30 p.m. Youth. Just a few hours of sleep, and he was fully recharged, brimming with energy. Good thing my parents didn't call to check in. If they had, nothing could have woken him up in that state. Explaining it later would have been bad. His mom will kill him. He made instant noodles and brushed his teeth while waiting. His stomach growled. After all, he'd played game the entire night without eating breakfast. Feeling hungry was only natural. But I felt like I forgot about something. What was it? As the noodles cooked, Tanaka opened his phone's notes app. Nothing. That is weird. I was sure it was something important. Why can't I remember it? He frowned, thinking hard. What was it? He was obsessing over it before going to sleep, and staying up last night was partly because of that. Why couldn't he recall it now? Then his eyes inadvertently caught the date, August 1st. Whoa, was summer vacation already halfway over? Oh well. July was unbearable anyway. August was a welcome change. Suddenly, Tanaka's eyes widened as the forgotten memory came flooding back. August 1st. Volume 2 of Madoka Magica releases today. Crap. He clutched his head, howling in anguish. He had planned it perfectly, stay up all night, go to the bookstore first thing in the morning, grab Volume 2, read it, and then crash. Now that flawless plan was in shambles, all because he overslept. The regret was suffocating. Well. Tanaka sighed. Forget it. It was already past noon, the perfect plan had flaws now. Being a little late didn't matter anymore. First, food. He should have felt lucky for waking up late. After all, if he had read Volume 2, sleeping would have been a whole other problem. 20 minutes later, with stomach full, Tanaka bolted out the door to the nearest bookstore. Do you have Madoka Magica Volume 2? The shopkeeper, barely lifting his head, lazily replied, Nope. Tanaka couldn't believe it. What do you mean no? It's such a hot series. Why run a bookstore if you don't want money? The shopkeeper smirked. Kid, I'll throw that question right back at you. Why want it if you're coming so late? You think I'm lazy? I hadn't even opened the store this morning, and people were already camping outside. Within 30 minutes, every copy was gone. Of course I stocked up, it just sold out that fast. What? Were people seriously that crazy? Camping outside before opening and clearing out an entire store in under half an hour? Even wild animals don't go that hard. Tanaka wanted to call the shopkeeper's story nonsense, but then remembered his own plan. Had he not fallen asleep, he would have left at 8 a.m. himself. Damn. They thought the same thing as me. Teeth gritted, he turned to leave. The shopkeeper called out. Looking for other stores? Tanaka's face gave it away. Don't bother. Every store with stock has already sold out. If you really want it, wait for the second shipment. When's that? Wish's efficiency? Probably by noon tomorrow. Tomorrow in noon? Tanaka's face darkened. That might as well be never. Waiting until tomorrow? Was he supposed to die out of frustration? No way. Tanaka stormed out. If this store didn't have it, maybe some other store would. But experience proved the shopkeeper is right. Tanaka searched every nearby bookstore under the blazing sun. The only thing he gained was drenched clothes and the same answer, wait until tomorrow. Damn it. He roared in powerless fury. Was he really going to give up? Desperation lit a spark in his brain, spinning faster than it ever did during exams. Then I know. Tanaka's eyes gleamed as 2 familiar faces appeared in his mind, Tadakuni and Tabata. Maybe. Just maybe. With trembling hands and a racing heart, he dialed. Tadakuni answered, sounding half dead, like a fish without a dream. Tanaka? What's up? Madoka Magica Volume 2. Did you get it? Exclamation mark. Tadakuni's voice became booming. Wait, did you miss it? I overslept. No time for that. Do you have it or not? Tadakuni glanced at the lifeless Tabata sprawled on the tatami like a corpse, his soul visibly drifting out. Tanaka? Is that you? Tabata whispered faintly. At his feet, the coveted Madoka Magica Volume 2 lay scattered across the floor. A sinister smile spread across Tadakuni's face. I have it. His voice dripped with false sweetness. But Tanaka, overjoyed by the confirmation, missed the ominous tone. You're at home? Don't move. I'm coming right now. I'll be waiting. After hanging up, Tadakuni's smile vanished. He glanced at the corpse on the floor, dragged it to another room, and tidied up. Looking at the ominous mangan on the floor, he muttered, Don't blame me, Tanaka. You chose this fate. With a wicked grin, he whispered, 10 minutes later. Thudding footsteps. The door flew open. A sweat-soaked Tanaka stood there, eyes glowing green, and hands outstretched. Quick, where is it? Give me Madoka Magica. I can't wait another second. TCH. Tadakuni reluctantly handed over the manga. Here, take it already. Chapter 84, yes, yes, yes. Tanaka let out an excited howl. I've wandered aimlessly for half my life without a guiding leader. If you're willing to accept me, I'd like to swear loyalty as your adopted son. Good boy. Shihara amused reply. By the way, how's the second volume? Is it good? Good? Hey. Shihara let out a cold laugh. Are you doubting Love and Hope Sensei? No, no. It's just a polite question, I swear. Although I hate spoiling things, I can say one thing for sure: this work is God-tier material. Shihara's gaze grew distant, tinged with meaning. God-tier? Whoa, whoa, whoa. Incredible. As expected from Sensei. Tanaka's faith was unshakable. Like a devoted disciple, he carefully opened the first page of the manga with reverence. Shihara wiped the grin off his face and stared at Tanaka with a blank expression. Deep down, he added silently, yeah, it's God-tier, but it also goes completely insane. 2 hours flew by. No. Tanaka's despair echoed through the room. His face twisted into an expression of pure trauma, color draining until he collapsed dramatically onto the tatami floor, mimicking a certain meme-worthy anime character. Shihara couldn't hold back anymore. He burst out in wild laughter. Ha 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 ha. After a while, the laughter subsided. A twisted expression appeared on Shihara's face. No, no. This won't do. How can such a masterpiece be experienced by just the three of us? This must be shared with more people. Shihara whipped out his phone, grinning as he scrolled through his friends' list. Meanwhile, in a luxurious mansion elsewhere, on a grand bed lay a girl with doll-like features. Her beautiful eyes had lost all their light. Beside her, Hayasaka anxiously shook the young lady. But there was no response. I can't believe that manga made her look like she'd been emotionally demolished by a dragon. I muttered, casting a wary glance at the manga beside Kaguya. In her imagination, dark energy seemed to coil ominously around the book. This thing's cursed, she thought. Just as I was lost in thought, Kaguya suddenly sat up, black hair obscuring her face. Her voice was ghostly. Hayasaka. I snapped her head around. Young lady? Are the 1-ton blades still in storage? What the? I stiffened, forcing herself to reply, yes, young lady. You've already tracked down the Warrior of Love and Hope's address, haven't you? Yes. Good. Kaguya nodded, her voice icy and bone-chilling. Send all the blades to him. Ai's years of stoic training nearly shattered at that moment. Young lady, are you serious? I understand. This beautiful, chaotic woman. Ai's fists clenched involuntarily. Back online, SNS users were in chaos. God, it's all gone. My sanity. Ha 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 ha. Why did I think Volume 2 would have a happy turn around? I'm such a fool. So this is how Sayaka and Kyoko's story ends? Damn you, author. Thanks a lot. They were so close to becoming friends. Why did it have to end like that? Hamura. My poor Hamura. In countless timelines, she never gave up even in despair. This is so heartbreaking. The concept of witches is just mind-blowing. At least some people are talking normally. Muttered Minano Matone, scrolling through comments with a satisfied nod. 9 a.m. me, yay. Volume 2 is finally out. 1 p.m. me, I'm done. Just destroy the world already. Volume 2 is perfect? Except for the part where my heart can't handle it. Why? Why does it end like this? My Madoka. I'm in pain. Literal pain. Why did I even read Volume 2? All the plot holes got resolved beautifully, but why can't I stop crying? Could you guys stop being cryptic? I didn't get volume 2, and now I'm dying of curiosity. Trust me, it's better if you never know. Authors don't have hearts. Wait, what does that have to do with me reading it? You poor, naive soul. Hey, author. Can I have your address? No reason, just wanna send some local delicacies. Have you ever tried slicing flesh with a dull knife? That's how my heart feels right now. You get it, don't you? This is what a true magical girl story is, hope and despair intertwined. I'm devastated, but it's so addictive. I feel depressed now. How did a manga do this to me? Too heavy. I can't handle it. Can't handle it. Just cry with me. Author, please, I'm begging you, change the ending. Manano Madam nodded with satisfaction. Looks like everyone loves this story. Chapter 85. Without a doubt, Magical Girl Madoka completely took over August within just a single day. Readers who finished the second volume flooded Akifumi's social media, anime forums, and fan communities with passionate discussions. Some eagerly dissected the plot. Others raved about the brilliant and captivating world building. Many lamented the abrupt ending of the series. But most notably, there was a flood of complaints from readers wounded by the heart-wrenching twists in the second volume. They accused the merciless author of being heartless. This wave of heated discussion naturally attracted curious bystanders and made the pain even worse for those who couldn't get their hands on the book. After all, even if fans detailed the plot online, it was impossible to capture the emotional impact of seeing the visuals firsthand. And knowing in advance that a beloved character dies? That only made readers even more eager to witness it themselves. Don't doubt it, tragic storytelling is oddly popular in Japan. The culture has long embraced a sense of bittersweet beauty, cherishing fleeting and radiant moments. Younger audiences, prone to sentimentality, often gravitate toward works filled with sorrow and heartbreak. Of course, after being emotionally devastated, readers often curse the author. But the moment a new series begins, they eagerly dive right back in. It's a simple truth: if a work can make readers mourn the death of a character, it's already a mark of excellence. On the other hand, if a book fails to connect, readers won't care how many characters die, they'll just quietly abandon it. In summary, if a story is well written, damn that heartless author. Readers curse but keep reading. If a story is poorly written, what garbage is this? Readers curse and never come back. So, including devastating twists is never the issue, the key is whether the work is of high quality. Following the release of Volume 2, Magical Girl Madoka achieved both physical and commercial success. Its phenomenal reception left many in the industry envious. However, after reading the second volume, even professional peers were left speechless, acknowledging its brilliance, the dark revelation that magical girls are destined to become witches. Kobe, the incubator maintaining cosmic balance. Hamura Akami's countless journeys through despair to protect Madoka. And Madoka's ultimate transformation into a divine being, erasing witches across all timelines. These brilliant plot elements left other creators in awe. But that didn't stop some from expressing bitter comments. What a waste. With this setup, they could have easily made 10 more volumes. Only a company as bold as Shueisha would let such a masterpiece end. The author is still just a high school student, right? So naive. If it were me, I would have milked every last penny from the fans. Their envious remarks were as transparent as they were petty, revealing nothing but their own insecurities. In contrast, there were those who saw the bigger picture. But isn't his second series already being serialized in Shueisha? It's doing pretty well too. Why do you think he won't be able to create another masterpiece? Let's face it, you haven't even managed to land a series in Weekly Shonen Jump, let alone create something like Madoka. Meanwhile, Akifumi remained largely unaffected by the online chaos. Apart from reading visible replies on his social media, he paid no attention to forums or fan groups. The following day, at Shueisha's office. Could you sit still for a moment, Mihari? Manano Madam sighed as she watched the restless editor pacing back and forth. You're making my eyes dizzy. Blushing, Mihari quickly apologized and sat down, but within seconds, her legs began bouncing anxiously. Manano chuckled softly, understanding the anticipation. Even after years in the industry, she too was eagerly awaiting the sales numbers. I wonder what the first day sales will be. Mihari muttered. The buzz from the previous day was impossible to ignore. Everyone at the company had heard about the printing department's phones being overwhelmed. The head of the printing division had even vented to Manano over dinner last night. Now, it was time to see just how far the frenzy had gone. The sudden ring of the office phone broke the silence. Mihari shot up from her seat but quickly remembered whose office she was in and sat back down, grinning sheepishly. She watched Manano with eyes full of anticipation. Manano picked up the receiver, her voice steady. This is Manano, madam. Yes, I see. Thank you. Don't worry, there will be a celebratory dinner for you two. Trying to raise the price? You should have waited to tell me the numbers first. Got it. I'll let you get back to work. After hanging up, Minano glanced at Mihari, who was practically vibrating with curiosity. Minano smiled and announced, the first day sales for Magical Girl Madoka Volume 2 are in 46,786 copies. Mihari's eyes widened in disbelief. How? How many? Minano repeated patiently, 46,786 copies. Mihari was stunned, struggling to process the number. After a long pause, she finally stammered, isn't that almost as much as the first volume's total first week sales of 60,000? A single day, nearly 50,000 copies sold. Could this number really be accurate? Chapter 86, Minano quickly picked up on Mihari's thoughts. She smiled and reassured her, don't worry, Mihari. If they're sharing this number, it's definitely been verified multiple times. If they made a mistake this big, it would cost them a hefty chunk of their bonus. Mihari immediately realized how her earlier comment might have come across like she was questioning their competence. Thankfully, there were no outsiders in the room. She scratched her head and laughed awkwardly. Ahaha, I was just so shocked, that's all. No other meaning behind it. Nearly 50,000 copies on the first day? That's insane. Minano nodded. Yes, the number was indeed staggering. Some lower-tier manga don't even hit that number in half a year, and Madoka Magica did it in a single day. Even as a seasoned editor, Minano found it hard to believe. But when she thought about it, it wasn't entirely impossible. It's summer break, so students have both time and extra pocket money. Plus, with Akifumi-sensei's teasers on social media and the company's heavy promotion, it's not entirely unreasonable for the first day to be this explosive. In other words, fans who might have hesitated or waited before buying skipped the deliberation phase and jumped straight into purchasing on day one. Sales will definitely drop after this, but even so, Madoka Magica Volume 2 is guaranteed to be this month's bestseller. Watching Mihari's excitement, Minano smiled. While it's risky to celebrate too early, a first-day performance like this was enough to leave the competition in the dust. At this point, even she couldn't see how they could lose. Minano-san, I'm going to tell Akifumi-sensei the good news right away. Go ahead. Minano replied. I should probably head over to the chief editor's office too. He's probably waiting for me. After the excitement of the volume's release yesterday, Akifumi wasn't in the mood to work hard today. He lounged lazily on the couch, enjoying the cool air from the AC. When his phone rang, he picked it up slowly. Hello, this is Akifumi. Oh, Atosuna-san. The sales numbers are out? Why do I sound so calm? Well, you've already told me the numbers are out, so whether I get excited or not won't change the results, right? Besides, the fans were incredibly enthusiastic yesterday. I spent 6 hours just reading their comments on my social media. With that kind of buzz, I can't imagine Madoka Magica flopping. You think I'm boring? Ah, don't worry about that. Just tell me the final numbers. I don't want to waste your time or phone bill. 46,786 copies? Got it. Not excited? Of course I am. I'm practically moved to tears. I never lie. Alright, I'll hang up now. Don't forget to come by and pick up the latest chapter of Anohana. Ignoring Mihari's exasperated tone on the other end, Akifumi hung up decisively. 46,786 copies. He repeated the number, a smile tugging at his lips. Not bad at all. I guess I'm officially a semi-popular author now, huh? He absent-mindedly opened the group chat he'd joined after winning the Tezuka Award. The conversation was lively as usual. 2 months. It took me 2 whole months to revise my manuscript according to the editor's demands. So jealous. I'm still stuck in revision hell. Isn't your release scheduled for September? It's already August. What can I do? I've been working non-stop these past 2 months. Reading their messages, Akifumi paused. Then it hit him. Many of the Tezuka Award-winning works were short stories, so they'd be compiled into a special magazine featuring all the winners. Even Madoka Magica, which was already serialized in Weekly Shonen Jump and had 2 volumes out, would have its first chapter reprinted there as a promotional piece. Not that it mattered much to Akifumi. While he was lost in thought, the chat kept buzzing. I'm so jealous of the warrior of love and hope, Akifumi-sensei. His work's not only serialized in a major magazine, but he's already got 2 volumes out. Even though we're only 1 rank apart in the awards, the gap in skill feels like an ocean. Did anyone buy Volume 2 yesterday? Of course. Ugh, I overslept and missed it. I didn't expect it to sell out so fast. Can someone lend me their copy? You'll have to wait for the second print. Volume 2 is incredible, so much to study and learn from. Plus one, I really want to crack open Love and Hope Sensei's skull and see how his brain works. That's terrifying. Are you a demon? Akifumi couldn't help but smile as he lurked in the chat. Who knew his peers could be so complimentary? Keep the praise coming. I can handle it. Though the skull-cracking comment was a bit much, let's not go there, please. By the way, since Madoka Magica sold so well yesterday, does anyone have insider info on the first day sales? Nope, but I'm curious. Same here. These guys. Well, since they're so eager to know, and I hate leaving people hanging, I'll just drop the answer here. Just got the numbers. First day sales for Volume 2, 46,786 copies. You're welcome. 46,786. Did you accidentally add an extra digit? Idiot. Check the sender's name first. Holy. It's the warrior of love and hope himself. Bow before the master. Sensei, do you need a human backpack? Teach me how to draw, Sensei. How do I become as amazing as you? Fast, talented, and handsome. Akifumi sighed as the notifications flooded in. Why are you all focusing on me instead of the sales numbers? Is 46,786 copies nothing to you? Though I have to admit, that last comment about me being handsome was spot on. Good eye, that one. Still, Akifumi decided it was best to stop engaging. This was supposed to be a peer group, not his fan club. If their editors saw this, it'd be awkward. Though, admittedly, it did feel pretty good. After all, praise from fellow creators hits different. Just then, the sound of the door opening interrupted his thoughts. Ayuri walked in, her eyes red and her mouth set in a pout, looking like she was about to bite him. Chapter 87, Sawamura Spencer Ayuri, a half-English, half-Japanese girl with numerous hobbies, had one undeniable love: ACG, anime, comics, and games. Out in public, she maintained the graceful facade of a refined lady, carefully concealing her identity as both an illustrator and an otaku. Though she appeared to have many friends at school, none were truly close until this summer, when she found a new confidant besides Akifumi Mujio, Shina Miharu. Their friendship blossomed, though no one could say whether it was sparked by Miharu's kind personality or her exceptional cooking. By now, the reason hardly mattered. Now, back to Ayuri herself. With a personality as straightforward as a child's, her emotions and thoughts were always written on her face. Angering her was laughably easy. But here's the weakness: Ayuri was also hopelessly sensitive. This trait made her terrible at handling emotionally intense stories. Despite wanting to avoid bothering Akifumi, her childhood friend and creator of Madoka Magica, Ayuri couldn't help but feel curious about getting an early look at Volume 2. But she never asked it directly. Finally, when the official release date was announced, Ayuri was ecstatic, just like countless other fans. The wait for August had been agonizing, but now it was finally here. Unfortunately, like many who underestimated its popularity, Ayuri failed to secure a copy on the first day. However, unlike the other frantic fans, she had an insider connection: Akifumi Mujio himself. As industry tradition dictated, Akifumi had received a few complimentary copies directly from the publisher. Authors often kept these for personal collections or gifted them to friends. Ayuri intended to get one. But just as she was on her way, Sayuri called and dragged her back home. Her much-anticipated reading session was postponed for another day. The next morning, Ayuri arrived at Akifumi's house at dawn, determined. She wasted no time grabbing Volume 2. Carefully opening it, she immersed herself in the pages. At first, Ayuri was delighted. Wow, Akifumi really outdid himself. The tension and visual impact are even better than Volume 1. She exclaimed. But soon, her excitement faded. Wait. No way. Please don't go there. The ominous foreshadowing in the dialogues and monologues filled her with dread. When Sayaka was shown sitting alone on a bench before being found by Kyoko, Ayuri's premonition reached its peak. Kyoko, cheerful, finally found you. Seriously, how long are you going to sulk? Sayaka, sorry. For worrying you. Kyoko, slightly bashful, what's with that? Doesn't suit you at all. Then the art shifted dramatically. Sayaka's face was revealed, twisted in chaos and darkness. The formerly elegant and beautiful style turned grim and oppressive. Sayaka, I just don't care anymore. I don't even know what I valued most or what I wanted to protect. It's all meaningless now. The once radiant soul gem turned pitch black as darkness consumed its last speck of light. Sayaka, hope and despair cancel each other out to zero. Now I get it. Even though I saved a few people, hatred and jealousy festered inside me, and I hurt my closest friend. The more you wish for others' happiness, the more you end up cursing someone else. That's how magical girls are made, right? Tears glinted in Sayaka's eyes as she smiled bitterly. The soul gem shattered, enveloping the world in darkness. Ayuri's heart sank, mirroring Sayaka's despair. but she inhaled sharply and steadied herself. No, no. It's fine, Ariri. Fans already predicted Sayaka's tragic fate after Volume 1, right? Even if magical girls turn into witches, it doesn't matter as long as I didn't know beforehand. She clenched her fists, resolute. I won't cry. I won't let it get to me. But then she witnessed Kyoko's heart-wrenching decision. Kyoko, don't worry, Sayaka. I won't leave you alone. Because being alone, it's just too lonely. It'll be okay. I'll stay by your side. With unwavering resolve, Kyoko impaled her soul gem with her spear, choosing to follow Sayaka. In the ensuing pure white world, Kyoko, who once stood as an enemy, smiled gently and extended a treat to Sayaka, who sat hugging her knees. The scene froze on their intertwined hands and a falling snack. Ariri's lips quivered, tears pooling in her eyes. She stubbornly held them back, whispering to herself, it's okay. This ending is perfect for both Sayaka and Kyoko. It's beautiful. But the tears kept threatening to fall. Then came Akemi Hamura's arc. Though Hamura survived, her words struck Ariri deeply. Hamura, I've probably been lost. For a long time. Living through endless loops, witnessing her dearest friend's death again and again, knowing that despair awaited each new attempt. Was living through that truly better than death? Ariri didn't know. All she knew was that she couldn't remain indifferent to Hamura's pain. Tears streamed down her cheeks. She quietly sobbed but stubbornly turned the pages. Finally, she reached the conclusion Kane Madoka's sacrifice. Madoka's resolute speech, her decision to bear all burdens and transcend into a godlike existence, was overwhelming. Ariri could no longer hold back. She broke down completely. The sheer weight of Madoka's words crushed her tender heart. Chapter 88, the suffocating pain filled her heart, and the young girl had no other way to release it except through tears. On the other side, Shina Miharu noticed this scene and was visibly taken aback. Without hesitation, she gently pulled the sobbing girl into her arms. Go ahead and cry. You'll feel better afterward. Miharu whispered softly, patting Ariri's trembling back. After some time, Ariri's sobs faded. Then came the scene that followed, a storming Ariri, eyes ablaze and fists clenched, stomping straight toward Akifumi. Akifumi blinked in surprise. He had no idea what had triggered this outburst, but one thing was certain, he couldn't just stand there and do nothing. He extended his hand and easily grabbed the collar of Ariri's shirt, stopping her in her tracks. Let me go. I'm going to bite you, you jerk. You're heartless. You're a cruel demon. Tears clung to Ariri's reddened eyes as she flailed her arms, desperately trying to break free. But their strength was clearly mismatched. She couldn't even budge against Akifumi's hold. This girl. Still the same as before, even after growing up. Akifumi sighed inwardly. It's just a story, why get so invested? He conveniently forgot how he had reacted when his friend had tricked him into watching Magical Girl Madoka. His response back then had been only slightly better than Ariri's current meltdown. Shina Miharu, who had been quietly watching from the side, couldn't help but smile at the scene unfolding before her. When Ariri finally wore herself out, Akifumi spoke calmly, I'll let you go, but promise you won't try to bite me again. Ariri's eyes glinted with stubborn defiance. Akifumi shrugged. Fine. We can just stay like this, then. Having regained a youthful body, Akifumi took care of his health diligently. Regular exercise had made him physically fit enough to overpower Ariri, whose frail, nerdy frame was no match for him. A minute later, Ariri acknowledged the power gap and begrudgingly gave up. Fine, let me go. She muttered sullenly. Akifumi released her, and Ariri flopped onto the couch, sulking in silence. Sitting across from her, Akifumi sighed. What's with the tantrum? They all died. How can you even ask me that? What do you want me to do about it? Akifumi spread his hands helplessly. Make it a cliché magical girl story with a perfect, happy ending? Leaving plot holes is bad enough, but that ending was just plain cruel. Are you trying to get your readers to come after you? Ariri opened her mouth to argue but was at a loss for words. She knew he was right, but that didn't make her feel any better about the fate of her favorite characters. She turned her head away, still upset. Shina Miharu, who had been listening quietly, chimed in with a smile. I actually thought Akifumi-kun's ending was quite good. What? Even you, Shina? Ariri's eyes widened in disbelief, as if she had just been betrayed by her most trusted ally. Didn't you feel sad at all? Of course. Shina shook her head with a gentle smile. But not that much. After all, it's just a story. Besides, I never really connected with the whole magical girl thing. Ariri's face darkened. She had thought Shina was on her side, but it seemed they were worlds apart. Shina continued, her tone thoughtful, Mommy-senpai found a new goal in the end. Sure, it looked tragic at first, but Kyoko and Sayaka became close friends, didn't they? Ecchi Hamura went through countless failures and near despair but was finally redeemed by Madoka's acceptance and comfort. And Madoka, as a divine figure, sacrificed herself to bring hope to countless others. Even though Sayaka's decision was a little regrettable, it was still her choice. Sheena smiled. If you look at it that way, isn't the story more profound and meaningful than just a simple happy ending? Ayuri was silent for a while, then pouted. That's easy for you to say when you're not the one suffering through it. From Hamura's perspective, it's an unbearable tragedy. She was forgotten by the entire world, even her parents don't remember her. That's not redemption at all. Well, I refuse to accept it. Okifumi shrugged. You're not alone. Plenty of people online hate that ending. Why not form a team and create an alternate storyline? Humphrey, fine. I will. Ayuri shot back without hesitation. As if she couldn't handle it. Speaking of which, Sheena suddenly interjected, Okifumi-kun, that ending you drew with Kibi and the mention of those beasts, does that mean Madoka Magica isn't really over? Is there more? Okifumi glanced at her in surprise. Well, who knows? He said cryptically. Of course, there was more. Madoka Magica had sequels, including the Rebellion movie arc. But since Okifumi only occasionally recalled his past life memories, he couldn't guarantee remembering everything accurately. It was better to keep things ambiguous for now. Ayuri's eyes lit up. There's more? Is there really more? Okifumi sighed at her reaction. Seriously? You were just heartbroken, and now you're all excited again? Had she forgotten how devastated she'd been just minutes ago? He shook his head. I didn't say that. What you think is up to you. Stingy. Ayuri rolled her eyes, but inside she was thrilled. If there was more, then maybe, just maybe, the tragedies would be undone. Sure, Okifumi hadn't confirmed it, but he hadn't denied it either. Hope glimmered in Ayuri's heart. With sequels, maybe the pain could turn into sweetness. Of course, she hadn't considered that the sequels might be filled with even more heartbreak. Sheena smiled as she watched the two return to their usual banter. Suddenly, Okifumi's phone rang. He glanced at the screen, a call from an unfamiliar number. After a brief hesitation, he answered. Hello? A calm, cold female voice came through the line. Hello, is this Okifumi-san? Speaking. You have a package. Please come downstairs to sign for it. Chapter 89, Delivery? Okifumi blinked in confusion. He hadn't ordered anything online recently. Why would there be a package? Despite his doubt, he responded, could you bring it up, please? Sorry, sir. There's a lot of stuff. You'll need to come down and confirm it yourself. A lot of stuff? What in the world? Okifumi's mind immediately conjured a wild scenario. Was someone plotting against him? Curious but cautious, he stepped out of his apartment and looked down the hallway. Sure enough, a large truck with Amazon's Express delivery logo was parked below. His suspicion eased slightly. Still, it wasn't like he could completely lower his guard. It was broad daylight in a bustling residential area, but you never know. If something bad happened, who would he cry to? Just as he was about to refuse and say he wasn't home, the delivery person added, it's a gift package from the editorial department of Shueisha. We kindly ask you to come down as soon as possible. The editorial department of Shueisha? Was this some sort of surprise from the company? Wow, they really know how to treat their creators. All doubts vanished from Okifumi's mind. After all, only his closest friends knew he was a manga artist. There was no way this was a prank from Ayuri or Sheena, right? Alright, I'll be right down. He said with a smile. Ayuri, who was nearby, perked up with curiosity. What's going on? The editorial department sent me a gift, though I have no idea what it is. That's awesome. Big shot author privileges. Ayuri said, clearly envious. Her eyes sparkled with anticipation. Someday, when I become a serialized author, I'll get gifts from the company too, right? I'm coming with you. I want to see what they sent. Okifumi nodded and looked at Miharu Sheena. Sheena-san, would you like to come along? I'll pass. She smiled warmly. It's almost time to start preparing lunch. Just tell me what it is when you get back. Fair enough. With that, the two of them headed downstairs. The moment they stepped out, they saw a delivery worker dressed in Amazon's uniform. She looked neat and efficient, with her blonde hair tied back in a ponytail. Okifumi assumed she was the one who had contacted him earlier. However, as he got closer and saw her face, he was taken aback. Wait. Is that Hayasaka Ai? The resemblance was uncanny. Okifumi vividly remembered her from that well-produced, comedic drama. Recognizing her identity wasn't surprising, but... Did I just get tricked? Since he knew who she was, it was obvious this wasn't some editorial gift from Shueisha. Fine, let's see what this girl is up to. He thought. Hello, I'm Okifumi. He greeted her politely. Airi, standing beside him, was equally stunned. A delivery worker this pretty? Something felt off. But she stayed silent for now. Hayasaka was also sizing up Kifumi. This was the man who had managed to make her lady react in such a way. It was worth paying attention to him, who knows if their paths would cross again. But, well, this is unexpected, she thought to herself. She had imagined a greasy, unkempt otaku but was instead faced with a refined and handsome young man. Honestly, with looks like that, he could make a living even without talent. Despite her thoughts, Hayasaka maintained a professional expression. Please confirm the delivery, she said formally. As expected of someone with years of acting experience, she was flawless. If he hadn't known her identity, Kifumi would never have suspected a thing. But he was no amateur in acting either. Where's the package? He asked with a perfectly puzzled expression. Follow me, Hayasaka said, leading him to the truck's cargo area. Two workers waiting nearby immediately opened the truck's iron doors. Kifumi's jaw dropped when he saw the stacks of boxes inside. Don't tell me. Kifumi-san, please confirm the contents, Hayasaka said. His mouth twitched. You're saying all of this? Yes, it's all yours, she said with a straight face, though she was desperately holding back laughter. Too bad my lady can't see this expression, she thought. And there's no chance to take a picture either. After reading Madoka Magica, she'd initially thought her lady was just being dramatic. But seeing Kifumi's face now, she kind of got it. Kifumi felt a chill run down his spine. What exactly is in these boxes? Razor blades? He was dumbfounded. But after hearing the contents, he started to understand why she came to him. Just to confirm. How many blades are we talking about? Not much, just about a ton. Should he be impressed by the sheer extravagance of the Shinomiya family? They were truly in a league of their own. Sending razor blades to an author? And starting with a whole ton? PFFT. Airi couldn't hold back her laughter. Pointing at the boxes, she asked, are you serious? All of this is razor blades? Without a word, Hayasaka took out a knife and sliced open one of the boxes, revealing stacks of gleaming blades inside. Airi was speechless. Wait. Is this really how Shueisha sends gifts to their authors? She had considered sending Kifumi razor blades herself after reading the second volume of Madoka Magica. But it was just a fleeting thought. She never actually went through with it. Now, seeing an entire truckload of blades was simply absurd. Ahem. Hayasaka feigned embarrassment. Actually, I must apologize to Kifumi-san. We're not here on behalf of Shueisha. We were sent by one of your fans. A fan? One fan who sends an entire ton of razor blades? This was getting more ridiculous by the second. Kifumi smiled bitterly. Can I refuse to sign for this? I appreciate the sentiment, but I can't carry all of this, and I definitely have no place to store it. Well. Hayasaka pretended to be in a tough spot. Don't worry. I won't make things difficult for you, Kifumi said with a smile. I'll take a photo and post it on SNS. That should count as me accepting it, right? And with this many blades, you could probably sell them for a good price. Consider it your tip for the trouble. After a moment's hesitation, Hayasaka nodded. All right. Of course, she had never intended to force him to accept the blades in the first place. Her lady's only request was to deliver them, not ensure he signed for them. Besides, package acceptance was always up to the recipient. If he refused, there was nothing that she could do. Chapter 90, it was the best possible outcome given the situation. Thanks for handling it, said Kifumi Mugio, relieved after taking the necessary photos. As the truck drove off, Kifumi exhaled deeply. How did drawing a simple manga lead to something this crazy? It's just absurd. Airi couldn't help but complain as she watched the truck disappear from view. Are fans really this passionate and this rich these days? She exclaimed. 1 ton of razor blades? Do you know how much money that's worth just as scrap metal? And they actually bought them at full price. The sheer grudge against Madoka Magica's ending must have been astronomical to spark something this extreme. If it had been Airi, she admitted she'd have just fumed silently and moved on after a few days. Kifumi shrugged indifferently. Who knows? Then Airi's expression turned serious. Wait, have you ever leaked your personal info? You think I'm that dumb? Then how did that fan get your address? With the financial resources and connections of the Shinomiya family, digging up a simple address wouldn't be a challenge. Of course, Kifumi knew better than to say that out loud. If they can send a literal ton of razor blades, do you really think finding an address is difficult? Fair point. Airi conceded, though she couldn't resist snickering. See? That's what you get for messing with Madoka Magica. Now fans are sending you razor blades. At least someone cares enough to send me razor blades. No one's even bothered with you. Okifumi quipped. Ariri's smirk froze, and she immediately fell silent. Back at home. Aren't you two supposed to be picking up a package? Why are your hands empty? Miharu asked, confused. Ariri grinned mischievously. Hey Miharu, wanna guess what it was? Okifumi rolled his eyes and headed straight to his room. What's wrong with Okifumi-kun? Miharu asked in bewilderment. Don't be fooled by that calm face, he's probably super annoyed right now. Ariri teased with a laugh. What happened? Oh, nothing much. Just a fan sending him a ton of razor blades. Seriously? Miharu was speechless, then sighed in disbelief. People really have nothing better to do, huh? Who knows? Ariri shrugged. Meanwhile, Okifumi wasted no time in his room. He edited a post and attached the earlier photo before hitting send. Thanks to my passionate fan for the one-ton gift of razor blades. Nearly killed me carrying it upstairs. Image attached. The comments poured in immediately after refreshing. Is that for real? A ton of razor blades? How rich is this fan? I can totally imagine the look on the author face must have been priceless. Kuakaku, that's what you get for being so ruthless. Feel the love, demon. Wait, what's the author address? Can the fan share it? Okifumi couldn't help but roll his eyes at the flood of reactions. At least this ridiculous saga was finally over. It was closure for those upset by Madoka Magica's ending. As for his address being leaked, he wasn't worried. Knowing the Shinomiya heiress, she wouldn't know his address. And given her unspoken agreement with Hayasaka, they definitely wouldn't pull anything that childish. Still. Has she met Shirogane Miyuki yet? If the heiress had done something this outrageous, it was probably because of that. But Okifumi brushed the thought aside. Not my problem. Time flew by, and the summer comiket on August 11th kicked off. Okifumi had no interest in the Holy War. He'd been to it before and didn't want to endure the blazing heat again. Ariri, however, took leave on the 13th. After all, it was her hard work on display, no way she'd miss it. Soon, August 16th rolled around. That day, the first chapter of Shokuchiki no Soma finally met Okifumi's standards. A thrilled Ariri dove back into her work with renewed enthusiasm. By August 28th, fueled by her initial success, she completed chapters 2 and 3. Seeing the timing was right, Okifumi took Ariri and her work to Shueisha on August 29th. In a small meeting room, Ariri sat nervously, clearly on edge. Relax. Okifumi reassured her, and she calmed down a bit. Soon, the editor, Ato Tsunamihari, walked in. Long time no see, Okifumi-sensei. She greeted warmly. Okifumi raised an eyebrow. Didn't you just pick up an Ohana's draft from me last week? Funny as always. Mihari replied, unfazed. She then turned to Ariri. Good to see you too, Ariri. Mihari had grown familiar with Ariri after regularly visiting Okifumi's place for drafts. And Shina too. She added with a smile. Hello, editor Atosuna-san. Ariri stammered nervously. Having been an editor for 6 months, Mihari exuded maturity and reliability now. She smiled warmly at Ariri before turning back to Okifumi. Just so we're clear, even with our connection, I won't hold back. Okifumi waved dismissively. Do whatever you need. I'm just helping you boost your stats out of goodwill. Should I thank you, then? Mihari retorted playfully. Of course. Okifumi replied without a hint of modesty. Mihari shook her head, amused, and turned back to Ariri. Alright, let's see the manuscript. Yes. Here it is. Ariri handed over the carefully prepared pages. Mihari removed the cover sheet to reveal the title, Shokuchiki no Soma. On the cover, a confident red-haired boy grinned alongside a serious yet proud blonde girl. Just from the cover design and character composition, Mihari's eyes lit up. This looks amazing. She exclaimed instinctively. If the content is on par with this cover, getting serialized shouldn't be a problem. She glanced at Okifumi. Looks like I owe you a thank you after all. Of course. Okifumi said smugly. Mihari chuckled and focused on reading the manuscript. Half an hour later, she sighed and put it down. Ariri anxiously asked, well? How was it? I can't wait to see how the story unfolds. Atosuna Mihari smiled. Which means? It's approved. Chapter 91. In a moment of surprise, Ariri froze, her blue eyes widening as she smiled with excitement. Did it really pass? Yes. Smiled Mihari, nodding. She couldn't help but think, this is the right reaction. She glanced at the person beside Ariri, and thought. Is this guy heart-made form stone? Who else could remain so calm after something like this? Mugio, I passed. I really passed? Ariri shouted excitedly. Yeah, I heard you. Okifumi replied, rubbing his ear. Can't she keep it down a little? And why is she so hyped about this? Congrats. He added casually, but maybe try to calm down a bit. All this is just the initial assessment. He continued. There's still a long way to go before an actual serialization. What? Ariri's face froze, the joy fading as she processed his words. But didn't I pass? It only passed here. Okifumi explained, gesturing to Mihari for more details. Is it just me, or is this guy getting better at giving me orders? Mihari thought with a sigh but smiled as she explained to Ariri, well, like Okifumi-san said, this is just my approval. The final decision comes from the editorial board after a meeting. She added, once they approve, that's when it can actually move forward. And with several projects already ahead, it'll take some time before it officially gets serialized. Oh. Ariri slumped a little, muttering, why does it have to be like this? Mihari couldn't help but feel a little helpless. I'm just a small editor, there's no way I can control any of this. But don't worry. With a work of this quality, serialization is just a formality. She reassured. After all, she'd been analyzing a lot of the works in her magazine recently, and Shokuchi no Soma definitely stood out. Its unique art style, interesting characters, and compelling story made it superior to many currently serialized works. If this doesn't get serialized, something's wrong. She thought, her eyes gleaming with excitement. Once it gets serialized, it'll definitely receive great reviews. Mihari said with enthusiasm, looking at Ariri. She mentally added, this is my second big project. And this one definitely doesn't have the same rebel vibe as the first. Maybe I can actually train her into a real asset. But then, a thought crossed her mind, and she sighed. Wait. Aren't they childhood friends? The bond between childhood friends, that was a tough one to beat, even for an editor and author who were getting closer by the day. Sighing internally, she realized, even before this second big project of mine is fully formed, it already feels like a lost cause. Annoyed, she tried to brush it off. Meanwhile, Okifumi looked at Mihari, puzzled by her sudden shift in expression. If only he knew the whirlwind of thoughts running through her mind in those few seconds. Trying to lighten the mood, Okifumi turned to Ariri and said, well, this is just how it goes. And hey, you can take this time to draw even more, right? Ariri sighed. I guess that's all I can do now. Anyway, thank you so much for all your help, Otosuna-san. Mihari felt a rush of pride. Is this what it feels like to be an editor? A simple thank you from Ariri made her feel on top of the world. No need to thank me, it's my duty as an editor. Mihari grinned, patting her chest proudly. She thought to herself, maybe there's still hope for this project after all? Then, turning to Okifumi, she casually asked, hey, do you have some time after this? Huh? What's up? Okifumi was a bit confused. The meeting today was supposed to be just about Ariri. Ariri raised her hand, asking, should I leave? No, it's not confidential. Mihari waved her off. It's fine for you to stay. Well, she continued, I just got word that the first episode of Madoka Magica's anime adaptation is finished. Would you like to see it? Already finished? Okifumi was taken aback, but then thought, well, that makes sense. If they're aiming for an October release with the full season, they must have finished the first episode already. Back at the end of July, he'd been talking with the director of the project, Shinbo Ecchi, about this very thing. Despite his initial hesitation toward the passionate and older male director, he'd gotten used to it over time. In fact, he even started enjoying the attention a little. Now, they were friends, though the age gap was noticeable. Of course I'd love to see it. Okifumi smiled. I'm also a fan of Shinbo-san too. How could I miss the chance to see his work? Mihari laughed. Isn't it because it's your own work being turned into an anime? Well, that too. Okifumi chuckled. Meanwhile, Ariri, who had been quietly listening, suddenly snapped back to attention. Wait a second. She exclaimed. Did you just say Madoka Magica is getting an anime adaptation? Does that mean Madoka Magica is becoming an anime? Ariri was clearly excited. Okifumi blinked in surprise. Didn't I mention that? What do you mean? She asked. I thought I said Madoka Magica will be airing in October, alongside the new fall anime lineup. He explained. Ariri frowned. I never heard anything about this. Her eyes gleamed dangerously, and she grinned, showing off her little fangs. She looked ready to pounce. Okifumi turned away, a little embarrassed. Well, don't worry about the details. It's not too late to find out now. Want to watch it together? Yes. Ariri answered without hesitation. Okifumi smiled, deciding to forgive her for not telling her earlier. Wait. He paused. Weren't you crying your eyes out over the ending? How can you still watch it? I didn't cry my eyes out. Ariri blushed, quickly defending herself. It was just a sad ending, okay? I wasn't crying. Right, right. Okifumi teased. Airi frowned, a little flustered. But seriously, you wouldn't stop eating spicy snacks just because one of them was too hot, would you? Okifumi chuckled. That actually makes sense. Mihari, listening to the conversation, felt a little embarrassed. I'm really a pro editor. No matter the work, I will never wavers. Mihari couldn't help but smile awkwardly as Airi looked up to her. Chapter 92, Mihari suddenly froze. Speaking of which, I don't remember crying when I saw the original draft. Did I cry? That much? At times like this, shouldn't you be praising me? I was able to hold back my pain and finish drawing that heartbreaking conclusion. Shut up, you heartless person. As the two bickered, Mihari smiled and gestured for them to follow her. Half an hour later. Just as expected from Shinbo-san, this is impressive. After watching the first episode of Madoka Magica, Airi let out a satisfied sigh. While the manga was already great and let her imagine everything, the animation brought a completely different feeling. Even though she already knew the plot, she still couldn't help but feel excited. Yeah. Okifumi nodded in agreement, remarking, I'm really looking forward to the third episode, especially when Mommy-chan turns to witch. I wonder how Shinbo-san will handle that scene? Are you serious? Airi's mood shifted from happy to horrified as the fear of the Madoka Magica plot twisted in her mind. Shut up. Her eyes narrowed, fuming. TSK. It's truly painful to immerse yourself in the main character's perspective. But if you shift to the perspective of an outsider, seeing all those fans suffering, yet still eagerly waiting for the next update, that feeling is just exquisite. What? You want me to see things from Kibi's perspective? Even Satan would get a tattoo of you. Mihari, who had been quietly listening, couldn't help but twitch at the exchange. She pushed through the awkwardness and said, as expected of Okifumi-san, you definitely look at things from a completely different perspective. Ah, you're too kind, Otosuna-san. Okifumi smiled. Is he really seeing things differently? No, he's just being a jerk. He just wants to see me suffer. Humphrey. Airi glared at the two, narrowing her eyes. By the way, Otosuna-san. I'm almost done with an ohana. Mihari was confused for a moment before she couldn't help but voice her disbelief. An ohana only started serialization in July, right? 2 months in, and you're telling me you're almost done? Well, calm down. Okifumi raised his hand, signaling for Mihari to relax, then innocently added, I didn't say I'm done yet. I knew it. There's no way it's done this quickly. Okifumi explained further, I said I'm almost done. If I push myself a little more tomorrow and the day after, I should be able to finish the last panel? Mihari looked at him with dead fish eyes, coldly staring. What's the difference between almost done and done? Oh, so you're just 2 days away from finishing. So, you draw 1 panel a day, right? Shouldn't you see how fast other artists work? Inside, Mihari was already grinding her teeth, but she forced a smile and said, so, Okifumi-sensei, what you're saying is, there's nothing special about it. I just happened to remember, so I mentioned it. You really had to bring it up like this? After working with Okifumi for so long, if Mihari still couldn't pick up on the hidden meaning behind his words, she'd be ashamed of her own intelligence. She sighed, I understand, I'll pass this along to Editor-in-Chief Minano later. But whether we can release the volume early will still depend on the meeting. You can do that? Okifumi acted surprised, blinking innocently. Come on, don't pretend with me. We all know each other too well. Mihari rolled her eyes. Since Madoka Magica is already a precedent, and the feedback seems pretty good, the company is considering this approach. I see. Okifumi smiled. Then I'll leave it to you, Otosuna-san. How to put it? Right now, Okifumi isn't lacking in money. Just from the royalties of Madoka Magica's first and second volumes, he's already surpassed 99% of people his age in wealth. But the world doesn't work that way. Some people are born into positions of power that others can never reach, no matter how hard they try. After the whole ordeal with the Shinomiya family sending him a gift, Okifumi has been thinking hard. As an ordinary person with no background, and no system to rely on, how should he deal with these conglomerates? The answer is clear. Build up power and work to become a financial force like them. Of course. It's unrealistic to think he could grow his own influence to rival the Shinomiya family by himself. However, at least, when facing these financial giants, I need to have the means to protect myself. Sure, the whole gift thing might just have been a joke. But thinking about it differently, if something really were to happen, Okifumi has no way to defend himself. In this world, a well-known manga artist with a few million yen to their name isn't much. It's not paranoia, it's simply the harsh reality he's seen too many times before. Though I don't need to worry too much. He's just an ordinary manga artist. Unless something major happens, he's not in any real danger. But after that thought, he can no longer just lie back on his wealth and waste away. That's why, in August, he's been pushing himself to finish Shinohana while maintaining quality. He's almost finished before school starts. A manga artist with a bit of fame and a few million yen is nothing. But, if I become a top-tier manga artist with millions of fans, and my wealth is in the billions, then anyone who wants to make a move will have to think carefully. After all, anime is one of Japan's top 3 industries. So for Akifumi, manga is no longer an optional career path, it's a business he must keep up with. Plus, my network is stronger than I originally thought. He's got ties with Shueisha, the biggest publishing house in Japan. While they may not have the wealth of the Shinomiya family, they're definitely not poor. For someone like Akifumi, a best-selling author, he makes at least 100 million yen a year from Madoka Magica. The publisher is also reaping huge rewards from this. Not to mention, Akifumi isn't just in the manga industry. If he can keep proving his value, that's all he really needs. Additionally, there's Ariri with her diplomat father, the wealthy Sheena. Well, forget about Sheena. Her family's a bit much. But taking all that aside, his parents have built up a solid network over the years. They've traveled around the world for their archaeological work, appearing in newspapers and meeting important figures regularly. So, there's really no danger. But this personal awareness of danger keeps creeping up, pushing him to prepare. Plus, unlike the Shinomiya family's frivolous heiress, the real big players in the world aren't going to waste time targeting someone like him. Chapter 93, The last few days of the holiday passed by with the sound of cicadas chirping in the background. This first holiday since Akifumi Mugio regained his past life memories ended as expected, without any particularly notable events or extra memories. There are so many people. Akifumi thought, sighing quietly as he stood in the packed train. He was heading back to school, but he didn't feel too sad about the end of the break. Maybe it's because I spent all of August busy? Going back to school almost felt like a relief, like I could finally take a breather. Plus, my sleep schedule had been pretty good, and I didn't have any of those bad habits of lying in bed for too long. So, no real sense of regret as the break came to an end. Soon, the train arrived at our stop. Akifumi and Sheena Miharu got off together. As we walked side by side, Sheena couldn't help but comment with a bit of a sigh, "Even though we're such good friends, you haven't kept in touch with Kato-san this entire month." "I've been in touch," Akifumi replied. "Eh?" She seemed surprised and asked curiously, "When?" "End of July, early August, mid-August. We've talked," Akifumi said. After all, Kato was my first friend at school. Keeping in touch seemed like the natural thing to do. Even if it was just sending a quick text, it was still contact. She tilted her head. "Then why didn't you invite Kato to hang out, like at the amusement park, or the pool, or the summer festival?" She blushed a bit and thought to herself, "I kind of wanted to try going with you too, Akifumi-kun." Although just being together with him was already enough to make me happy, there was still a small part of me that wished for a little more. Unfortunately, though, I never found the chance to speak up, even until the holiday ended. Akifumi looked at her with a surprised expression. "You don't want to go out in this heat, are you?" She paused for a moment, then replied, "No, I don't." Akifumi nodded knowingly. "See? Even you don't want to go out in this heat. What makes you think Kato would want to?" "Don't even need to think about it, she definitely wouldn't want to go out either." She seemed like she might disagree, but there was nothing she could say. If Kato were here, she'd probably think the same, right? Sheena felt a little guilty for not being fully honest, but she just smiled and nodded. "Yeah, I guess staying home is more comfortable on such a hot day." Akifumi gave a satisfied nod. "I knew it." Akifumi thought to himself how amusing it was that she was spending so much time with Ariri that her personality had rubbed off to Sheena. She used to be more straightforward, but now she's become more like her. He could tell she wasn't being entirely honest, though. Not everyone can just stay home like Ariri and he do, but Akifumi wouldn't change that for anything. Even if Akifumi were with someone he liked, he wouldn't let her change his habits. He might compromise a bit, but not much. Anyway, his relationship with Sheena wasn't quite at that stage yet. Akifumi was just enjoying the way she took care of me. But, before he could think too deeply about it, Sheena suddenly brought up something that had been on her mind since before the holiday. "Akifumi-kun, you're really good at keeping things to yourself, huh?" She grinned a little. "You've been thinking about something for an entire summer but never said anything about it. Why didn't you bring it up sooner?" Akifumi was a little surprised but asked, "What is it?" She took a deep breath and gave me a serious look. Why do you always call Kato-san Kato? Huh? Okifumi blinked, unsure of where this was going. Why not Hada-san? She frowned. Isn't it too informal? Okifumi couldn't help but laugh. Kato is a very common name around here, and it just sounds better that way. She puffed out her cheeks in annoyance. Then why do you still call me Shina-san? Isn't that a bit much? Okifumi froze for a second, genuinely stumped by the question. Before he could come up with an answer, she added with a mischievous smile, I think it's pretty annoying when you add san after my name. At that moment, it felt like she had set a trap for him, and waiting for him to fall in. So that's what this was about. She looked at Okifumi with a sly grin. Could you drop the san from now on? This girl. Okifumi sighed in defeat. Shina? For some reason, when he dropped the san, it felt like their relationship had just gotten a little closer. What is happening? Suddenly, his heart was racing, even though he knew it wasn't anything big. He was no longer thinking like a person in their 30s. And what was this weird sensation? The closeness? He could even smell the jasmine fragrance of her shampoo from here. As I was processing all this, Shina, seemingly unaware, raised her voice in a playful tone. You're not happy with that, Okifumi-kun? Okifumi froze. She's way too cute. How does anyone resist this kind of charm? Long time no see, Kato-san. She greeted with a smile as Okifumi entered with Shina. Kato glanced up from where she was sitting, her expression neutral. Long time no see, Shina-san. She glanced between Okifumi and Shina, raising an eyebrow. Why does it feel like Shina-san is in a much better mood today? Oh, maybe she was just heard something funny on the way here? But Kato soon turned her gaze to me and joked, even after a whole summer apart, you still make those cold jokes, huh? Okifumi smirked. If you think they're funny, then why don't you show it on your face? Kato didn't react at first but then said calmly, good morning, by the way. Long time no see. Chapter 94, Okifumi-kun is so biased. He's never this serious with me. Shina Miharu pouted, a bit jealous. Kato blinked, confused. What do you mean by biased, Shina-san? Before the girl could respond, the other friends Shina had made in class crowded around her. It's been so long, Shina-chan. You look even prettier than before the break, what's your secret? How is it possible that after a whole summer, your skin is still so fair? I've gotten so tan. You didn't even keep in touch over the summer. Hanging out with us would have been so much fun, Shina-chan. Overwhelmed by her friend's bombardment of questions, Shina Miharu couldn't keep up. They've even taken over my spot. Okifumi sighed as the victim in this situation. He shook his head, not bothering to argue, and sat down in the vacant seat next to Kato. On the first day back, not everyone had such a peaceful schedule. They were probably still rushing to school in a panic, right? Shina popularity is off the charts, it's impressive. Okifumi said, a touch of envy in his voice. Honestly, if Kato showed more emotion, I'd believe you will be more popular. He added sarcastically. I'm serious. Yeah. Okifumi nodded with feigned agreement and sighed. I really envy Kato. This summer was so exciting. Family trips, visiting your sister, going to the summer festival. Finally, Kato spoke. Okifumi, are you really envious? A little, yeah. It was like how socially anxious people often envy those who love interacting with others. Okifumi, who wasn't fond of going out, admired those who could enjoy activities under the scorching sun. Just a little, though. Kato nodded. So you don't like it after all? This conversation was going nowhere. Okifumi shot her a fake angry look. Kato, if you keep this up, I might stop being your friend. Okay. Then do you want me to lie to you? Kato said, deadpan. What a wonderful summer it was. It's such a shame you couldn't join. Okifumi forced a smile. You really are the master of redefining lies. Alright, no more jokes. I'm sorry I didn't hang out with you over the summer. Why apologize? Well, Kato, all your holiday fun was with your family. Okifumi replied. From a different perspective, that meant I spent zero time hanging out with friends. As your only friend, I owe you an apology. Kato turned her gaze away, expressionless. It's not a big deal. Just the way things were. She added. Okifumi chuckled, finding it amusing to see Kato's stoic face. If he were to believe that line, then being single would definitely be worth it. Not caring about Kato's explanation, Okifumi continued, anyway, I've been pretty busy after the break, but let's find a time soon to hang out, okay? Kato nodded. I have plenty of free time. Deal, then. On the first day back from the break, even though Okifumi wasn't a teacher, he could tell the students were distracted. Whether it was the freedom at home, the fun at tourist spots, or the gatherings with friends. Everything was more fun than sitting in a classroom, right? Even though there was the so-called new semester assembly and the teachers kept reminding them to focus, some things couldn't be fixed overnight. All they could do was give them time to adjust. The morning passed by. At lunch break, the teacher's office. Most of the teachers were probably having lunch, leaving only Hiratsuka Shizuka behind. Hiratsuka-sensei, is something up? As expected, Akifumi was called to the office. I haven't even had lunch. I haven't either. Saying this, Shizuka took out a beautifully packaged box of cookies from her drawer. Here, have some of these to tide you over. Akifumi stared at her in disbelief. Hiratsuka-sensei, we only have an hour for lunch. Are you seriously giving me cookies, not leaving me any time to eat a proper meal? Shizuka gave him a pointed look. If you're not eating lunch, I still have to. I'm giving you cookies because I was worried you'd be hungry. Don't overthink it. Akifumi relaxed and grabbed a cookie. His eyes lit up. These are delicious. Of course, it's 20,000 yen a box. How could it not be? She said casually, popping one into her mouth herself. TCH. Of course, rich people would do this. Even though Akifumi had millions in savings, he never even thought about spending 20,000 yen on a box of cookies. He'd be happy with a pack of 200 yen bear-shaped cookies. Two things. Shizuka got straight to the point. First, thanks for helping me out during the holiday. Did you sort things out with Ijichi-san? I've cleared things up. Shizuka smiled gently, clearly happy to have resolved the misunderstanding with her friend. Since you're so close, why didn't you clear things up sooner? You wouldn't understand. Shizuka waved him off. She's too proud. If I'd gone to talk to her, she wouldn't have believed me. Ijichi-san. Is tsundere? Akifumi thought hard for a moment, then gasped. No way. I never saw it. He had his tsundere childhood friend, Eri, to compare her to. How could he have missed it? What kind of level was she at? Shizuka didn't know what he was thinking but knew it had something to do with Ijichi-san. Rolling her eyes, she said, not all tsunderes are the same, you know. Meaning, you have your relationship with her, and I have mine with her. Right, right. Akifumi breathed a sigh of relief. He thought his sensitivity to tsunderes was fading. So, does that mean you owe me a favor now? Yes, what do you need? Akifumi shook his head. I'm not using it yet. Your favor is too precious, I'll save it for when I really need it. Shizuka shrugged. Fine, then what's the second thing? The second thing. Just a moment ago, Shizuka had been all smiles, but now her face turned sinister. It's about the second volume of Puella Magi Madoka Magica. Could you give me a detailed breakdown? Hey. What do you want from me? I can talk about it, but can you please put the fists down? Akifumi twitched his eye, and with utmost seriousness, he said, what would you like me to cover? Do you want me to talk about Sayaka and Kyoko's blossoming feelings? Or Hamura repeatedly traveling through time for friendship? Or maybe Madoka's divine transformation and the love and hope behind it? Shizuka lips twitch a bit. Do you think I want to ask you that? What kind of heart do you have to put such tragic endings for these adorable girls? After returning from a trip abroad, Hiratsuka Shizuka not only met with her friends, she had some time to finish reading the second volume of Madoka Magica before the holiday was over. You've waited until now to question this. Twitching her lips, Shizuka said with a fake smile, okay, tell me about it. If you don't give me a good reason why you wrote that crap, I will not allow you to eat lunch this afternoon. Chapter 95, though what she said sounded harsh, that wasn't really the case. I was still given a lunch, it's just that I don't have time to laze around. After the first class in the afternoon, sigh. Akifumi Mujio slumped his head on the desk, letting out a heavy sigh. There had never been a moment he regretted more than now. I should have never told those two about my identity. Who would have thought that the tough-as-nails Hiratsuka-sensei would be so affected by the emotional turmoil in Madoka Magica? It was honestly beyond his expectations. But there's something oddly endearing about this contrast. It's a pity, though, that I didn't see her cry. Well, it's something he'd just have to imagine. I wonder if I'll ever get to see her cry like a mess, like a flower in the rain. The afternoon classes wrapped up. It felt like it had barely started, but the weekend was already here. Thanks to school start on Friday, the break would continue into the weekend. Being a teacher wasn't as easy as it seemed. Returning home with Sheena, the girl immediately changed into loose, comfortable pajamas and headed into the kitchen, leaving Akifumi alone outside. It's still weird without Eri here. Though they were back at school, even though they were now close by, it wasn't the same. She wouldn't be popping in every day like during the vacation. Click. The door swung open. A familiar voice followed. I'm home. Akifumi blinked in surprise. She said I'm home Eri, entering like it was her own house, changing into her slippers, heading straight for the fridge to grab a soda, then lounging on the other side of the sofa. Noticing his gaze, Ariri tilted her head and looked at him. "What's wrong?" Okifumi, looking a bit annoyed, deadpanned, "This is my house." "I know." "Well, it certainly doesn't look like it's my house." Ariri waved off his complaint casually. "Don't mind the details. Besides, I've been coming over all summer. Are you guys not going to miss me now that school's back?" While Okifumi did feel that sense of absence when Ariri wasn't around, now that she'd pointed it out, it just felt more annoying. "Damn it." Sheena, from the kitchen, spoke up, "Of course I miss Ariri. Without you, it's just not the same making food." Okifumi could only roll his eyes. He stood up and said, "You girls continue chatting. I have some things to take care of." As Okifumi retreated to his room, the two girls exchanged a glance. "Do you think he's mad?" Ariri whispered. Sheena smiled gently, "No way. He didn't get mad when you were here all summer, right?" "True." Ariri nodded in agreement. "So, what's up with him then?" Sheena paused for a moment before speaking thoughtfully. "Remember how he finished drawing an ohana yesterday? Maybe he's stressed about his next project. He's stuck because he doesn't know what to draw? Well, if that were the case, he wouldn't have asked you to draw Food Wars, Ariri." Ariri scratched her head. "TCH, that true. He's always got it figured out, no need to worry about him. By the way, Sheena, what are we having for dinner tonight?" "Beef burgers, mapo tofu, and tempura." "Whoa, what's the occasion? Why such a feast?" Tears had already started to form at the corner of Ariri's eyes as she imagined the delicious food. Sheena tapped her chin, pondering. "It's the first day of school?" "The first day of school?" Ariri grinned with understanding. "Ah, that makes sense. It is a day worth celebrating." Sheena couldn't help but laugh at Ariri's excited expression and shook her head. "All right, sit tight. I'll get it ready as quickly as I can. Need any help?" "No, just stay there and relax." Back inside his room, just as Sheena had predicted, Okifumi was deep in thought over the end of an ohana. But it wasn't that he didn't know what to draw, he just couldn't decide what to work on next. It wasn't about a lack of inspiration. It was a simple case of too many choices. He had thought that finishing an ohana would lead to him picking just one project, but now he had two to choose from. And neither of them had a manga adaptation yet. Ugh, this is so annoying. He sighed deeply, staring at the two names written on the blank page in front of him. The first was Guilty Crown. The second was What Do You Do at the End of the World? Are you busy? Will you save us? Both are amazing. But why did both have to show up at the same time? He couldn't decide which one to start. The first one was all about flashy effects and intense battles. The second one was a beautiful, poignant love story set in the apocalypse between Will and Flea. Both were equally exciting, but... Wait, now I remember. Shonen Jump is already running two ongoing series. There was no way he could start another one there. No matter how good I am, I can't just monopolize the entire Jump lineup. Even if he had the talent, it wouldn't happen. He couldn't just fill up all the pages in a single weekly Shonen Jump with his work. I guess I'll have to wait until one of them ends before starting the next one. But hold on, my drawing speed's pretty fast now. Instead of stressing over what to do next, why not draw both at the same time? He could dedicate one day to Guilty Crown and another to What Do You Do at the End of the World? Yeah, this will be perfect. One volume of each, and I'll get Jump to publish them together. That idea brought a spark to his eyes. And if Shueisha didn't want to agree to it? Once he had both completed, and Jump didn't have room for another serial, he knew they wouldn't just let those two projects sit there. They would have to publish them. It's decided. One day for Guilty Crown. Another for What Do You Do at the End of the World? A single, uninterrupted Sunday each week for one, and a bi-weekly Sunday for the other. This was perfect. A little challenge to spice up his creative process. And since tomorrow's Saturday, I'll work on one of them then. One last day of rest for me tonight. Friday at Shueisha. No need for long introductions, we all know what happens at the editorial meetings by now. At the meeting, the editor-in-chief, Dorishima, went straight to the point. How were the sales of Madoka Magica Volume 2 last month? Everyone at the table held their breath, guessing the number in their heads. 200,000? 210,000? 220,000? The first day sales of 45,000 plus had raised their expectations. Chapter 96, but the reality was 323,587 copies. Whoa. Even though they tried to estimate high, the actual number still took everyone by surprise, and they couldn't help but gasp. They were practically contributing to global warming with the heat of their reactions. Ha 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 ha. Not bad, not bad. Editor-in-chief, Shimikazu laughed heartily, beaming. I knew I was right to believe in this talent. Everyone else paused. Minano thought, wait a second. Last time, didn't you say you believed in this talent? Now you're claiming you discovered it? Wasn't it my little Mihari who found a Kifumi-sensei, after all? But Minano kept the complaint to herself. There was no point in raining on the editor-in-chief's parade. Other editors couldn't help but whisper amongst themselves. 323k copies in just 1 month? Even with the summer break, that's unreal. It's not surprising after that first day sales spike, hitting 300k by the end of the month isn't shocking. Hey, Kobashi, could you stop shaking your hands before speaking? And your legs too. The whole table's vibrating. Looks like Minano hit the jackpot with this one. Why wasn't it us who discovered this warrior of love and hope? They were all green with envy. The sales numbers were crazy, and with Madoka Magica's quality and growing reputation, the sales would only continue to rise. In fact, it could very well break 1 million in 6 months. October's anime adaptation, along with some merchandise. Maybe even a signing event. Just thinking about it made their eyes burn with jealousy. After celebrating for a while, Shimikazu wiped his face and then asked, by the way, how did Madoka Magica Volume 1 perform last month? Thanks to Volume 2's success, Volume 1 sales reached 180,000 copies last month. Whoa. The room filled with gasps again. How did it beat the first month's sales by this much, just 2 months later? It was insane. Ha ha ha. Good, good, good. Excellent. Torishima was ecstatic, while the other editors could only look on with envy. Now then, what's next? Editor-in-chief. Minano interrupted the meeting. Everyone could already feel the déjà vu creeping in. When was the last time this happened? Oh right. It was when they discussed the release of Madoka Magica Volume 2 and Anohimita Hana no Nami wo Bakataki wa Mata Shiranai's serialization plans. Could it be? No way. Again? But before they could wonder further, Minano spoke. Akifumi-sensei finished drawing Anohana. I knew it. That guy is like a printing press. Started the project in July, and by September 1st, it's already finished? He'd already written 9 chapters in just 2 months. A whole summer break spent drawing 15 chapters? Wasn't he supposed to be a high school student? The whole industry couldn't even keep up with that level of work ethic. The veteran editors rolled their eyes but remained silent. It was summer break, after all. Who cared now? Torishima, glowing with pride, said, that's what youth is all about. Such speed. Where is the rest of Anohana content? I've already copied it. Minano said, pulling out prepared materials to hand out. Torishima nodded in satisfaction. By 9 p.m., after saying goodbye to Inari and Mai, Akifumi sat at his desk, ready to get into the swing of things. But before he could dive into his game, his phone rang. Caller, Ato Tsunamihari. This girl's working faster than ever. Akifumi picked up. Got good news? Good news. Without skipping a beat, Mihari went on, Anohana's second volume is releasing on September 15th. September 15th? By then, Chapter 10 would be in Weekly Shonen Jump, and Chapter 11 by the 11th. That means they can wrap up the remaining chapters for the second volume. They chose the 15th because it's a Friday, perfect for a weekend release. Impressive planning by Shueisha. I got it. Akifumi said, grinning. So that news you kept teasing me about was for this moment, huh? Well, who knows? Mihari chuckled. It's all thanks to you. They hung up. Instead of starting his game right away, Akifumi quickly opened up his social media. The news he'd been holding back? Obviously, it was the Madoka Magica anime announcement. Edit, review, and send. He'd done this so many times that it had become second nature. Hey everyone. How's the start of the school year treating you? Running into friends you didn't see all summer, how's that feel? I'm so excited. My summer jail time is finally over. But wait, why is there a break after just 1 day of school? Why do I call it jail time? Can you imagine spending all day, every day drawing at home and losing track of time? Yeah, that was my summer. Anyway, enough complaints. You all know me, I don't post unless there's something great to share. And today I've got 2 pieces of good news that I'm sure you'll love. First up, Madoka Magica, which just wrapped in August, has officially been greenlit for an anime adaptation. And here's a secret, it actually started back in July. We kept it quiet because we were worried about the sales, but after Volume 2's first month, the sales were way beyond expectations, so now I can share this amazing news. Volume 1 of Madoka Magica is now complete, and I have to give a huge thanks to Shinbo for the incredible work on it. The final product is so much better than I ever imagined. Barring any unexpected issues, Madoka Magica will be premiering this October, and I couldn't be more excited. Oh, and the Madoka Magica merchandise is in the works. including a USB drive featuring mommy. Hope you'll like it. Now, for the second piece of good news. I did it. I finished all of Anohana's story this summer. Since it's done, you probably know what's coming next, right? Exactly, Anohana's first and second volumes will be released on the 15th. The first volume goes up to chapter 11, which will be in Weekly Shonen Jump on the 11th. If you're into the magazines, I'd recommend just picking up the second volume. The second volume picks up from chapter 12 through chapter 22. All the mysteries will finally be revealed. If you love Anohana, don't miss it. Also, to celebrate the release, I'll be giving away a special surprise on the 15th. Be sure to check in before diving into the story. That's it for today's update. Hope you all enjoy it. Lastly, thanks as always for your continued support. Chapter 97, Akifumi saw a continuous wave of praise for Puella Magi Madoka Magica, drawing in a significant number of fans. Many who were initially just curious ended up getting hooked. After all, it's common for people to overlook a series just because of its title or synopsis. But when friends keep recommending it, and online discussions and glowing reviews are everywhere, curiosity eventually wins. Because of this growing buzz, the Warriors of Love and Hope SNS account nearly doubled its followers in just a month, going from before the release of Madoka Magica Volume 2 to an astonishing 600,000 plus fans. To put that into perspective, many mid-tier manga artists with multiple serialized works don't even have that many followers. Only top-tier, actively publishing creators usually reach these numbers. And yet, here was someone who had only published a single manga, just 2 volumes, and had already amassed this insane following. Aside from Akifumi Mujio, who else could possibly achieve such a feat? With such an enormous fan base, it took less than a minute after the new post went live for the comments section to explode past the 99 plus mark. First, Sensei finally posted again. It's been over a month, right? So happy. I love how Sensei always drops a ton of exciting updates whenever they post. What's the big news this time? Can't wait. Sensei, we'll always support you. Keep going. Clearly, these were the type of fans who commented first and read the post later. Soon, as more fans actually read the announcement, the hype escalated. The anime adaptation of Puella Magi Madoka Magica, directed by Akiyuki Shinbo, is set to air in the October season. Official merchandise is in development, including a Mami Tomui figure personally designed by Sensei. The final volume of Anohana, The Flower We Saw That Day, will be released on September 15th. On the same day, Sensei will be giving out a special surprise to fans on SNS. And then came the chaos in the comments. Wait, Madoka is getting an anime already? And with Shinbo at the helm? Let's go. OMG, Sensei and Shueisha are moving so fast. I love it. No way, who would willingly go through the pain of getting emotionally wrecked by the manga, only to suffer again with the anime? Oh wait. That's me. Carry on. The animation is going to hit even harder than the manga. I'm not ready. It's only the beginning of September, and I already want to skip ahead to October. Yes. The Anohana final volume is finally coming out. Been waiting forever. Sensei works at lightning speed, and the quality is still top tier. Absolute legend. That's because Sensei practically spent the entire summer in artist jail. Lol. Let's be real, if it were any other artist, even 2 months of jail time wouldn't be enough to pull off this much content. One fan even did the math. Alright, let's break it down. Anohana started serialization on July 3rd. If we assume Sensei had 3 chapters in reserve, that means they drew 5 new chapters just for the August updates. A single manga volume is around 180 pages, which means in just this summer, Sensei churned out the equivalent of 14 full chapters, basically 3 months worth of work crammed into one. And if we go by Madoka's volume page count, the real number is probably even higher. Holy crap, this analysis is next level. Sensei's work ethic is insane. Meanwhile, I'm a high schooler who spent my summer just goofing off. Feeling kinda guilty now. Dude, don't compare yourself. Life isn't a fair race. Some people start ahead, are naturally talented, and work harder than you. You just gotta accept it. So, should we just give up entirely then? You all really know how to comfort someone, huh? Then, another wave of excitement hit. Wait, hold up, Sensei's giving out a mystery gift with Anohana's release. That's so hype. I wonder what the gift will be. I'm so excited. I love Menma. I'm definitely buying it to support Sensei. Anohana is great, but I feel like it doesn't hit quite as hard as Madoka. Is that just me? Nope, not just you. Then came an in-depth analysis. Anohana captures the bittersweet reality of growing up, the childhood friendships that drift apart over time. It's grounded in nostalgia, warmth, and melancholy. Madoka, on the other hand, Embodies childhood fantasies, boys dreaming of being superheroes, girls wanting to become magical girls. But in Sensei's story, the price of those dreams is steep, set against a brutally harsh reality. It's like a metaphor for chasing dreams in the real world, the hardships, the sacrifices, the pain. And as Madoka's story unfolds, it escalates from relatable struggles to cosmic-scale existentialism. That contrast makes it feel larger than life compared to Anohana. Damn, that's deep. Now I feel like I never truly understood either series. Honestly. I just love Sensei's art. The sad parts hit hard, and that's enough for me. At the end of the day, everyone experiences a story differently. If you love it, great. If it's not for you, that's fine too. Personally, I adore both series. Madoka is adorable, and Minma is adorable. Adorable? Sounds like you just have a thing for cute girls, lol. Then, a minor controversy broke out. Wait a second, Madoka didn't get a mystery gift with its manga release. Not fair. Sensei, you're playing favorites. We demand a special gift from Madoka fans too. +1 +2 +1000. Scrolling through the comments, Akifumi couldn't help but smile. Looks like everyone's really hyped for the anime and the manga release. Then, he came across the long analysis post. Did I actually think that deeply when I draw it? He pondered for a second, then shrugged. Let the readers interpret it however they want. After all, he was just a guy drawing manga. There was no way he actually understood Madoka or Anohana, right? Then, he noticed fans still arguing over the special gift. It's just a bonus gift, and they're already fighting over it. Did they really think it was going to be something amazing? Hadn't they learned their lesson yet? Just as he was about to close the app, Shina Miharu called him for dinner. Chapter 98, and just like that, time passed. September 15th, lunchtime. Damn it. It's impossible. Tadakuni and Tabata watched in frustration as Tanaka returned from the store, empty-handed. No luck? Nope. No matter what I said, they wouldn't budge. Looking at the security guards standing firm like statues at the store entrance, Tanaka let out a defeated sigh. Guess we'll have to wait until after school? But will there be any copies of Anohana left by then? It should be fine, right? The summer rush was just a fluke. Yeah. Back then, everyone had free time and money. But now, we've been saving up just to split one copy between the three of us. Surely, most people have already spent their cash. The three friends comforted each other. Even if we can't buy it after school, we wouldn't be able to leave the school gates right now anyway. A brief silence followed. Tanaka took a deep breath, his expression resolute, as if ready to sacrifice himself. What if I just climb over the wall? The other two were shocked, grabbing Tanaka instinctively. You idiot. Are you trying to get yourself killed? If you get caught, it's not just a simple call to your parents. Tanaka scratched his head. Then what do we do? Let's just wait until school ends. Like we said earlier, there should still be copies left. And if we really can't get one, we'll just have to wait a little longer. By the way, didn't the sensei mention a special surprise today? Since we can't go buy an Ohana right now, why don't we check their SNS for updates? Tadakuni and Tabata turned to Tanaka in surprise. What? Tanaka asked, confused. Damn it. I refuse to believe Tanaka actually had a good idea for once. Fuck off. Tanaka rolled his eyes but still took out his phone and logged into his SNS account. The other two immediately huddled in. Don't you guys have your own phones? Don't be stingy. Yeah. This kind of thing is best experienced together. Tanaka sighed but didn't protest further. The page loaded. Their eyes lit up. New post. But it's shorter than usual. That's not like Sensei at all. You idiot. It's not a progress update like before. Of course, it's going to be short. Warrior of love and hope, first of all, thank you to everyone who has purchased my work, Anohana. I hope this story brings you warmth, love, and nostalgia. May it remind you of those carefree childhood days spent playing with friends, and may it also bring you new, cherished experiences as you grow. At the bottom of the post was a link, click to jump, followed by one last sentence, I hope you all enjoy this special gift. So, this is the surprise? Come on, open it already. Under the urging of his friends, Tanaka clicked the link without hesitation. The screen transitioned to a new web page. A single question appeared, along with two options. Have you read page 210 of Anohana Volume 2? Yes or no, huh? What is this? Whatever, just click yes. Tanaka nodded and selected yes. Another prompt appeared, please confirm. If you haven't reached this part yet, wait until you do before opening this gift. Only then will you truly understand the sincerity behind it. Would you like to accept this gift now? Yes or no, Tanaka sighed. Knew it. So, we wait? The other two nodded. Well, if sensei says so, we don't have much choice. But now I'm even more curious about what this gift could be. With anticipation building, the afternoon dragged on painfully slow. Finally, the last bell rang. The moment their teacher left the classroom, the three wasted no time, grabbing their bags and dashing toward the nearest bookstore. Excuse me, do you have Anohana Volume 2? Seeing the three of them pale and breathless, the store owner was startled. But after a moment, he nodded. Yes, we do. Their eyes sparkled. Yes. One copy, please. Thank you for your purchase. Tanaka held the book like a treasure as they stepped out of the store and headed to a nearby family restaurant. Hurry, hurry. Despite their excitement, Tanaka carefully unwrapped the book and flipped it open. The three of them read at the same pace, so there was no need to argue over who went first. As for how that was possible, well, they had plenty of experience reading the same manga together. Before long, they were completely absorbed in the story. From the protagonist's fleeting childhood memories to the three of them visiting Minma's house. Finding her diary, uncovering her unfulfilled wish. Minma's tearful monologue upon realizing Jinten and the others had gone to her home. Discovering what they thought was her wish to create fireworks. Working part-time jobs to raise money, overcoming conflicts, the painful accusation that Minma was just Jinten's imagination. Then, the moment of proof, Minma's handwriting appearing on the previously blank pages of the diary. Today, I played with everyone in our secret base. No fighting. Super Peacebusters will always be best friends. A jolt of electricity ran through them. The story had them in its grip, stirring something deep in their hearts. The story continued. Eventually, everyone realized that Minma's presence wasn't just Jinten's delusion. Their determination to help her move on solidified. As the fireworks exploded in the night sky, Tanaka and his friends instinctively thought, this is it. She's going to disappear. Wait. She's still here? So. That wasn't her real wish? Then what is? Shut up and keep reading. Tanaka snapped. They reached the final 2 chapters. The characters confronted their own feelings, confessing their selfishness in wanting Minma to pass on. I have to apologize. Even though she was crying, Anaru still held firm. Following her lead, the others decided to do the same. They gathered at their secret base. But when Jinten returned home, he found Minma collapsed on the floor. He held her in his arms as she finally remembered her wish. I promised Jinten's mom. I promised to make Jinten cry for her. She smiled weakly. Memories of that day flooded back. Tears streamed down Jinten's face. Minma reached out, wiping them away. But you know. I like your smile much more. I guess it's time to say goodbye, huh? Her hand slipped from his grasp. Just saying it isn't enough. I want to see you. I've always wanted to see you. I want to call your name, apologize, tell you I love you. But it's not just me. Everyone loves you. Everyone wants to see you. We're all waiting for you. At our place. Jinten carried Minma on his back, running as fast as he could. But when they reached their base, he could no longer see her. She was right there, but he couldn't see her anymore. Panic. Fear. Helplessness. We're playing hide and seek. Minma covered her eyes, her voice trembling. Despite being 3 tough guys, they could no longer hold back their tears. Just as Tanaka was about to turn the page, wait. The gift. Chapter 99, Why does this scene hit so hard? The gift. Tanaka paused for a moment, then glanced at the page number. Idiot. We haven't reached that part yet. I know. I'm just saying, don't forget. Open the website first, get ready. Right. Saying that, Tanaka reached for his phone. Wait, why aren't you using your own phone? What's the difference? Stop wasting time, hey, you bastard. TCH. Muttering complaints, Tanaka quickly pulled up the web page they had checked at noon. He set his phone aside and turned the page. What do you mean, hide and seek? Annoyed, they grumbled, then the group bolted out from the Super Peacebusters hideout to search for Minma, who had declared the game. Not yet. Not yet. Minma's hand slowly became transparent. I still need to properly say goodbye to everyone. She whispered to herself as her friends' voices echoed in her ears. Just a little longer. Holding back tears, she clasped her hands together and scribbled in her diary. Just a little more. Almost done. Night faded. The sky gradually brightened. The group, unable to find Minma, gathered near the large tree where the sunset rose. Wait. What's that? Just when they thought she had passed on and sorrow filled their hearts, they noticed 5 neatly folded notes beneath the tree ripped from Minma's diary. They wanted to keep reading. But we're at the sensei's page. Out of trust and respect for their teacher, they hadn't forgotten the gift. You open it, I'll turn the page. Got it. Tanaka flipped to the next page. At the same time, Shihara pressed the confirmation button on the screen. Tsuruko unfolded one of the notes. I really liked Tsuruko, who is always kind. A clear, pure voice filled their ears through the phone speakers. With you in the late summer, dreams of the future. I really like Yukiitsu, who never gives up. Big hopes. I never forgot. 10 years later, in August. I really like Popo, who is fun and full of energy. I believe we'll meet again. Cherishing these beautiful memories. I really like Hanaru, who is always reliable. Cherishing these beautiful memories. Tears dripped onto the notes in the manga panel. Outside the panel, the three of them eyes blurred with unshed tears. The intro ended. The sorrowful yet nostalgic summer melody began to play. And then, Jinten's letter appeared as they turned the page. I really like Jinten. The kind of like where I want to marry you and be your bride. Our meeting was just a small moment at the crossroad on the way home. Reading the manga, the three of them couldn't hold back anymore. Tears streamed down their faces. Minma's face seemed to appear before them. In the manga, a teardrop slid down Jinten's cheek. They made it in time. Minma, weak, leaned against the tree, looking at her childhood friends. This time, I properly said goodbye to everyone. Come find me and say, let's go home together. Almost. I hid my blushing face behind my school bag. Jin, sobbing, what is this? What the hell is this, Minma? Wasn't this hide and seek? If we don't find you, it won't end, right? But deep down, I was really, really happy. Ready or not, bright fireworks bloom in the night sky, illuminating the fragments of sadness. All the wind and time flow away together. We had so much fun, so much happiness, we shared so many adventures together. In our secret base, just the two of us. The song paused for a moment. In the panel, Minma used all her strength and called out, I'm ready. The next second, the song's climax burst in their ears. With you in the late summer, dreams of the future, big hopes I never forgot. 10 years later, in August, I believe we'll meet again. The panel lingered on the friends' stunned expressions. At that moment, the distance between life and death felt smaller. They had all heard her voice. The scene froze on Minma. The sun rose over the mountain, casting its light. And in that light Minma stood, leaning weakly against the tree, tears in her eyes. She realized her friends could see her. For a brief moment, she was shocked. Using her last bit of strength, she stood with the tree's support. Even in such a sorrowful moment, she smiled. Softly, she spoke, isn't there something else you should be saying now? Minma, you really suck at hide and seek. Jin, say it. Then. It'll really be over, right? Sunlight passed through Minma's body. They all knew this was goodbye. So Popo, I read your letter. I really like you too, Minma. Tsuruko, I really like you too. Anaru, I really like you. Yukiitsu, of course, I really like you. Close-ups of their tearful faces. And then Popo, goodbyes aren't one-sided, are they? Right, Jin? Jin, his eyes full of tears, smiled in relief. Thank you for granting my wish. I really like you, Minma. The kind of like where I want you to marry me. The kind where I want you to be my bride. At his heartfelt confession, Minma's eyes overflowed with tears. Memories of their childhood flooded her mind. Tears streamed down her face as she struggled to hold back the words. Minma still wants to be with everyone. Still wants to play together. So, I'll be reborn. That way, I can be with you all again. So Jinten cried, and everyone said goodbye. So, was it a lie or the truth? Nobody knew. But one, two Minma found you. As their voices rang out, blinding sunlight shone down, and Minma, tears on her cheeks, smiled in relief. You found Minma. The song reached its final verse. And with that, the story came to an end. Oh God, Minma. The three of them hugged each other, crying uncontrollably. Other diners in the family restaurant turned to stare in confusion. A concerned waitress approached hesitantly. You sirs? Are you okay? Chapter 100, at Akifumi's house holding the second volume of Anohana, Ariri frowned. Akifumi sighed. I told you don't read it. Huh? Ariri glared. The rest of the story is right here. She waved the book in her hand. How could I possibly stop myself? You're going to cry. Akifumi stated flatly. TCH, as if. Ariri scoffed. After surviving Madoka Magica, I'm immune to sad endings. Besides, Minma was already dead, wasn't she? She just ascended, she was at peace. Why would I cry over that? She was totally going to cry. Of course, you'll cry. That kind of sorrow lingers the deepest, precisely because from the very beginning, there was no way to save them. Akifumi sighed. Well, I've already warned you. Don't blame me if you end up crying. Who need your consideration? With that, Ariri plopped down on the couch and flipped open the book cover. "I'm sorry, Akifumi," Shina Miharu said with an apologetic smile. "I'm really curious about what happens next in Anohana. Looks like you'll have to manage dinner on your own tonight." Akifumi waved it off casually. "No worries. I'll just have instant noodles. Want some?" "Let me finish first," Ariri responded without looking up. "I think I'll read to the end too," Sheena added with a smile. "Alright then. Hopefully, when they're done, they'll still have an appetite for dinner." Not that it mattered to him, he had already given them fair warning. Whatever emotional wreckage followed wasn't his responsibility. The adaptation might not fully capture the raw emotion of the anime, but it still exceeded expectations where it mattered. Might as well cue up the BGM for them. Man, I'm so considerate. There was no rush to eat the instant noodles just yet. It was still early. Akifumi grabbed his phone and sprawled out on the couch, scrolling through SNS. It was nearly 5 p.m. Plenty of fans had already finished the final volume of Anohana. His latest post was buzzing with comments. "This song is amazing. Who sings this? Why have I never heard it before?" Clearly, this person hadn't actually read Anohana. Probably just a random passerby. Ignore. Ignore. Guys, whatever you do, don't open the gift from Sensei. I'm serious. Oh ho. That's a bit much, don't you think? Trying to stop others from experiencing the heartbreak. Akifumi smirked. He wasn't worried. Anyone who could hold back just because of a warning wasn't a true fan. And besides, not everyone would even see that comment. Damn it. Why didn't I see this warning sooner? I'm already sobbing. See? Someone still walked right into it. Delightful. Absolutely delightful. Yug, I saw the warning, but I still couldn't resist. I cracked open page 210. And now I regret everything. Told you. Warnings mean nothing. Another one down. Satisfaction levels, maxed out. I was just mildly emotional at the ending, but when I played the song my tears wouldn't stop. This combination of the final chapter and that song is pure heartbreak. I was eating lunch while reading the ending, and my tears literally fell into my food. My classmate thought I got dumped. I've never even been in a relationship, and now I'm crying even harder. Minma. My Minma. When she said she loved Gitten like a bride, that sight, I'm done. I should have known. Ghosts never get a happy ending. I knew this was going to hurt, but I still walked right into it. I didn't even cry this much at the end of Madoka Magica. I thought Madoka Magica toughened me up, but Anohana just destroyed me. Sensei, drop your address. I need to send you some local specialty. Before finishing the first volume, Sensei's losing his touch. Madoka was peak. After finishing the final volume, I finished it at 4 p.m. and I still haven't recovered. This song, paired with the ending. An absolute masterpiece. But damn, the tears just won't stop. I searched everywhere for this song but couldn't find it. Is it new? Did Sensei commission this song just for the final chapter? This gift was both beautiful and cruel. I love it. But I also hate you, Sensei. Still on loop. Still crying. Bro, above me, you're insane. Just hearing that song makes me cry. You're actually looping it? Respect. Sensei, warrior of love and hope, please tell us the name of this song. I need it as my ringtone. Akifumi grinned in satisfaction. When is a mangaka happiest moment? Right now. This overwhelming sense of accomplishment, it was intoxicating. Someone's asking about the song title? Well, that made sense. Even on its own, it was an incredible song. Akifumi quickly replied to the fan's comment, "Thank you for loving this gift." The song is called Secret Base Kimi ga Kurita Monday. It was made specifically for Anohana by a friend of mine, so it's not available on any platforms yet. If Anohana ever gets an anime adaptation, I'll definitely use this as the ending theme. As soon as he refreshed the page, his comment was already blowing up. Sensei spotted in the wild. Sensei, why did the ending have to be so tragic? I'm suffering. You keep tricking me into crying with these stories. Not cool. Sensei, can I send you a knife in the mail? Knife for Sensei +1+2. Terrifying. Time to log off. As time passed, Akifumi finished his cup noodles, still keeping an eye on Ariri and Shina's progress. They were nearly at the final chapter. Without hesitation, he selected the song, maxed out the volume, and placed the speaker between them. 1 minute later. Wah! Ariri burst into loud, ugly sobs. Even Shina, normally composed, was quietly sniffling. Man. What a beautiful sight. Akifumi smiled in satisfaction. Chapter 101, Wah, what's the deal with this song? Ariri cried as she questioned him. Akifumi chuckled, of course, I made it specifically for Anohana. How's it sound? Pretty good, right? Huh? Despite tears streaming down her face, Ariri tried to glare at him like usual, but clearly, she couldn't do it. Why did he have to bring in such a heart-wrenching song? It was just too much. Still sobbing, Ariri didn't bother to respond to Akifumi. I did warn you, didn't I? You can't blame me for this. Akifumi prepared himself, just in case. But the girl crying relentlessly didn't plan on acknowledging him. By the way, Shina, why are you crying? Akifumi suddenly asked. She was so calm when reading Madoka Magica, but now with Anohana, why was she so affected? Although she was crying like Ariri, Shina was clearly different. Her emotions hadn't been broken by sadness, so she could clearly understand the implication behind Akifumi's words. Sniffling, Shina responded, Madoka Magica felt distant from our lives, but Anohana. It feels like my own life. I've never had friends, no one has ever really cared for me. So, I envy someone like Ariri, who has such close friends. In fact, this wasn't Shina's first time crying while watching Anohana. Earlier, even in moments that most people would brush off, she instinctively teared up. As she said, she envied the characters, especially Ariri, who had such loving parents, friends, and a special someone. So, once she immersed herself in the story, she couldn't help but feel deeply connected to Ariri's pain. This kind of separation was incredibly painful. Akifumi, who understood Shina's background, immediately grasped the deeper meaning behind her words. He sighed inwardly. Once again, I've made these girls cry. I really am a terrible man. Click click. He took a few photos of their emotional states for his collection. Well, go ahead and cry as much as you want. Even if you cry until you fall asleep, I'll kindly cover you with a blanket. That's kind of you, Akifumi. Wait, what? Shina's unguarded response left Akifumi slightly dumbfounded. She wasn't really planning to sleep here, was she? He definitely didn't want to deal with that. Shaking off the playful mood, Akifumi sighed. Do you two want dinner? No instant noodles, please. Wha? Oh, so now she's picky, huh? Akifumi shot Ariri a glare but softened when he saw her so distraught. Well, let me cook something for you since you're in such a bad state today. Although Shina had been spoiling him, it didn't mean he'd lost his cooking skills. A simple meal should do. A tomato egg dish and stir-fried veggies. He wanted to make something more complicated. Warning, take out ahead. In a different scene, after school, in the practice room of the Link Band, Ijichi Najuka, the younger sister of Ijichi Siyuka, looked at Pa-chan with a confused expression. Where's Siyuka today? I haven't seen her around. Pa-chan smiled kindly, pointing toward Siyuka's position. Meanwhile, inside the bathroom. She's been in there for over half an hour? Najuka was starting to worry. I'm going to check on her. Pa-chan watched with a knowing smile as Najuka left. Bang, bang, bang. Inside, Siyuka jumped at the sound of the knocks. Who's there? It's Najuka. You've been in there for a while, are you okay? Hearing Najuka's voice, Siyuka breathed a sigh of relief, but then immediately felt tense. What if Najuka saw her like this? She tried to sound casual as she replied, I'm fine. Probably just something I ate for lunch. Stomach's a bit upset. I'll be out in a second, let me know if anything's wrong. Najuka said without suspicion. I'm not weak enough for you to worry about me. Siyuka smiled weakly as Najuka left. She wiped away a tear from her cheek and washed her face, though her eyes were still a little red. I didn't expect that song to be used in this way. Siyuka muttered to herself. The most ridiculous part was how much it moved her, despite being what she called an old person. She quickly covered up her redness with some makeup and left the bathroom. Seeing the others practicing in the Link Band, Siyuka nodded in acknowledgement. She turned to Pa-chan. Did you tell Najuka? Pa-chan laughed and made a SHH gesture. Well, I couldn't exactly lie and say you weren't here. I've never seen Siyuka cry like this before. Shut up. Siyuka shot her a glare, then added, don't tell anyone. Of course not. Pa-chan smiled. I'll treasure this moment in my mind. Later that night, at Shizuka's home, wait until Monday. I'm going to beat that guy up. Shizuka, a bit tipsy, raised her fist in frustration. Siyuka stared at her, confused. Is this how you normally discipline your students? That guy is an exception. Twice. Once with Madoka Magica, fine, but now again with Anohana. She had almost cried in the office when reading the second part and there were people around. If she had broken down, she'd have had to quit. She drank some more beer and sighed in satisfaction. So, who's this guy you're mad at? Siyuka asked, curious. They had been getting together often lately. The guy you saw last time. Akifumi-kun? That's him. Siyuka raised an eyebrow, but I thought Akifumi was a nice guy. What's he done? Everything's fine with him, except his horrible personality. Shizuka muttered bitterly. All his manga are full of knives. Chapter 102, especially with that song, I almost crying in the teacher's office. Sayaka rolled her eyes and replied, well, shouldn't it be you who's in the wrong? Is that office supposed to be for reading manga? Shizuka countered defiantly. It's after school, for us teachers, it's basically like clocking out. Once we're off, we can do whatever we want, right? Sayaka shrugged. You're the teacher. You make the rules. Seriously, you're so into this student, but still trying to act all tough. Sayaka thought it was kind of funny and continued, that kid's manga. It wouldn't be called Anohana, would it? It seemed so like something he'd do, recommending his own work, fitting his usual style. Shizuka frowned. Wait, how did you know? As expected. Sayaka raised an eyebrow. Well, that fits the pattern, doesn't it? His personality's a bit rough around the edges. She added. Recommending that tear-jerking story. Was he hoping I'd cry? Although the content was genuinely good, she was completely unprepared for it. He recommended it to me too. Sayaka explained. So? Sayaka looked away, shy even in front of her friend. Admitting this was a bit embarrassing. I may have cried a little. Ha 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 ha. Shizuka laughed, popping open another beer and taking a satisfying swig. Ah, this feels good. It was unclear whether the good feeling came from the beer or from seeing her friends share a similar experience. To change the topic and avoid Shizuka digging deeper into this, Sayaka added, and about that song you mentioned, I think I know which one you're talking about. Oh? Well, you must have heard it since you read Anohana. Shizuka nodded. That must be a new song, right? Even on its own, it's a great piece. But it really hits home when you put it in this manga. After all, he wrote both the manga and the song. It's only natural they'd be a perfect fit. He wrote the song too. Shizuka blinked in disbelief. That kid can write songs too? Seems like you didn't know. Sayaka replied, equally surprised. Shizuka took a gulp of beer to cover her shock. How would I know? He never said anything about it. Well, he asked me to help him find a singer. Sayaka explained. He can even compose music. This kid's skills are on another level. Shizuka tapped her chin with a smile. No wonder he's my student. Sayaka couldn't help but roll her eyes. With that level of pride, it almost sounded like Shizuka taught him everything: drawing, composing, you name it. Drink up, drink up. I've already had enough. Shizuka said, pointing at the beer in front of Sayaka. You're still drinking and you have to go home to your sister. Yeah, I'll slow down. Sayaka agreed, setting her glass down. The next day, Saturday. Okifumi-sensei, I didn't expect you'd surprise your fans like this. On the other end of the line was Atosuna Mihari, the editor responsible for Okifumi's work. By the way, where did you find that song? Mihari asked, curiosity in her voice. Well, it's an original composition by me, lyrics included. Okifumi answered casually. What, you planning to reimburse me for the cost? You can compose and write lyrics too? Mihari was stunned. I learned it when I was younger. It wasn't that hard? Okifumi said nonchalantly. It wasn't that hard. Mihari couldn't even process it. Seriously, you're a manga artist, and now you're composing music on top of that? Forget it. She muttered. This guy's basically a monster. Yeah, monster. Mihari grumbled, quickly processing the new information. Well, about the reimbursement, that's not up to me, you'll have to talk to Minano-san. Well, it's just a small amount anyway. No big deal. Okifumi said with a shrug. A few 100,000 yen for renting the recording studio and paying the singers. Nothing that would break the bank. By the way, congrats on Anohana debut sales. Mihari changed the topic with a deep breath. First day sales of Volume 1 were 4,148 copies, and Volume 2 was 8,658. That's it? Okifumi asked, somewhat surprised. Mihari rolled her eyes. Okifumi-sensei, that's actually a normal sales figure. Yeah, normal. Okifumi nodded. But is this considered good or bad? Some authors only release one work in their lifetime, but others release dozens of volumes. Compared to that, Okifumi only had 4 short stories and a couple of volumes, so he felt like he was behind. But still, compared to other top artists, his numbers weren't too shabby. Well, as long as it's not bad. He muttered, not thinking too hard about it. By the way, Okifumi-sensei, do you want to do a signing event in October? Chapter 103, a signing event? The mention of it made Okifumi think back to an earlier conversation. It had been brought up by Mihari during the summer, but at the time, due to the hot weather and various other reasons, he had brushed it off. Now, hearing the idea again, he started to reconsider it. The goal of a signing event is mainly to connect with fans, boost sales, and increase one's personal fame. Back then, Akifumi didn't care much about fame. Money. As long as it was enough, he had a laid-back attitude. Even though he had Guilty Crown, a successful work, in his hands, he hadn't put in much effort. His work was always done at the pace of one chapter a week. But now, things were different. Fame and money. The more, the better. If that's the case, then hosting a signing event definitely seemed necessary. Seeing that Akifumi was silent, Mihari misunderstood. She spoke up, "Isn't Madoka set to air in October? That will definitely attract more new fans. With that as an opportunity, you could launch a signing event, along with a Madoka limited edition, and it would definitely make a big sale. Of course, this is just my unrefined suggestion, you'd be the one to decide the details." After hearing her explanation, Akifumi couldn't help but feel a bit surprised. He remembered when they first met she was still a newbie who made mistakes even with internal memos. Now, in just half a year, she had grown so much. "You've really made progress, huh? Minano-san wasn't wrong about you." Hearing Akifumi's genuine compliment, Mihari froze for a moment, then a shy blush crept onto her face. "Wait. Are you complimenting me? You can confidently drop that apostrophe? Mark now. You've grown into quite the capable editor. So, this is how he sees me? Haha, that's a bit embarrassing." She couldn't help but smile, proud of herself. Getting recognition from outsiders is always pleasant. It's even better when it comes from the mangaka you're responsible for. But after a moment of feeling happy, Mihari snapped out of it and asked, "So, what do you think about the signing event? You've laid out all the benefits, so why would I refuse?" Akifumi chuckled. "Though it might be a bit tiring, I'm kind of curious about how popular I am right now. I just hope there won't be no one showing up that day, that'd be embarrassing." Mihari chuckled. "Let's just hope when the day comes, you won't complain about there being too many people. Alright, how about October 1st? It's a Sunday. Sounds good. The event will start at 10 a.m. I'll let you know the specific location later, but please make sure to help with the promotion on SNS, okay? Well, I don't want too few people either. That'd be really awkward." After hanging up, Akifumi turned his attention back to his drawing desk. It was Saturday, and it was time to work on World End. He replayed Mihari's words in his mind, "Madoka limited edition, huh?" That gave him a bit of an idea. If a finished manga could be reprinted and upgraded with better quality and extra content for a second sale, why not release a light novel for World End first? His earlier misstep was thinking only in terms of manga. As a manga artist, he automatically assumed the work had to be released as a comic. But after reconsidering, he realized the two ongoing works Anohana and Madoka were still being serialized. He couldn't start a new serialization until one of them finished. If he wanted to release a paperback, he'd need at least 9 chapters completed. The current difficulty of managing these two ongoing series was greater than he initially thought. In World End, the story focuses on everyday life, the little moments shared by the protagonist and the fairy warehouse girls. These peaceful moments make the impending death even more poignant. When adapting this into a manga, Akifumi felt it would be easy to focus on this theme of everyday life since that's what the story emphasizes. The main difficulty came with Guilty Crown. After thinking it over multiple times, Akifumi finally decided to make some adjustments to the plot. First, he would set the story's background during the lost Christmas of 10 years ago. He needed to address this right at the start, or fans who've never seen the original anime would feel disconnected and confused. As for the method of storytelling, he could use a dreamlike format, similar to Madoka, but with more information provided. Secondly, he would tighten the story's pacing. In the anime, one episode, excluding Overpowered, runs for about 22 minutes, which is equivalent to 2 manga chapters. But there's no need for that much content. Some parts of the original felt drawn out and unnecessary. Akifumi remembered that when he first watched it, he almost fell asleep during the first 2 episodes. He didn't want to replicate that slow pacing in his manga. The final version would likely be around 24 to 26 chapters, much shorter than the 44-episode anime. The character designs also had to be spot on. Cute characters are essential. Only when the characters are lovable will their deaths have the emotional impact needed to resonate with readers. Lastly, the tone of World End would also differ. While Madoka and Anohana are more about daily life with a touch of sentiment, Guilty Crown would be much more action-packed. He would add more battles, making it a more intense, exciting story that would appeal to a wider audience. This would definitely not be some kind of bait and switch to get fans in just to disappoint them. It was a carefully thought-out decision. The protagonist's initial weak personality would also undergo a crucial transformation. This is an essential element of a hot-blooded story. Chapter 104, Came to think of it, The day the protagonist turns dark will probably shock the readers even more, right? Given these reasons, the progress on Guilty Crown has been incredibly slow. It's been over a week, and I've only just finished the second chapter. On the other hand, for World End, I've already finished 4 chapters in the same amount of time. The speed difference is obvious. By the way, I also need to fit in the background story for the Swordbreaker production. And let's not forget Departures, Anata Nyakaru I no Yuta. It's a project that can't be left out. The main point here is that, for now, both of the works I'm handling will take quite some time before they meet the fans. Since World End was originally a light novel, it can fill that gap during this waiting period. Writing light novels is much easier compared to drawing comics. Even with a basic template, with my speed of typing about 10,000 words an hour, keep in mind, that's typing speed. Writing requires thought, it's not just copying. It would take no more than a week to finish a whole 5-volume series. Such an easy opportunity should not be missed, right? With this thought in mind, I made my decision. I won't rush drawing the manga today. I'll write the first volume of World End novel instead. I mean, others manage novels, illustrations, and animations all in one go. Why not expand my own business with novels? It seems reasonable, right? As for whether writing a light novel means I won't hold the rights to my manga anymore, well, that's a joke. Do they really think Shueisha only deals with manga? Everyone in the ACG industry has a hand in it, with manga being their most successful venture. With the copyright in one company's hands, I can still do whatever I want with it. Of course, there's no rush on the light novel for now. I'll bring it up with Atosuna-san after the signing event. After organizing my plans, I picked up my phone, updated my SNS, and then got back to work. Is there really no way out? The girl crossed her long, supple legs, the sound of her stockings rubbing against each other creating a subtle SSSSD sound. Her long, dark hair, dazzlingly pale skin, and perfect features, along with legs that could easily steal the attention of any man, were the traits that made her stand out. But right now, the girl's mood was clearly off. Anyone could feel the frustration radiating from her. Not that the woman sitting across from her, Machida Sanoko, who had known her for a year, would need to be told. Although Machida was also a beauty, dressed in professional attire and looking both elegant and competent, she still couldn't compete with the youthful, energetic aura that radiated from her companion, Kasumijoka Utaha. It's like how men might have many requirements for women, but women only need to meet one, 18 years old. Though, even a bit younger wouldn't be an issue. Looking at Kasumijoka, who seemed irritated, Machida sighed, although I don't want to sound so absolute, it's the truth. The sales for Tojoru Metronome Volume 3 were too low. It's going to be tough to release Volume 4. When she said tough, it was essentially a decision to cancel the series. With the current situation, the company couldn't afford to keep pouring resources into promotion. In fact, the 3rd volume's release didn't use much of those resources either. With all the newcomers receiving more attention, or newer works that had won awards and had fans eagerly waiting, it made more sense to invest in those, rather than a series with mediocre sales, or even low ones. As the ever-dedicated Utaha listened, she caught the underlying meaning in her editor's words. But she wasn't ready to accept it. She couldn't bear to see her first work end like this. But Volume 3 has gotten so many good reviews, and the quality has improved so much. Machida was well aware of this, but Shi-chan, you have to understand. If the previous works didn't capture people's attention, readers gave up long ago. How will they know about your improvements if they didn't even see Volume 3? Machida sighed again, then added, look at it from a different angle. Your level of skill right now is already impressive. If you start something new, it might sell like hotcakes. Let's not focus too much on this series, alright? Utaha pursed her lips, her gaze shifting away, and she remained silent. It was as if she was protesting without words. Machida could see this, but she didn't push further. Ultimately, this was something Utaha had to come to terms with herself. No amount of persuasion from others would help. At that moment, both their phones vibrated at the same time. Machida, who had no reason to be concerned, instinctively picked up her phone. Looking at the notification, a surprised expression appeared on her face. Signings event? Utaha, turning her head in confusion, asked, isn't that pointless? For a no-name author like me? She recalled the first volume, when she had just won the company's Silver Award. They tried to boost the first volume's popularity with a signing event, but it fell flat. I'm in an even worse position now than when the first volume was released. She said with a bitter smile. Even if I wanted to do a signing event now, the company wouldn't invest any resources. But Machida, ever the professional, kept her thoughts to herself and instead reassured her with a smile. Well, it's not exactly what you're thinking. You know Warriors of Love and Hope Sensei, right? The manga division just found a new talent. They announced a signing event on SNS. Warriors of Love and Hope? Utaha froze for a moment, then immediately grabbed her phone. The notification read, Warriors of Love and Hope just posted a new update. Without hesitation, she clicked on the link. After reading it, she nodded thoughtfully. October 1st, huh? You're following him too? Machida asked, curious. Utaha, expressionless, responded, isn't it normal to follow someone impressive? She didn't mention that she was a fan. True enough. Machida agreed. But he really is amazing. I even cried reading Anohana yesterday. I heard he's younger than you and still in high school. What a monster. Utaha quietly thought to herself, so the rumors were true. And he's only a second year in high school. Anyway, you should reconsider my suggestion. Machida said, trying to change the topic. Chapter 105, I've already paid the bill. I still have some work to do, so I'll be heading out first. After saying goodbye to Machida Sanoko, Kasumajoka Utaha let out a quiet sigh. Am I really have to give it up? That thought crossed her mind, and in that moment, she couldn't help but recall why she started writing light novels in the first place. Since she had always been at the top of her class, studying had never been a challenge for her. Even at the beginning of her second year of high school, she had already finished learning all the coursework in advance. The lessons in class felt redundant and meaningless. Bored, she decided to challenge herself with something new, writing novels. Traditional literature felt too difficult for someone with little life experience, so she turned to light novels instead. And as it turned out, she actually had a talent for it. Her first attempt at writing, editing, and submitting a manuscript resulted in winning a silver award. But that was probably the peak of her career. Since then, her sales had been steadily declining, and now her series was on the verge of being axed. She couldn't quite describe how she felt. Disappointment, sadness, frustration. Probably all of the above. Still, when the sales for the third volume came out, she had already braced herself for this outcome. Yet, hearing it directly from her editor made the reality harder to accept. Forget it. With a sigh, Utaha made up her mind. Life isn't perfect. There are ups and downs. For a newcomer, she had already done more than enough. Just like that woman said, I still have the chance to write a bestseller. Even if her first work ended in failure, there was nothing she could do about it. With that decision, the weight pressing on her chest finally lifted. She felt a sense of relief, both mentally and physically. At that moment, her gaze shifted to her phone screen, which had just lit up with a notification. A high school sophomore. A fresh new talent. Even though she admired the writer's work and was a fan, she couldn't help but feel a tinge of jealousy given her own circumstances. Must be nice. Her eyes then fell on the energetic and playful words on the screen. Hey everyone, it's been half a month. Did you miss me? Have you bought the latest volume of Anohana? Do you love the pure, heartwarming friendships of the characters? If my story has touched even a little part of your heart, that makes me really happy. Oh, and about yesterday, did you all receive the gift? What do you think? You liked it, right? I put so much effort into it. I even lost a ton of hair while writing the lyrics for the new song. Anyone who says they don't like it will be sentenced to hanging. Haha, just kidding, don't take it seriously. Ahem, I know you guys didn't come here to listen to my ramblings, so let's get to the point. I know it hasn't been long since my last announcement, but I have some exciting news. No, it's not about a new project, come on, I just finished 2 books. At least let me rest for a while. Though it's a little disappointing, there won't be a new work from me anytime soon, so, what's the big news? That's right. After discussing with my editor, we've decided to hold a signing event for Madoka Magica on October 1st. It was kind of a last-minute decision, so we don't have a location yet, but I'll update you all as soon as it's confirmed. To be honest, I'm a little nervous. It's my first signing event, after all. Will anyone show up? How many people will come? Just thinking about it makes me anxious. If no one comes, I might just die of embarrassment on the spot. Okay, maybe not die. But I'd definitely lock myself in my room for days. That's all for now. As soon as I have more details, I'll let you know right away. Sorry for disturbing you, and thank you all for your support. Even though the post had been up for less than 10 minutes, the comments were already flooding in. Oh. Finally, a signing event. And it's for Madoka's Magica? No matter what, I'm going, even if there's a typhoon. Okay, but if there's a typhoon, wouldn't it get cancelled? Let's just hope for good weather on October 1st. I finally get to meet the author in person. I wonder what they look like? Since they're a high school student, maybe they're super cool? Come on, just because they're talented doesn't mean they're good looking. They're probably just an average person. Guys, the important thing is the author's work, not their looks. Exactly. No matter what they look like, I'll always support them. Since it's a signing event, will there be a special edition of Madoka's Magica? Or exclusive merch and posters? Either way, I'm super excited for the event. Seeing the flood of enthusiastic comments, Utaha, as a fellow fan, couldn't help but smile. So this is what it feels like to be a fan. Without thinking, she typed the reply just like any other excited supporter, yes. I've been waiting for this signing event. Don't worry, I'll definitely be there. October 1st, the day of the signing event. Standing next to the stylishly dressed Shina Miharu and Ariri, Akifumi couldn't help but sigh. Do you two really have to do this? Of course we do. Ariri replied without hesitation. I'm a huge fan of the Warrior of Love and Hope sensei. I've been following you since you entered the Tezuka Awards. Huh? Did she really call doubting me means following me? Perhaps sensing Akifumi's questioning gaze, Ariri's face turned slightly red, and she flicked her twin tails elegantly. Who says following has to mean liking? Doubting you is a form of attention too. Sure. Akifumi gave a half-hearted nod. But if you really want a signature, you could have just brought a book and asked me to sign it? It's not the same. Ariri argued passionately, it's like watching a concert at home versus being there in person. The experience and atmosphere are totally different. Plus, they're selling a collector's edition of Madoka's Magica. Her eyes sparkled at the thought. Anything labeled limited edition or collector's item was bound to excite fans. I have to get my hands on it. Fine. Whatever makes you happy. Akifumi gave up trying to reason with her and turned to Shina Miharu. Before he could say anything, the gentle girl smiled warmly. I wasn't following you from the very beginning like Ariri, but I'm a fan now. As a fan, isn't it only natural to support your favorite author's first signing event? Her simple words carried an undeniable sincerity. Akifumi sighed in defeat. Fine. Do whatever you want. Even if he tried to stop them now, they'd just meet him at the event later anyway. No point in wasting his breath. And with that, the three of them headed out together toward a familiar location in Chiyoda, at a bookstore owned by Shueisha. Chapter 106. As they arrived at the venue, the three of them were stunned by the sight before them. They had left home at 8 a.m., and even though they arrived at the signing event before 9 a.m., the entrance was already packed with a massive line stretching as far as the eye could see. A rough count showed no fewer than 200 people, and there was still more than an hour before the event even started. This was way too over the top. It wasn't like they were heading into some holy war or something. Ariri muttered to herself in disbelief, then suddenly grabbed Shina Miharu's hand and dashed toward the end of the line. As she ran, she waved back at Akifumi. See you later. So many people. Just don't make things harder for me, alright? Damn it. Although Akifumi wanted to complain, it wasn't like two more people would make much of a difference when he was already expecting to sign over 200 books today. At least I'll get to chat with them a bit and waste some time. With that thought, he stopped paying attention to the long line outside and pulled out his phone, dialing Mihari. Alright, I'll wait for you there. Hurry up. After a quick exchange, Mihari hung up, and within moments, she appeared before Akifumi. Follow me. With swift movements, she led Akifumi through the back entrance. Only after stepping inside did Mihari finally let out a sigh of relief. Phew, you finally made it. How can you say finally when I'm here a whole hour early? Akifumi couldn't help but retort. With this many people already waiting, I was honestly afraid you'd take one look and turn around. Akifumi had briefly considered it, but it wasn't like he'd run away over something this trivial. He scoffed. It's just going to be a bit tiring, that's all. We'll see who collapses first. Mihari grinned. You're talking tough now, Akifumi-sensei. Let's see if you can keep it up after the event. Then, as if remembering something, she handed over a small, adorable Mami Tomui figurine. Oh, right. Here's a little gift we prepared for each fan attending the signing. What do you think? Mami Tomui's face radiated bravery, her eyes filled with unshakable determination, almost as if whispering, there's nothing left to fear anymore. Akifumi's eyes lit up. Oh, it's finally done? He took the figurine and playfully placed it on Mihari's head, then gave it a little twist. Click, a soft sound rang out as the head detached, revealing a metal USB connector inside. Not bad. Akifumi praised. The texture was pleasant to the touch, and that crisp click when twisting the head off so satisfying. Mihari fell into stunned silence. From the moment she saw this design, she had been internally screaming, who the hell came up with this cursed idea? And that click, it was way too much like actually snapping her head off. Sure, she knew it was just a USB, but why did it have to twist off? Even Satan himself would be taking notes on this design. While Mihari was mentally ranting, Akifumi had already started playing with it. Twist off. Put it back. Twist off. Put it back. Nice, I really like it. I'll be keeping this one. With that, he casually slipped the USB into his pocket and added his thoughts, if you could tweak mommy's expression, that would be even better. How so? Her current expression before detaching is perfect, but after the head comes off, it should change to something else. Like what? Something with empty, lifeless eyes, maybe a look of shock and disbelief. This is wrong. Completely wrong. Even Satan himself would be getting a tattoo of you on his back. Mihari felt a chill run down her spine and forced an awkward smile. I'll pass that along to the design team. Ha ha ha. Okifumi laughed and patted her on the shoulder. Relax, I'm just joking. Joking? Mihari's laughter was stiff. Based on her experiences with Okifumi, this definitely did not sound like a joke. Looking outside, Okifumi asked, by the way, can we start the signing early? Huh? I'm guessing even more people have arrived by now. I don't want anyone to leave disappointed because they didn't get a signature. A lot of these fans probably traveled a long way just to be here. I don't want them to feel like they wasted their trip. It was called a signing event, but it wasn't just about scribbling a name and sending fans on their way. There would be handshakes, small talk, each interaction would take time. Even if each fan only took 30 seconds, that was just 120 people per hour. And that was assuming nothing went wrong. Just signing alone took 10 seconds. Completing everything in 30 seconds per person might not even be realistic. In short, time was tight. Well, Mihari mused. You do have a bit of a mean streak, love playing pranks, and enjoy writing stories that break people's hearts. But at the end of the day, you're still a pretty good guy, huh? With a smile, she said, the event runs until 3 p.m. That's going to be exhausting, you know. Okifumi waved it off. It's just one day. I'll power through it. Just don't start whining later. Come on, I have my pride as a man. No way I'd do that. Well, since you're so determined, who am I to stop you? They exchanged smiles. Meanwhile, outside, the crowd continued buzzing with excitement. Even though they were strangers, there was an unspoken bond. If you love Madoka Magica, we're basically family. Fans from all over the country chatted eagerly. Only an hour left. I can't wait. I'm finally going to meet Sensei. The limited edition of Madoka Magica. And a special gift. I wonder what it'll be this time. I couldn't afford the collector's edition, so I'll just buy 2 regular copies to support Sensei. Just then, the bookstore's doors opened. A staff member stepped out with a loudspeaker. Attention, everyone. Because Sensei is worried about the large turnout and doesn't want anyone to miss out, the signing event will start now. Please stay in line and proceed in an orderly manner. We know you all love Sensei, but please try to move quickly so everyone gets a chance. Now then, the signing event officially begins. With that, the first person in line was guided inside. The remaining fans outside gasped in delight. Sensei is amazing. This alone feels like a special gift. No wonder he creates such incredible stories. He's an incredible person too. Even in a small detail like this, you can feel his love for the fans. It's not even 9 a.m. yet. So including a half-hour lunch break, that's 6 straight hours of signing? That's insane. For Sensei's sake, we should all be quick so we don't waste his effort. Agreed. Chapter 107. For today's book signing event, the bookstore made a few small adjustments after closing last night. As fans enter through the main entrance, they are guided to the first station, where both the collector's and standard editions of Madoka Magica Volumes 1 and 2 are displayed for purchase. Of course, buying a copy isn't mandatory. Fans are welcome to bring their previously purchased books to get them signed by Okifumi. The signing area is set up in a spot originally reserved for featured books, which has now been cleared to make space. A long table, draped in a red cloth, now sits in its place, where Okifumi is stationed to interact with fans and sign their books. Near the exit, various Madoka Magica-related merchandise is displayed for fans who want to take home a little extra. That's the basic layout of the event. Once the staff announces the start, Okifumi, seated at the signing table, welcomes his first fan. She's a young girl with braided hair, square-framed glasses, and a sprinkle of freckles. She looks rather ordinary, someone you'd easily pass by on the street. As she steps closer and sees Okifumi in person, her expression shifts to one of visible shock. Then, as she stands before him, a soft blush creeps onto her face, and she nervously stammers, her voice filled with excitement, Are you the warrior of love and hope, Sensei? Okifumi chuckles. I doubt the staff would let an imposter take my seat, right? PFFT. The girl, who had been nervous just moments ago, can't help but giggle. Okifumi grins. See? No need to be so tense. If anything, I should be the nervous one. You guys are the reason I can do what I love. No way. The girl immediately refutes his words, her eyes shining. I've always been a really insecure person, she confesses. But when I read Madoka Magica, I saw myself in Homura Ecchi. She helped me change so much. I even made friends at school because of her. So I've always wanted to thank you in person. I'm so grateful for this opportunity. Okifumi listens, touched by her words. I never expected my work to have that kind of impact. Hearing that it helped you means the world to me. This isn't just polite talk, it's his genuine feelings. He smiles warmly and asks, so, where would you like me to sign? Here. She eagerly hands him her collector's edition copy. With practiced elegance, Okifumi writes 4 bold characters on the page, love and hope. Huh? Not warrior? She asks, surprised. Okifumi shakes his head. Because love and hope is what I wish for my work and for all of you. For us? No matter what happens, I hope you always hold on to love and hope. The girl's eyes light up. Yes. I've received your blessing loud and clear. Thank you so much. And thank you for coming today. Okifumi replies, handing her a small Madoka Magica merchandise gift, an adorable figure of Mommy Tomoe. Kawaii! She exclaims in delight. Watching her reaction, Okifumi feels a small pang of guilt. After all, he knows what happens to Mommy. I just hope you'll still find her cute after you learn the truth. He thinks to himself, but outwardly, he simply smiles and says, I'm glad you like it. Not wanting to take up too much time, the girl steps back with a slight hint of reluctance. There are so many people waiting. I shouldn't take up too much of your time. She waves as she leaves. Goodbye, sensei. I'll always support you. Okifumi nods and smiles. I'll do my best to meet your expectations. As the girl walks away, he exhales in relief. For a socially anxious person like me, this is kind of exhausting. He muses. But this book signing is actually more enjoyable than I expected. His thoughts are interrupted as the next fan steps forward. Then another. And another. The line keeps moving, filled with people, both men and women, each carrying different emotions in their eyes: excitement, admiration, jealousy. Wait. Why jealousy? Oh. It's a guy. Are they jealous of my good looks and my talent? Well, blame fate for that. It's not my fault the goddess in charge of reincarnation was feeling generous. With that thought, he puts on his best professional smile and greets the next fan. Meanwhile, the first girl who got her book signed hasn't left yet. She's been intercepted by the other fans waiting in line. So? Is Sensei handsome in person? Is he really as kind as they say? Wait, he's actually a high schooler? One skeptical fan scoffs. Yeah, right. There's no way someone can be both ridiculously good-looking and an amazing artist. I love Sensei's work, but let's be real, fantasy and reality are totally different things. Hearing those words, the girl who had been nervous just minutes ago suddenly flares up in defense. You're wrong. She snaps. Sensei is super handsome. He's way better looking than any guy at our school. He's mature, charismatic, and incredibly kind. I was shocked at first too. I couldn't believe he'd be that good looking. But it was like he read my mind. He made a little joke to ease my nerves, and it worked perfectly. He's even more amazing than I imagined. No, beyond my imagination. Having said all that in one breath, she suddenly realizes how passionate she sounds. Her face turns bright red, and before anyone can respond, she quickly scurries away. The remaining fans exchange glances. Wait. Seriously? Weren't you the one who asked if he was handsome? I was just asking casually. There's no way someone could be that perfect? But now. I'm kind of curious. Same. That kind of reaction has to be genuine. Though, honestly, she might have exaggerated a bit. Well, we'll find out soon enough. It's almost our turn. I can't wait. The excited chatter continues, completely oblivious to a certain someone standing nearby, watching with an expression of pure irritation. That idiot. Ariri grumbles under her breath, arms crossed. Why does he have to be so nice to some random girl he just met? Even though she wasn't there to see it firsthand, the way that girl had glowed while talking about him painted a pretty clear picture in her mind. Beside her, Shina Miharu chuckles at Ariri's jealous pout. Well, she is his fan, isn't she? Even so, he doesn't have to be that nice. But at the end of the day, she's just a fan, right? I guess. Ariri nods. I'm his childhood friend. No way some random fan can compare to that. Just as she's about to reassure herself, Miharu tilts her head and adds, if anything, shouldn't you be more worried about me? Huh? What kind of nonsense is that? Ariri rolls her eyes. You're beautiful, kind, and an amazing cook, the perfect Yamato Nadeshiko. There's no way you'd ever fall for a guy like him. Miharu sighs with a wry smile. So, that's how you see me, huh? Chapter 108, But in the end, Shina Miharu is just an ordinary person. Anyone else could easily do these things too. Compared to the dazzling Akifumi, no matter how I look at it, I'm still far behind. Her thoughts drifted back to that morning on the first day of school. I'm really happy. Akifumi-kun actually called me by my name so naturally. But that's not really a good idea. Shina Miharu's face showed a hint of sadness. If Ariri hears it, with her personality, she'll definitely overthink things. Are you alright? Ariri's voice suddenly cut through Miharu's thoughts. Miharu gave a wry smile. But I really think I'm just an ordinary person. No. Maybe even less than ordinary. Can I really stay true to myself, just like I did at the start of the school year? Lost in thought, Miharu's eyes showed a trace of confusion. 9:30 a.m. Huff. Huff. Kasumadoka Utaha panted slightly, looking at the endless line in front of her with a bitter smile. I'm late, huh? She had planned to arrive early, but after staying up late writing, she had overslept. If not for the fifth alarm saving her, she might still be in bed right now. But with a line this long, will I really get in by 3 p.m.? Utaha had no idea. But since she was already here, she wasn't about to give up so easily. So, she stepped to the end of the line. Time passed quickly. By 2 p.m., the staff holding a line closed sign finally stopped right behind her. Utaha, who had been nervous the whole time, finally let out a sigh of relief. I'm actually the last one in line. It was oddly satisfying. The people behind her, however, weren't nearly as happy. Sorry, the signing event ends here. What? No way. Come on. We've been waiting for hours. The staff bowed apologetically. I'm truly sorry. But the author has been signing since almost 9 a.m. They were supposed to take a 30-minute break at noon, but seeing how many people were still waiting, they voluntarily chose to continue. They've been working for over 5 hours straight now. We know you've all traveled a long way and waited for hours, and we really appreciate your support. But the author is exhausted. We hope you can understand. Though disappointed, the crowd ultimately chose to accept it. Signing for over 5 hours straight? That means by 3 p.m., it'll be 6 hours. What kind of superhuman stamina is that? Utaha couldn't help but complain in her head. At the same time, she was moved. If what the staff said was true, then if the author had taken even a small break, she wouldn't have made it. I wonder what kind of person this author is. A surge of curiosity filled her. From what she had heard from Machida Sanogo, the author was only a high school sophomore 1 year younger than her. But here, they weren't just students, they were both professionals in the ACG industry. Given the author's success, if anything, she should be the one calling them senpai. As she stood there, bored, Utaha pulled out her phone and somehow ended up on the author's SNS page. Their last post was from 2 weeks ago, but due to today's signing event, there were tons of new comments below it. Did anyone go to the signing event? What does the author look like? Tall? Short? Handsome? I had to work overtime last minute. I'm crying in the bathroom. How do people not know by now? The author is super handsome. For real. The craziest thing is, he could totally make a living off their looks, but he chose to rely on their talent instead. He have this way of seeing right through people's hearts. He noticed I was nervous and comforted me so gently. Even though I'm also a guy, I have to admit he's ridiculously good looking. But it's more than just his looks, right? Exactly. Even though he's just a high schooler, he doesn't feel like one at all. Ugh, the gap is too much to handle. Why do people like this even exist in the world? Utaha stared at the comments, a giant question mark forming above her head. Even with an idle filter, isn't his kind of praise a little excessive? Do they not hear themselves? Besides, if we're talking about looks, can he really be more handsome than that guy? A familiar face flashed in her mind. She didn't really know him, they had no personal connection. But since they attended the same school, she had seen him around from time to time. And honestly, he was the most good-looking person she had ever met. Lately, though, his whole vibe seemed different. Lost in thought, time passed quickly. At exactly 3 p.m., with the line moving forward one by one, Utaha found herself standing alone outside. Seconds later, the staff signaled for her to enter. She bought a collector's edition of Madoka Magica and walked towards the table where the author sat. As she got closer, she finally saw his face. Utaha froze in shock. The school's idol is actually my senpai? No, wait. The school's most popular underclassman is actually my idol? Recalling all the SNS comments she had just read, Utaha suddenly understood why everyone was praising him so much. Because they were all right. On the other side. Finally, the last one. When Akifumi heard that, He almost cheered out loud. Keeping a friendly smile for this long had left his facial muscles sore. His hands, however, weren't too bad. His training had paid off. Still, signing the same thing over and over was mind-numbing. And after talking for so long, his throat was dry. The last fan should be coming up now, right? He lifted his head absent-mindedly, then his expression froze. Kasumijoka-senpai? She's my fan? Japan really is a small place. He had lost track of how many autographs he had signed today, but he was certain that quite a few students from Toei Agasaki Academy had come. How did he know? Simple. Anyone who directly called him a Kifumi-senpai. A Kifumi-kun. Or a Kifumi-san was clearly from the same school. Even though he wasn't particularly social, he was well known on campus. Utaha's reaction was one of shock and intrigue, like she had just made a huge discovery. Not that a Kifumi minded. It wasn't like he was trying to hide his identity. Still, to avoid trouble, he casually asked her not to tell others. How much she would actually keep that promise. He wasn't sure. His voice snapped Utaha out of her daze. Being recognized didn't surprise her. After all, she knew him just as well. Composing herself, she confidently stepped forward and reached out a hand. Nice to meet you, Ko. No, wait. I should be calling you senpai. Chapter 109. Akifumi was momentarily stunned by Kasumijoka Utaha's greeting, but quickly recovered, smiling as he replied, I'm also reading your love metronome, Kasumijoka-senpai. Volume 3 was fantastic. Since she had shown him respect by addressing him as senpai, Akifumi naturally returned the courtesy. Kasumijoka Utaha blinked in surprise, a trace of confusion in her eyes. I actually attended your book signing with a friend back then. He explained with a light chuckle. But, well, I had spent too much on figurines and was too embarrassed to ask for an autograph. Thinking back, it was probably because he was there that Tomoya wasn't the last to arrive that day. Though he had offered words of encouragement back then, the presence of other fans meant there wasn't much time to talk. After all, a single ray of light shining into someone's darkest moment can illuminate their entire world. But when someone is already full of hope, even trying to stand out can be difficult. That's why there hadn't been much interaction afterward. It's fascinating how a seemingly insignificant detail can alter the course of events. Perhaps that's the terrifying nature of the butterfly effect. Hearing his explanation, Kasumijoka Utaha's eyes flickered with understanding. It wasn't surprising that she had no idea he had been at the signing event. And apart from that day, there hadn't been many chances for people to connect Kasumi Yutaka with Kasumijoka Utaha. Since you know that I'm Kasumi Yutaka, shouldn't you be calling me your kuhai instead? She teased. Akifumi shrugged nonchalantly. In this industry, I might be the senpai. But at school, aren't you still the senpai, Kasumijoka-senpai? Besides, it's just a title, no need to overthink it. Kasumijoka Utaha chuckled. Only someone like you would say that, senpai. You really are different from the others. Then let's just call each other whatever we prefer. Fine by me, as long as you're happy. While formalities like these were a big deal in Japan, Akifumi wasn't actually Japanese at heart. So, where would you like me to sign? He asked. Here. Kasumijoka Utaha handed him a collector's edition of Madoka Magica she had just bought. Even though the work had flopped, royalties were based on copies printed, not sold. Spending a few thousand yen from her savings wasn't a big deal. With a smile, Akifumi signed, adding love and hope before handing the book back. Thank you for your support, senpai. Oh, by the way, when can we expect Volume 4 of Love Metronome? I'll be sure to support it. Kasumijoka Utaha hesitated, shaking the book in her hand. Her expression was unreadable, neither happy nor upset. But Akifumi had a feeling she was not pleased. The reason was obvious. Of course, that's not the only reason I asked, he said with a reassuring smile. I've read Love Metronome Volumes 1 to 3 carefully. The first volume showed promise, though the setup was still a bit rough, and the story connections weren't very strong. But the literary quality was solid, and your descriptions were fantastic. In Volume 2, I noticed a clear improvement. Whether it was thanks to your editor's guidance or your own efforts, you were working hard to refine your storytelling. And by Volume 3, I'd say you've already created a near-perfect commercial romance novel. Kasumijoka Utaha was silent for a moment before offering a sincere, thank you. She had been skeptical at first. If he had really attended her signing event, why hadn't he stepped forward? His earlier excuse wasn't very convincing. Maybe. Did you just tag along with a friend? She wondered. But the way he described the volumes so precisely made it clear he had truly read them seriously. His question wasn't just out of politeness but genuine appreciation for her work. To think I'm seeking validation from a kuhai. How pathetic. She mused, chuckling to herself. Then, shaking her head, she said, Unfortunately, you probably won't get to see Volume 4. Okifumi froze, immediately understanding what she meant. With a sigh, he said, "That's really a shame." The series had been axed. Without a publisher, a fourth volume would never exist. But Okifumi had no intention of stepping in to help. At the end of the day, they were just schoolmates and he was just a fan. He wasn't someone like Tomoya, who would go to great lengths for a story he loved. Besides, if he did try to help, she might even take it as condescension, a charity case. And judging by her expression, she had already came to terms with it. As a fan, it was disappointing to hear the news. But this feeling would fade in time because that's how people are. Even someone as popular as he was would eventually be forgotten if he stopped releasing new works. "Well, at least I gained valuable experience from my first series," she said, offering a small, bittersweet smile. "But today's about your signing event, senpai. Let's not dwell on my situation." "Good point." Okifumi smiled and handed her a small gift. "Thank you for your support. I hope you'll like this little present." Kasumijoka Utahai inspected the charm in her hand. "A Mommy Tomoe keychain? How cute." She twirled it in her fingers, then remarked, "You know, I actually have something in common with Mommy Senpai." "We're both senpai." Just as she finished speaking, a loud crack rang out. The next second, Mommy Senpai's adorable little head fell off and rolled onto the floor. Kasumijoka Utahai froze. Okifumi's eye twitched as he instinctively averted his gaze. Seriously, what are the chances? The timing was too perfect. Right after saying we're both senpai. And suddenly Mommy's head comes off. Even with his usual composure, Okifumi had no idea how to react. The atmosphere turned awkward. Kasumijoka Utahai picked up the severed head, inspected it for a moment, then chuckled. "Senpai, you have such a dark sense of humor. Giving your fans this kind of gift. For a second, I thought I had broken it myself, but it turns out it's actually a USB drive." "Ahem. Hey, don't look at me, this was the editor's idea." Okifumi quickly deflected. "They said it took a lot of effort to design, and they wanted to test the fans' reactions. But wasn't this specifically your idea, senpai?" Now wasn't the time to expose the truth. Still, before he could deny it, Kasumijoka Utahai smiled and said, "I thought it was just a regular keychain, but it's actually a USB. This is a really thoughtful gift. I love it. I'll always support your works, sensei. Thank you for today." Chapter 110, Okifumi was momentarily taken aback, then smiled and nodded. "I'm glad you like it, senpai. Since you've been working all day, I can't just take up your time as the last person today." Kasumijoka Utahai held the signed book in her hands, gently placing it against her stomach, then bowed respectfully to Okifumi. With a face full of youthful vibrance, she smiled warmly. "Goodbye, senpai." "Ah, goodbye," Okifumi replied, watching her disappear from sight. He sighed deeply, stretching his shoulders which were starting to ache. "This event was great, but it's a bit exhausting." "You didn't have to work this hard," Mihari said, walking out from the rest area inside the bookstore with a look of disbelief. "You started an hour early, and then you gave up your only break of the day." "Well, I was just a little tired, but I made the fans happy, didn't I?" Mihari smiled wryly, shaking her head. "I knew you'd say that. But honestly, it's that kind of attitude that makes the fans respect you so much." Okifumi shrugged nonchalantly. "Maybe I'm just gifted?" Mihari raised an eyebrow. "Gifted, huh? You don't look even a little tired after all this time. What's your secret?" "I don't know, really. I just stick to my usual workout routine, about an hour a day. Somehow, my physical strength has improved drastically. At least 3 times better than before, in terms of strength. And it's been improving in other areas too." He chuckled a bit. "The benefits are clear. Experience in a lot of things means I don't need reminders to know what to do. But it's important to take care of your body. Especially in this field, long hours of sitting, intense focus. If you don't care for your body, you'll start feeling the toll as you age." Mihari looked at him with a nod of approval. "I guess you really are some kind of monster. So, are we heading to dinner now?" Mihari asked. "Why not do both? Surely you wouldn't suggest that I'm busy working this long while you're going off to meet someone at a cafe?" Mihari sighed. "I don't have the connections to get a meeting with a chief editor." Okifumi smiled. "But Machida-san, the chief editor of Fujimi, did arrange a dinner. Then let's go straight there." Okifumi grabbed his things, stood up, and headed for the door. Mihari muttered under his breath, "How is this guy not hungry after all the time?" After a brief 10-minute walk, they arrived at the restaurant. "Table 12, please follow me," the waiter said as they were led to a table where a woman dressed in professional attire was already seated. "Her?" Okifumi said, a little surprised but not too much. They sat down opposite her, and just as Akifumi was about to speak, she smiled and said, "Let's skip the formalities, shall we? You must be hungry after all this, right?" "Thank you," Akifumi replied, not wasting time as he was indeed starving. Mihari asked the editor, "Won't you eat?" "No, not hungry," Mihari responded. Akifumi didn't hold back and dug into the meal, eating quickly. 20 minutes later, he sighed contentedly, "Thank you for the meal." The table, once full of food, was now mostly empty, except for some sauce and soup. Machida Sanoko, the woman across from him, looked at the remnants of the meal in shock, then smiled wryly. "That's not my treat, it's on the company." "Good to have a big company backing you up," Akifumi said, feeling grateful. "Ah, right," he added, reaching across the table to introduce himself. "I'm Akifumi Mugio, fighting in the manga world with love and hope." Machida Sanoko, chief editor of Fujimi Bunko. They shook hands lightly in mutual recognition. "By the way, Akifumi-sensei, you asked to meet me today for. I've written a light novel, and I'd like you to take a look at it." Machida Sanoko blinked in surprise, but before she could say anything, Mihari looked at Akifumi with a completely stunned expression. "What did you say?" "I wrote a light novel, calm down." "Calm down?" Mihari's voice rose incredulously. "Why would you stop drawing manga to write a light novel?" Machida Sanoko nodded quietly, her face unreadable. Akifumi was completely innocent. "Look, if I finish drawing, can I get a serialization in Weekly Shonen Jump? But Madoka Magica is almost done." "It's not like there isn't some time left for that," Mihari said. "But it's not like you can't try something else in the meantime." "Exactly. Everyone does multiple things, like writing light novels, doing illustrations, even being an anime director. Why can't I try writing a light novel?" Mihari was speechless. Machida Sanoko, after considering her words carefully, said, "Akifumi-sensei, writing a light novel is not as simple as you think, you know." "Well, I know that," Akifumi interrupted. "But I've written a volume already. Maybe you can give it a look and then decide." Machida Sanoko was momentarily speechless, then asked, "When did you start writing this?" "Last month." "Wait. What?" Both Mihari and Machida stared at him in disbelief. "A whole volume in 1 month?" Machida's eyes widened. "Well, I don't have the time to sit around waiting to release a new volume. I might as well try something different in the meantime." Mihari looked at him like he was crazy, but Machida's curiosity was piqued. She was intrigued enough to say, "All right, I'll take a look at it. But don't expect too much." Chapter 111, Akifumi smiled and nodded, handing over the completed manuscript in his backpack. "World end, what do you do at the end of the world? Are you busy? Will you save us?" "End of the world? Saving?" Machida Sanoko raised an eyebrow, instinctively forming a thought. "Are you continuing with your usual style?" The words "end of the world" easily bring to mind tragedy, much like how Anohana did, where the ghosts of the past give us a clear sense of where the story's conclusion is heading. "Now that you mention it, I'm a little curious," she mused. Both Madoka Magica and Anohana moved people to tears. While novels and comics differ, one being driven by words and the other by art, Akifumi's storytelling ability rivals that of best-selling authors. If he can express that skill through words, this could really be something. Snapping back to reality, Machida flipped through the pages. Akifumi turned his attention to the side, where a little editor, Mihari, was clearly grinding her teeth in frustration, as if she wanted to bite him. He casually took out another copy, grinning. "Since you're bored anyway, do you want to take a look? I still can't agree with you writing light novels," Mihari declared firmly. "If I'd known you were up to something like this, I wouldn't have put you in touch with Machida." Akifumi rolled his eyes. "You don't seriously think Editor Minano didn't know?" "Huh?" Mihari stared at him, disbelief on her face. "What do you mean? Why else would I reach out to the head of light novels if I wasn't planning to dive into it?" Mihari blinked in surprise, and then realization set in. Could it be that Akifumi's ambitions weren't just confined to manga? Machida Sanoko was silent for a moment. "Instead of speculating, how about you take a look at what I've written?" Akifumi suggested. "You could consider it research for my next manga." "Next manga?" Mihari's eyes widened, as she realized what he meant. "You're planning to base your next manga on this light novel adaptation, then animation. Sounds pretty standard, right? Wait, are you really planning to take on 2 of those roles yourself?" Inshara mentally screamed, then sighed deeply. "Let's just say if this is bad, I won't let you go ahead with it." "Well, we'll see after you've read it, right? Humphrey. Golden-haired characters are always so tsundere, anime never lies." As they focused on the manuscript, Akifumi rubbed his stomach, still a little hungry. He thought for a moment, then flagged down the waiter. Bring me this, and one more of that. The two of them, momentarily distracted, glanced at him with surprise. Next time we're meeting with a Kifumi, let's just head to a buffet. Mihari mused, already plotting for the future. I mean, it's company money, but if we order too much, finance will ask too many questions. They briefly entertained the thought before turning their attention back to the work in front of them. Soon, all their focus was completely captured by the text. An hour and a half later. Phew. Machida Sanoko placed the manuscript down and looked at Akifumi with a complex expression. Can someone this talented really exist in this world? Akifumi, who won the prestigious Tezuka Award right after his first manga debut, followed by a smash hit single-volume release, which garnered rave reviews. His second work, which concluded, saw an explosive rise in popularity. And now, he's branching out into light novels, with a first work that's shockingly polished. From her perspective, the manuscript was flawless and could be published as is. Even top-tier authors sometimes make basic errors that need editing help, and need to adjust their language for the reader's comfort. This manuscript, though, didn't require any of that. It was already in perfect form. How is that even possible? Machida could only attribute it to one thing. A massive amount of reading, extensive research into works, and an astonishing memory. Her thoughts turned to wonder, her earlier surprise now transformed into awe. Akifumi-sensei, you must read a lot of light novels, don't you? Since I was a kid, I've been into novels, manga, and anime. Akifumi sensed the complicated emotions from her but stayed focused. This was his ambition, after all. Since he was already framed as a genius, why not embrace it? No need to leave any flaws to be found and corrected later. Too much trouble, and it wastes time. Machida-san, what do you think of this work? He asked. Machida sighed in resignation. It's amazing. It completely exceeded my expectations. Although the story follows a very familiar trope, the tone is consistently melancholic. Readers don't mind familiar plots, though. Just like the system stories in online fiction, even after all these years, no one's tired of them. What readers truly hate is when someone can't tell a good story with a well-worn concept. The plot, dialogue, and characters in this work are all excellently done. It's gripping and captivating. Even I, an old editor, can't find many flaws in this first volume. Mihari, who had just finished reading, overheard Machida's words, and her eyes went wide in surprise. She wasn't a professional editor, but even she thought the story was pretty good. What she didn't expect was for it to be so highly rated by an editor. She couldn't help but ask, you mean, this work can actually be published? Published? Machida chuckled lightly, shaking her head with a hint of fervor in her eyes. What I'm saying is, please let me handle this project. This needs to be my responsibility. For an editor to be this passionate about a manuscript, it must mean she believes it's destined for success. Mihari turned to Akifumi with a look that could only be described as awe. Is there anything Akifumi-sensei can't do? Oh, there are plenty of things I can't do. He shrugged casually, then turned to Machida. It was Minano-san who connected me with you, so this project is yours to manage. Thank you. Machida gave Akifumi a grateful look. While it was Minano who had pushed her to help, getting such a manuscript was a huge favor on Akifumi's part. After all, Akifumi wasn't just any newcomer, he was the most talented, popular manga artist of the moment. Given his status, if he didn't want to work with her, he could have easily found someone else. This thank you was heartfelt. It was also an acknowledgement of the favor she owed him. Chapter 112, by the way. Akifumi-sensei, do you have any special requests for this work? Machida's approach was exactly what Akifumi was looking for. Conversations with smart people are the best, they just know what needs to be said, and many things don't even need to be mentioned by him. I'd like World End to be on the market as soon as possible. Machida hesitated for a moment before nodding. We'll find an illustrator as soon as possible. Once the illustrations are done, we'll arrange the promotion and release of the first volume right away. Akifumi looked at her in confusion. Do we really need to look for another illustrator? Machida slapped her forehead, realizing her mistake. How could she make such a rookie error? Sitting across from such a talent, why would they need someone else? With a nervous laugh, she quickly covered it up. I was just worried you might have other plans and wouldn't have time to do the illustrations yourself. Akifumi smiled but didn't point out her last bit of stubbornness. Actually, I've already completed the illustrations. How soon can we release the first volume? 2 weeks? Machida suggested tentatively, watching his expression for any signs of approval. When she saw that it wasn't quite satisfactory, she quickly added, 10 days. 10 days is the fastest. After all, there's promotion to arrange, the company's processes, proofreading, and printing. I hope you understand, Akifumi-sensei. Akifumi nodded. Though he hoped it could be faster, He understood that there were procedures to follow. 10 days it is. I hope you won't disappoint me, Editor Machida. I'll definitely try my best. Machida Sanoko smiled. With the level of activity in his comment section, even just a casual mention from him could mobilize many fans. Let alone if he actively cooperated with promotion. Okifumi also shared his second request: I don't want to use The Warrior of Love and Hope as the title for this work. Other than us, I don't want anyone else to know about this. As far as confidentiality goes, Okifumi had always been indifferent. After all, keeping secrets didn't really bring him any tangible benefits. However, if revealing his identity could have negative effects, then that's a different story. He still remembered how he was criticized when the serialization of Anohana was first announced online. While it didn't affect his mood, it did bring some unwanted attention. And explaining or arguing with fans was something he couldn't be bothered with. He also recalled that when the news of his dual manga projects broke, fans criticized him, and crossing over into light novels. That would make it even worse. He wasn't just some unknown newbie. His fans didn't know the full story behind his ability to finish a light novel in just over 10 hours and still have time for manga.